Arianne stood and brushed her hands clean, the faint light of the ritual circle humming beneath her feet. "Place it in the center," she said, gesturing to the owl. Michael stepped forward. The mutated owl, still calmly perched on his arm, offered no resistance. "Shiny circle." Michael lowered his arm, letting the owl hop down gently onto the center of the formation. The moment it settled, the light around the circle brightened, just slightly, as if recognizing the presence of the bond target. "Now," Arianne said, stepping back, "leave the circle and place your hand in the ink." Michael did as instructed, walking out of the circle's perimeter before dipping his uninjured hand into the basin. The dark liquid clung to his palm, cold and tingling. "Infuse your mana," Arianne said softly. "Channel your spirit into the ink." The moment Michael did so, he felt it, an invisible thread tightening between him and the owl. It was subtle at first, like the distant pull of a string tied to his soul. Arianne's voice broke the silence. "How does it feel?" Michael closed his eyes briefly, focusing. "Connected," he murmured. Arianne nodded. "That's good. Your spirit force is reaching it. That's what this ritual does, it helps channel your will in a way that affects the soul of the creature." Michael opened his eyes, his gaze locked on the owl. "So all I have to do is lower its resistance," Arianne finished for him. "You can do that in two ways. Dominate its spirit with your own. Or convince it through connection." Michael raised an eyebrow. "So either brute force it, or talk it into joining me." "Essentially, yes," Arianne said, her tone light. Michael returned his gaze to the owl, whose silver eyes gleamed at him. Michael took a slow breath and looked down at the owl, still calmly sitting at the center of the ritual. He narrowed his eyes. "Do you want shiny food?" he asked through the link, his voice playful. The owl tilted its head again, curious. "Shiny food?" it echoed. Yes. I want." Michael smirked. "Then stay still. Be good. And the shiny food is yours." He wasn't above bribing a creature with child-level intelligence. The owl shifted slightly, its claws flexing, but it didn't leave the circle. "This circle makes me feel itchy," the voice complained, softer now. "Like buzzing in my feathers." "Uncomfortable?" Michael asked. "Yes. But still okay. If you promise shiny food." Michael pressed gently. "I promise." "More than one." "Very shiny. Very juicy." Till now he had no idea what the shiny food was. However, that would be left for later. This was just an experiment after all, so he wasn't above lying. He just wanted to confirm some things. The mental voice chirped again, its thoughts bubbling like a stream of water. "You understand me. You really do. You're the first." Michael felt the thread between them pull tighter. The bond was forming. He pushed again, this time not with words, but intent, a quiet feeling of companionship, of wanting to protect and grow together. It wasn't an overwhelming surge of dominance. Just sincerity. Well, he believed it was sincerity. "Okay," the voice whispered, softer now. "Okay, I'll be yours." The magic circle pulsed. Michael watched as the runes lit up fully. The ritual reached its peak. The bond was complete. However, just as Michael was about to relax, a panel appeared in front of him. "You have learned the skill, taming, basic mastery, proficiency, 2 fan tram. At this stage, the skill allows the user to initiate and form spiritual contracts with creatures of equal or lower strength. 20 fan tram chance to copy a random skill from a tamed creature. 2 fan tram chance to copy a specific targeted skill, if known and intentionally attempted. 10 fan tram chance to teach one of the user's personal skills to a tamed creature. All copied or taught skills will begin at basic mastery with a cooldown of 5 days. At basic mastery you can only tame 5 creatures. Number of tamed creatures, 1 fan 5. Michael's eyes widened at the skill description. The ability to copy and teach skills. His first thought was, damn, beast tamers must be eating good. The second thought was an image, vivid and absurd, of an elephant wielding a spear, thanks to some eccentric beast tamer who thought it'd be fun to teach that sort of thing. And the third thought, can I use this on my undead? His breath quickened, excitement surging through him, but he forced himself to calm down. As for the skill's apparent limits, the number of creatures he could tame, Michael suspected these were the penalties for gaining a class core skill outside his main path. Still, even with the limitations, the potential is massive. Just as Michael was about to sink deeper into thought, Arianne's voice cut through the silence. How do you feel? She asked, stepping closer. Michael blinked, grounding himself in the present. A bit different, he said truthfully. Arianne smiled. That's the bond. It's still fresh, so it'll feel more tangible. She stepped around the circle, now fading as the ritual completed. One of the perks of taming is that you can use a form of telepathy with your bonded creature. Communication is seamless within a certain range. Then she gestured toward the owl. Though, in your case, I'm afraid this one might be a little special. Michael raised a brow. Special how? Arianne shrugged with a wry smile. It probably won't provide you with any meaningful assistance. Not for combat, not for scouting. At least, not yet. Michael glanced at the owl. He wasn't disappointed. Not even a little. If it's useless now, I'll just evolve it, Michael thought calmly. One of the things Michael never feared was the potential of his subjects. But Arianne's words made him curious about the mutated owl that was now his tamed beast. Without hesitation, he tried to pull up its panel the same way he did with his undead. To his satisfaction, it worked. Mutated Owl LV, 10, Max, Name, None. EXP, Rank, Common, Skills, Phase Shift, Basic Mastery, Master, Michael Norman. The rank of the Mutated Owl was 3-star Common Rank, which meant the highest level it could reach was level 21. But that wasn't a problem for Michael. The appearance of the owl's panel also proved something important. The Awakener system now officially recognized it. That meant it could level up. More importantly, it meant Michael could use his talent on it. Ironically, this owl now held more value to him than even the dark elf, Lyra. But what truly caught his attention was the singular skill the owl possessed. The name alone didn't sound ordinary, and Michael suspected it was likely a result of whatever the mutated owl had consumed to change its form in the first place. Without hesitation, he checked the skill. Phase Shift, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 1. 2 Fantram, momentarily shift your body out of the material plane and reappear at a target location within 5 meters, bypassing physical obstructions. You do not become intangible, only your position changes. At Basic Mastery, the range is short and the casting requires focus. Shift must be to a visible location. Michael's eyes widened, again. Phase Shift, Michael murmured. Teleportation. But not quite. And this was just Basic Mastery. Michael looked down at the owl again. So you ate something shiny, he muttered, and this is what came out. The owl glanced up at him, eyes gleaming. Shiny food. Michael chuckled softly. This one was definitely a keeper. Arianne watched him with a faint smile playing on her lips. So, is your curiosity satisfied now? Michael glanced at her, then at the owl now perched on his arm. He exhaled slowly and muttered, well, I was hoping for a ferocious beast that could tear through steel or at least breathe fire. But I guess an owl works too. The owl blinked innocently. Michael tilted his head. I mean, he's quite pretty. Arianne giggled behind her hand, amusement bubbling up at the unexpected answer. Regaining her composure, she gestured to one of the servants standing nearby. If you'd like, I can have the documented method and the complete list of beast-taming materials delivered to you later. Michael raised a brow, then shook his head lightly. It's fine. She looked mildly surprised. Really? Michael gave a shrug, his tone light. I was never planning to venture into beast-taming in the first place. Just curious, that's all. If I hadn't stumbled into this owl, I might have walked out the same way I came in, just with more questions. Arianne tilted her head. So this was all just. Michael grinned. A little curiosity. A dash of experimentation. And now a weird new companion. That made Arianne laugh again, shoulders shaking just a bit. Michael continued more sincerely, if time wasn't such a resource, I might have jumped at the offer. The whole path is fascinating. But I've got too many things going on already. I wouldn't want to take up beast taming half-heartedly. Not when I have a better alternative anyway. Michael said the latter part to himself. Arianne nodded, her expression thoughtful. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she said, well, at the very least, you should give him a name. Michael blinked. Him. She tilted her head. Well, I assume it's a he. Michael looked at the owl. What do you think? Male or female? I am. Me. What is male? What is female? Can male eat more shiny food? Michael deadpanned. He turned to Arianne and said, we might need to go for a gender-neutral name. Arianne giggled. I suppose we'll just go with Owl for now. Fortunately, Arianne had only been teasing Michael. In the end, they both settled on naming the mutated owl Wisdom. Owls were often associated with intelligence and insight, and the name felt fitting. It also leaned gender-neutral, perhaps slightly masculine, but still balanced enough not to matter. Soon after, Michael and Arianne left the garden. As they walked back through the estate, the moment of quiet between them stretched a little too long for comfort. Eventually, Michael had to bid farewell to the princess. He then had one of the castle stewards request an audience with the Duke. The request was accepted without issue, and he wasn't kept waiting long. The Duke's study was quiet. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, casting soft shadows across rows of books and polished furniture. The scent of old paper and faint incense lingered in the air. At the far end, Duke Evermone sat behind a wide desk of darkwood, his expression unreadable, until he saw Michael enter. Then, the corners of the old man's eyes crinkled in something that resembled a smile. Sir Mike, the Duke said warmly, motioning for him to sit. I trust your time with Arianne was productive. Michael offered a polite nod, stepping forward with Wisdom perched quietly on his shoulder. It was enlightening, he replied, his tone respectful but relaxed. The Duke's eyes flicked to the owl. And this must be the result of that little experiment. I must admit, not what I expected you to walk away with. Michael gave a faint smile. Neither did I, Your Grace. But it seems I've picked up something peculiar. Peculiar indeed, the Duke chuckled. Most come to that garden seeking rare bloodlines. You, on the other hand, chose an owl. Michael didn't deny it. Sometimes, the smallest things have the biggest impact. The Duke raised a brow, intrigued by the statement but chose not to press. Instead, he leaned back slightly, lacing his fingers together. Well then, shall we move on to why you really asked to see me? Michael inclined his head. Yes. Thank you for making time. He paused for a moment, then continued, a few days ago, Your Grace gave me an instruction. That when I was ready to leave for my territory and begin ruling as Viscount, I should inform you personally. The Duke nodded slowly, leaning back in his chair. And that's what you're here to do now? Yes, Michael replied. I believe I'm ready. A brief silence passed between them, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as the Duke tapped his fingers lightly on a scroll. "Very well," the Duke said, his voice calm and assured. "In 3 days, my people will come to escort you. You won't need to concern yourself with logistics. By the time you arrive, everything should be functioning properly. Your staff has been briefed, and your subjects are expecting their new lord." Michael nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Your Grace." The Duke's expression softened slightly. "Of course. You've earned it. But before then, someone will visit you." Michael raised a brow. "A designer," the Duke clarified. "You'll need a coat of arms, a sigil to represent your house. Do you already have one in mind?" Michael shook his head. "I don't." "No matter," the Duke replied. "You'll speak with the designer and create something suitable. Symbols carry weight, Sir Mike, choose wisely." Michael gave a short nod. "I'll keep that in mind." The Duke smiled faintly. 3 days, Sir Mike, prepare yourself well." Michael stood as well, offering a respectful bow before turning to leave, with wisdom fluttering slightly on his shoulder and 1,000 thoughts already stirring in his mind. This was it. Another beginning. Michael didn't waste a second after leaving the Duke's. He was kind of in a hurry to return home. The mutated owl rested calmly on his shoulder, but Michael's mind was anything but calm. There was so much he needed to test, to verify. That taming skill alone had opened an entirely new door he hadn't even considered walking through before. Fortunately, he didn't need to run back home. Apparently a steward had prepared a ride for him on the princess' orders. When the carriage arrived, Michael climbed in without a word. The steward offered a polite bow and stepped aside, and the ride back passed in a blur. He barely noticed the streets. Barely heard the clatter of hooves or the distant voices of merchants. By the time the carriage pulled up in front of his home, Michael was already halfway out the door before it even stopped moving properly. Soon, Michael was at his doorfront. "Welcome, B.A., Ace started to say, only to trail off as Michael brushed past him without a word. Wisdom hooted once, softly, as they crossed into the hall. Michael didn't even glance back. "Later," he muttered. Ace blinked in confusion. One was Michael's current behavior. The second. Was that an owl? Backing his room, Michael made his way to his bed to sit. Michael sat on the edge of his bed, elbows resting on his knees, gaze fixed on the mutated owl now perched quietly on his shoulder. Wisdom blinked slowly, swiveling his head just enough to meet Michael's eyes. Michael exhaled through his nose. "All right then. Let's see what this skill can really do." His thoughts drifted to taming. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency, 2 fan tram, 20 fan tram chance to copy a random skill from a tamed creature. 2 fan tram chance to copy a specific targeted skill. 10 fan tram chance to teach one of the user's personal skills to a tamed creature. All copied or taught skills will begin at basic mastery with a cooldown of 5 days. At basic mastery, you can only tame 5 creatures. Tamed creatures, 1 fan 5, Michael tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. "Only 1 skill," he murmured, staring at Wisdom. "So really, the random option is the smart one. 20% versus 2. "I want to copy a skill," he said quietly, directing the command inward. "Random. Attempting to copy random skill from tamed creature. Chance, 20 fan tram, rolling. You have successfully copied a skill from your tamed creature, Wisdom. Skill acquired, phase shift, basic mastery, proficiency, 1, 0 fan tram." Michael stared at the glowing notification in disbelief. Then blinked. Then stared some more. Am I dreaming? Michael looked down at his hands like they might start melting or glowing or burst into confetti. Nothing happened. His room was still his room. Wisdom was still an owl. But seriously, first try. Michael slowly raised a hand and slapped his cheek. Yep. That hurt. Damn it, this is real. For a long second, Michael just sat there, staring into the void like a man questioning all known laws of probability. Because in his world, a 20-fan tram chance meant you'd fail 4 times, get bitter, swear at the gods, try again, fail twice more, and maybe, just maybe, get lucky on the 7th try. He had tried this out of faith. Blind, stupid, hopeful faith. Michael was mentally prepared to wait a year. Phase shift acquired. He let out a soft laugh that bordered on unhinged. Okay, I get it. This is the part where my luck peaks and everything crashes tomorrow, right? Michael stared back at the panel. Phase shift, basic mastery, proficiency, 1, 0 fan tram, it was real. He had teleportation. Sort of. At basic mastery, but still. If this keeps up, I might actually believe I'm the main character. Michael paused. Then narrowed his eyes. Nope. That's exactly the kind of thinking that gets you killed in the next chapter. He tapped his temple. Stay humble. Still, he couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Michael leaned back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with the contentment of a man who'd won the lottery by tripping and falling on the ticket. Guess we're leveling this bad boy up, huh? He said aloud. Michael then turned his attention back to the taming skill itself. Now that he had successfully copied a skill, he expected some sort of cooldown on the entire function, but to his surprise, only the copy portion was grayed out. The teach portion of the ability was still available. Huh, Michael murmured, eyes narrowing slightly. So the cooldowns were skill-type specific. That was interesting. Copying was on a 5-day lockout. I could teach it something, he muttered, glancing sideways at Wisdom. The owl tilted its head. It was tempting. But in the end. Later, Michael muttered, mentally shelving the idea. When I know more. Instead, his thoughts shifted toward mastery. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency, 2 fan tram, this was only the beginning. Basic mastery. What would happen at intermediate mastery? Advanced. If basic already allowed him to form spiritual contracts, copy and teach skills, and tame up to 5 creatures, then the next levels. 10 creatures, he wondered aloud. Better odds. More proficiency equals better perks. But how does he raise it? Michael didn't have a clear answer. He'd only used the skill once, and it wasn't like taming was something you could just spam. But if using the skill at all counted toward its growth, then every successful bond, perhaps every teaching attempt since copying was in the gray for now, they should all contribute. Fine, Michael muttered to himself. Then I'll grind it. Just like everything else. However, he figured he'd need to return to Aurora to research a bit first. Michael's eyes drifted to the panel again. 5 taming slots. He'd already filled one. 4 to go. Michael had no plans to tame more beasts at the moment, but unfortunately, he was greedy for the skill's other function. And that brought his thoughts back to his undead. Technically, they were his, created by him, bound to his soul, and fully obedient. But they weren't tamed in the truest sense of the word. The bond he shared with them wasn't one of spiritual harmony or mutual agreement. It was more like a master-servant connection that was closer to a master-subordinate relationship. This subtle difference might just be the key that makes taming work. Michael didn't hesitate. He summoned Spartan, his undead high-human mage. A magic circle flared on the floor, and Spartan emerged, clad in his usual black armor with a hood drawn low over his face, concealing his features in shadow. There was nothing new to observe. Michael hadn't summoned him for conversation. Without wasting a moment, he activated taming. As he did, a surge of instinctive knowledge rushed into him, the same way all system skills worked. He didn't need to be taught. He just knew. And so, he followed the flow. Michael stepped forward, eyes fixed on Spartan. His hand hovered slightly in the air, fingers spread, as though reaching for something not quite visible. The knowledge that had rushed into his mind when he activated taming guided his actions. A faint glow gathered around his palm. Unlike the dark energy that surrounded his necromantic summons, this one pulsed with a strange silver-white hue. Spartan didn't move. He didn't flinch, resist, or react. He simply stood there, expressionless behind the faint shadows of his hood. Michael pressed forward, palm glowing as it touched the chestplate of the high human. Michael felt a pull. A flicker of something foreign brushing against the edge of his spirit. It wasn't the full force merging like when he bonded with wisdom. It was a bit different. But something oddly felt familiar. It was like déjà vu. There was a strange feeling of resonance. Michael's brow furrowed. There was no resistance. In fact, things felt easier. The glow on Michael's palm intensified for a moment, then sank into Spartan's armor and vanished with a quiet shimmer. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Taming successful. Tamed creature, 2 Fan 5, undead high human. Michael froze. Normally he should have a smile on his face thanks to his success at casting the skill. Why has my connection with you weakened? Michael's voice was barely more than a whisper. But the moment he spoke those words, a chill spread down his spine. It wasn't fear. Not quite yet. It was more like unease. A kind of phantom itch just beneath the skin, an instinct honed by countless hours relying on undead that were nothing more than loyal minions. Minions that never questioned, never wavered, never thought. He felt something. Not cold obedience. Not mindless loyalty. Just Spartan's presence. He felt something in there, however, it was not like a puppet waiting for strings, but like a soldier acknowledging a general. Respectful. But aware. Michael's brows drew together. To himself, he thought, if Spartan wanted to. Could he fight me now? The possibility had never once occurred to him before. It shouldn't even exist. For the first time since becoming a necromancer, Michael felt a flicker of insecurity. It wasn't that he believed Spartan would rebel. It was that he now realized Spartan could. The difference was subtle, but devastating. His connection with Spartan hadn't vanished. It hadn't even grown weaker in the way most would notice. But Michael felt it. That unshakable, absolute control he had before. The leash. It had turned into a thread. Still strong. Still taut. But no longer iron. No longer unchallengeable. Michael sat down again, exhaling slowly. His gaze didn't leave Spartan. The undead mage remained motionless, as obedient as ever, but now, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. And then the realization struck. Taming had overridden the necromantic link. It had been a master-servant bond forged through death magic, but now it felt like they were equal. Not entirely equal, Michael still held dominance in the contract. But barely. Like a man with high seniority, not absolute sovereignty. And worse, Spartan strength wasn't that far from Michael. The closer in power the tamer was to the beast, the more the contract leaned toward parity. Mutual recognition. So with Spartan. It wasn't master-servant anymore. It was partner-partner. Michael dragged a hand down his face. He wasn't angry. He wasn't even upset at Spartan. But he'd uncovered a truth that undermined the very Michael side again. He'd have to rethink everything. His entire legion. His entire path. Taming has its advantages, but at what cost? Was it worth the loss of control? Michael didn't know yet. But one thing was clear. He'd crossed a line. Michael leaned forward, elbows on his knees, mind racing. The weight of realization still clung to him like a heavy cloak. But then, something else stirred in his thoughts. The contract scrolls. He blinked, the memory slotting in like a missing puzzle piece. Back at the auction, he'd been given several master-servant contract scrolls by the auction manager. 3, to be exact. Identical to the one used to bind Lyra. Michael reached into his storage space, rummaging mentally through the organized lists of items until he found it. A soft shimmer lit the air in front of him as the scroll appeared. Michael's lips pressed into a line. Could this overwrite the new, taming, contract? Could he undo what he'd just done and restore things to the way they were? He didn't know. But if there was even a chance. Michael's eyes drifted toward his panel. Tamed creatures, 2 fan 5, contract slots used, 104 fan 125. 1 slot dropped. Michael muttered. Previously, it had been 105. Which meant. Michael's jaw tightened. Taming. Doesn't share contract slots. It converted them. One of his necromantic contracts had been consumed, rewritten, restructured under the new system. The necromantic leash had become a taming thread, and in doing so, had freed up 1 slot. He was effectively trading control for connection. Command for subtle consent. And now, with the scroll in hand, Michael found himself hesitating. This wasn't just about Spartan. This was about his undead army. How many would he eventually try taming? Taming, after all, had its own advantages. Michael closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence stretch. Maybe. It wasn't all that bad. If the bond between beast tamers and their creatures was truly weak, then beast taming would be the weakest profession in the universe, and it wasn't. Michael exhaled through his nose, leaning further into his thoughts. The loss of absolute obedience was a blow, yes. But it wasn't without compensation. Spartan was an undead. That alone made things different. Sure, his intelligence had grown over time. Many of Michael's older undead had begun mimicking behaviors, emotions, even basic individuality. But they were still undead. At the core of it, how many true emotions could an undead even possess? Love. Compassion. Ambition. The truth was, even with the new, taming, bond, Spartan was still fundamentally undead. His loyalty wasn't just programmed, it was a part of what he was. So perhaps the change wasn't as devastating as it felt. In fact, it might be manageable. Michael opened his eyes and looked at the scroll again. He thought about what would happen if he used it. Would it restore the old necromantic control? He didn't think so now that he thought of it. If it was anything like what happened with Lyra, it would likely come with side effects. The contract scrolls were powerful, yes, but also rigid. They weren't designed to interface with the Awakener system. If he forced one over Spartan now, chances were he'd break the new link, maybe even prevent future growth. Lyra's experience had proven that. Once bound by the scroll, she couldn't level up through the Awakener system. Michael wouldn't risk that. He tossed the scroll back into his storage space with a flick of his hand. If control came at the cost of stagnation, then it wasn't worth it. Better to find balance. Michael's eyes were half-lidded with thought. I'm also at fault. Michael felt if he actually understood the structure of spells, if he wasn't so reliant on the automated casting through his system panel, maybe he could have done something now. Like re-engineer the contract and adjusted the framework of the bond so he wouldn't lose control the way he did. All he'd ever done was use what was handed to him. He had never really thought he'd need to understand the why behind it all. Only the how. Now it was biting him in the ass. Michael's mind wandered inevitably to the college exams just a few days away. The exams that determined whether he'd qualify for one of the Awakener academies. He still didn't take the academy as something like a school. He believes it's more like an organization. What could they possibly teach someone with a system? Michael ran a hand through his hair, letting out a dry breath. Now, he couldn't help but think about it again. Maybe the academy was exactly what it claimed to be, a holy land of knowledge. A place where you didn't just grow stronger, you learned why things worked, how they functioned, and what existed beyond what the system spoon-fed. If he passed, he could dig into real spell theory, contract theory. If he passed, he could learn. And if he learned enough, then maybe next time, he wouldn't be fumbling in the dark. Maybe next time, he'd know enough to design a bond his way. Not just accept the defaults the system handed him. Michael's gaze drifted back toward Spartan, who stood quietly. A part of him relaxed, just a little. It wasn't like he'd completely lost the bond. It was just different now. Michael drew in a slow breath. He stared at his open system panel, fingers twitching slightly at a thought that refused to leave his head now. What if I tried teaching Spartan a skill? The taming interface had two functions, copy and teach. He had already used copy. It was on cooldown. But teach, that one was still active. He hadn't tried it yet. But now, as he sat there, Spartan still within arm's reach, the eerie silence between them growing heavier by the second, it tugged at his curiosity like a lure. Could it work, he muttered. Undead high human, tamed creature, eligible for skill transfer, that was what the panel read. Michael stared at the teach button on the panel like it might bite him. A part of him wanted to press it immediately. But another part, the more paranoid part, hesitated. The skill copy had succeeded at 20 Fantram. That was already a statistical miracle. No one got that lucky twice. It was either going to work, or it wasn't. And if he was going to test this, better it be now, while he was still experimenting. Michael's eyes roamed over his skill list. He picked one at random. If he was going to be unlucky, then let it be with something he didn't put effort in. And if by some cosmic joke, he did get lucky again. A low chime echoed in his head. Attempting skill transfer to tamed creature. Initiating transfer. Skill successfully taught. Undead Revival, basic mastery, has been taught. This time, Michael was actually a little scared. What kind of luck was this? A 20 Fantram chance to copy a random skill, and he'd succeeded on the first try. A 10 Fantram chance to teach a skill, and again, first try. Was he still the same person who, even after getting stronger, once needed more than 10 attempts just to place a single undead in the netherworld? Michael blinked, then slowly sat back. Then a grin broke out across his face. He didn't even try to suppress it. Because this changed everything. Undead Revival had been successfully taught. That meant the teach function truly worked. And more importantly, it answered a question that had haunted him for a long time. How could he get his undead to learn more skills? Up until now, it had been a limitation he could only accept. Sure, Spartan and a few others were growing smarter with time, but when it came to actual skills, especially magic, it always felt like there was a wall. He'd figured eventually, as they evolved, their intelligence would catch up, and they'd naturally start picking up more complex abilities. But now, that limitation had been shattered. With taming, all he had to do was learn a skill himself. And then teach it. Michael's thoughts flashed to the skill he'd copied from wisdom. If his undead could learn it, the strength of his undead legion would skyrocket. No, explode. He could tailor units, customize roles, build actual synergy between the undead like a true army instead of just a horde. Once again, taming revealed its terrifying potential. But then, as the excitement buzzed through his veins, reality hit him square in the chest. Michael's grin faded slightly, replaced by a grimace. Learning the skills himself. That was the bottleneck. If he wanted his undead to grow, he had to grow. And that meant actually learning. Not just unlocking skills through the system. Real learning. Spell theory. Elemental control. Magic fundamentals. Things he had conveniently ignored, trusting the system to guide him. Michael groaned, dragging both hands down his face. Of course, he muttered. There's always a catch. A more sobering thought followed. Limitations. Michael pulled up the skills description and stared at a line. Tamed creatures, 2 fan 5, that was his current cap. And it wasn't because of his mana or stats. It was simply the skill's mastery. Taming was still at basic mastery. Which meant, unless it improved, 5 was the absolute maximum number of creatures he could tame. Michael frowned. If he wanted to give more of his undead the ability to learn under the taming bond, he'd have to choose carefully. And this was only one of the surface problems. He glanced back at the panel. Taming, basic mastery, proficiency, 5 fan tram, 5%. Just earlier, it had been 2. Michael squinted, a slow sigh escaping his lips. There had to be more ways to raise proficiency. He just didn't know any yet. But one thing was obvious. He needed to be patient. He couldn't go around recklessly taming everything in his legion just because the option existed. The unnamed undead, sure, maybe he could risk it with them. But the named ones. Lucky. Gale. Those ones weren't just pieces on a board. They were pillars of his army. If taming rewrote their bonds the way it had with Spartan, he couldn't risk them slipping from his grasp. Not unless he was sure. Michael tapped his fingers against his knee, the thoughts piling higher in his mind. He needed to do things differently now. And above all, not repeat the mistake of rushing forward without knowing what lay ahead. Michael then shifted his thoughts to the skill he'd just taught Spartan. Undead Revival. It was one of the 2 core skills of the Necromancer class. The first raised the dead. The second, Undead Summoning, gave the dead a place to stay. Revival brought them back. Summoning gave them a home. Michael tilted his head slightly, mulling it over. Does this mean I've made a necromancer? He murmured to himself. Then shook his head. No. Not really. Not without undead summoning. Without that, Spartan would have to drag his walking corpse around everywhere. The thought made him pause. Could Spartan even return to the netherworld? Technically, he should be able to. After all, while both skills, revival and summoning, Undead Revival brought a corpse to life. Undead Summoning linked that undead to the netherworld, allowing it to be dismissed and recalled freely. The dismissal part was easy. That just meant putting them away. But summoning, that required a connection. The catch was, it didn't necessarily have to be the same connection formed through his revival skill. Which meant, in theory, Spartan could still be dismissed. And summoned again. Michael exhaled, gaze flickering toward his undead mage. There was only one way to know for sure. Return, he commanded softly. A faint shimmer pulsed around Spartan's body. Then, in the next breath, he vanished, quietly and cleanly, into the netherworld, like slipping into a pocket between worlds. No resistance. No backlash. Michael's heart eased. He stared at the space Spartan had just occupied, waiting, testing for any strange residue, any backlash from the taming contract that might interfere with dismissal. So far, so good. Now for the real test. He extended his hand slightly. There was a beat of silence. Then the familiar flicker of dark light spiraled upward as a magic circle unfolded on the floor. Spartan stepped forth from the circle, hooded head bowed slightly as if in greeting. Michael's shoulders relaxed. Spartan could still be dismissed and summoned. He still had this ability. Now the main conflict Michael had felt about taming, that haunting loss of dominance, felt a bit more manageable now. Michael let out a slow breath. All right. That's one fire put out. He had worried that taming would sever the ability to dismiss and recall his undead like before. But it hadn't. There were still risks, still consequences, but this one, at least, wasn't as bad as he feared. Michael dismissed Spartan back to the netherworld and turned his attention to the owl perched on his shoulder. His first tamed beast. The creature was usually silent unless spoken to, but once you engaged it, it could be surprisingly talkative. Right now, though, Michael wasn't in the mood for conversation. He was still deciding what to do with the mutated owl. For one, he was certainly going to evolve wisdom. With its unique skill, phase shift, a blink-like movement that mimicked short-range teleportation, wisdom was already halfway to being a space-type beast. And that, more than anything, was what made the owl so valuable. Evolution didn't just increase a creature's strength. It raised their limits. Unlocked new traits. Birthed new skills. If Michael manipulated the evolution using the right materials, especially those infused with space-related energy, wisdom might not just resemble a space creature. It could become one. But for now, he couldn't rush it. His own advancement was just a few days away. He needed every bit of energy and focus to accumulate points needed for his rank up. Evolution would have to wait. Once he was stronger, once he'd secured a few more of his plans, then he could pour resources into wisdom's growth. But for now, there was a different problem on his mind. Where was he supposed to keep this owl? Would he have to carry it around on his shoulder everywhere? It wouldn't be so bad if wisdom stayed small, but evolution could lead to a larger body. If the bird grew significantly, it could become a real nuisance to move around with. Still, not all hope was lost. Michael found comfort in one thing: he'd be leaving the capital soon. He would finally settle in his own territory. A stretch of land bordering a vast forest. A place where hopefully secrets could stay buried. With that thought, Michael gently took wisdom from his shoulder and placed the bird on his bed. He'd tested the taming skill enough for now. He understood it better, what it offered, what it cost. But there was still one thing he hadn't tried. The skill he had copied from wisdom. It was time to see what it could really do. Michael stood in the center of his room. It was relatively empty, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk tucked against the far wall. He glanced at the system panel hovering in front of him. Phase shift, basic mastery, proficiency, 1, 0 Fantram, momentarily shift your body out of the material plane and reappear at a target location within 5 meters, bypassing physical obstructions. You do not become intangible, only your position changes. At basic mastery, the range is short and the casting requires focus. Shift must be to a visible location. Michael narrowed his eyes, focusing on a spot across the room, just beside the desk. 5 meters, huh? He could make that. Michael took a breath. Then activated it. The world twisted, not violently, but like the air itself folded inward. One moment, he stood near the center of the room. The next, he was beside the desk, boots landing softly on the wooden floor. Michael stood still for a moment, heart racing. That had worked. He just shifted from one end of the room to the other like it was nothing. The implications were massive. His grin came back with force, stretching wide across his face. He clenched and unclenched his fists, practically buzzing. This is insane. A skill that let him bypass physical space entirely. But as the excitement began to cool, his body reminded him that nothing came free. Michael exhaled, slower this time. The fatigue had crept up on him unnoticed in the moment, a subtle drain in his limbs, a tightness across his shoulders. It wasn't enough to cripple him, but it was noticeable. He then checked his mana reserves. It was down by about 5 fan tram. Michael blinked, frowning. That much. For a single cast of phase shift. He had a large mana pool. As an awakener, and a high human on top of that, his body and magic capacity were already leagues above the average person. But even he felt a small pulse of ache in his muscles and a slight ringing in his ears. If this skill had that kind of drain on him, what about a regular awakener? Someone with a caster-type class and average physical stats. Michael imagined it, a squishy mage using phase shift in a panic. It might save them. Maybe twice. But if they weren't careful, it would break them. This is more like a trump card, he muttered, nodding to himself. Not a spammable skill. At least not yet. And then, like a puzzle piece falling into place, the memory clicked. The zoo garden. The old man's words. Wisdom had been found injured. He looked toward the owl resting on the bed, peaceful, feathers twitching softly. That's how they caught you, isn't it? It made sense now. Wisdom might have used phase shift. But with that kind of mana and physical toll, the skill likely strained it too far, leaving it weakened, maybe even unconscious. And that made it easy pickings. Michael's thoughts returned to the skill description. Shift must be to a visible location. But visible to what? He looked around the room again, his eyes narrowing at the phrase. Did it mean his literal eyes? What about his senses? Technically he could see without his eyes at his current stage. In more than one way at that too. Could he jump to a place that he wasn't directly looking at, but could still sense? He turned around slowly, his back now facing the wardrobe. Let's find out. Michael closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and reached out with his awareness. He extended his perception. Then he activated phase shift. The world twisted again. But this time, there was hesitation. Michael felt resistance, like he was pushing through something. Michael reappeared, his back facing the bed, now standing in front of the wardrobe. His eyes were still closed. He opened them slowly, his heartbeat thumping in his chest and the faint hum of energy still vibrating in his veins. It had worked. Michael exhaled sharply, half in awe, half in disbelief. So, it's visible, not seen. That was what the description had said. The requirement hadn't been to see the spot. It had been for the spot to be visible. This meant if he could see it with his awareness, it counted as the spot being visible. If visibility didn't require direct line of sight, then phase shift was even more versatile than Michael thought. Michael flexed his fingers slowly, the faint tingling still there. But it hadn't been perfect. The resistance he'd felt before, he couldn't ignore it. That hesitation. He muttered. Was it because I didn't look? It seems vision with his eyes was still superior. This made Michael hesitant to try to see if he could phase between walls. Just as Michael was considering if he should run another test, a soft voice chirped in his head. Hungry. Michael paused. Then blinked. I'm hungry, Wisdom repeated through their mental link. Its tone was high-pitched, almost whiny, like a child nudging a parent for snacks. Michael turned to glance at the owl, which was now sitting up on the bed, blinking its bright, silvery eyes at him. Do you have any shiny stuff I can eat? The voice added with innocent eagerness. Michael's brow twitched. Shiny stuff. Wisdom bobbed its head, talons curling against the sheets. Yes. The sparkly things. Like last time. Tasted warm. Good. Crunchy. Michael's frown deepened. He suspected he knew exactly what Wisdom was referring to. It should be the stuff it had taken that had mutated it. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't have any on me right now, he muttered aloud, mostly to himself. Wisdom tilted its head, blinking innocently. Then find one. Michael gave it a deadpan stare. The owl's wings twitched. Michael groaned again. He had a half-space-type bird with a shiny addiction. And now, it was his responsibility to feed it. Of course it was. He glanced at Wisdom, who was still watching him expectantly. Fine, he muttered. I'll figure something out. Wisdom let out a pleased hoot and settled down again, clearly satisfied. Michael wasn't entirely helpless in Wisdom's case. Sure, he didn't have a stockpile of miracle-class items just lying around, but he had a theory, and it wasn't a bad one. Michael suspected that as long as an item was edible and had some mana coursing through it, Wisdom should be able to take it. It was a ridiculous requirement for a pet, but not an impossible one. As for why the Duke's people hadn't figured this out, well, that was easy. Who was going to waste a rare or enchanted material on feeding an owl? Only someone with more guts than sense, or perhaps someone with both, and a dangerous lack of regard for their wallet. Still, now that the bond had been formed, he had a responsibility to keep the owl healthy. And if the only way to do that was by feeding it mana-infused shiny things, then, well, he'd make it work. Eventually. The Super Association in Aurora would be able to help him, and since he also needed to return there to research a few things, like how beast tamers stored their pets, or if they even did at all, it worked out perfectly. However, Michael couldn't leave just yet. He didn't want to be absent when the Duke's designated envoy arrived to finalize the symbol inscription. Missing that would be very bad. Fortunately, Wisdom still seemed capable of holding off his hunger for now, so Michael was fine with waiting a little longer. With Wisdom temporarily pacified and no immediate tasks pressing down on him, Michael sank onto the floor and crossed his legs. He slowly let out a breath, closed his eyes, and began circulating his cultivation technique. The familiar rhythm greeted him, cool energy trickling through his body like a slow, meandering stream. But something felt off. The flow was sluggish, less responsive than before. He'd known this day would come. The technique he was using was a basic one, but it simply wasn't keeping up anymore. Not with his current stage, not with his evolving needs. Still, it was better than nothing. Minutes passed. Then an hour. He kept his breathing even, his mind focused, drawing in the ambient mana. Yet, with each cycle, he grew more certain this method was outdated. Michael opened his eyes with a quiet sigh. I need a better one, he muttered. His thoughts turned to Mage Lien. The old man still owed him deeply. Between the favor Michael had done for him and the implications of what he represented, Lien wouldn't dare brush him off. And with how casually that man tossed around rare knowledge and ancient scrolls, surely another cultivation technique wouldn't be too much to ask. Michael sank deeper into the rhythm of meditation, letting the sluggish currents of energy swirl through his meridians. It was the only thing that helped pass the time without spiraling into frustration. With each breath, the weight in his body lightened just a little, and the haze of exhaustion dulled. And so Michael waited. Knock. Knock. Michael's eyes snapped open. He didn't speak, but his head tilted slightly toward the door. Another knock came. A bit louder. My lord, Ace's voice called from the hallway. There's someone here to see you. Michael only stayed still for a moment before standing up. There was only one person he'd been expecting. He smoothed out his clothes, dusted off a stray feather Wisdom had left on his shoulder, and walked to the door. On the other side of the door was Ace with a respectful bow. Michael acknowledged him with a nod as he made his way downstairs. When Michael stepped into his modest living room, the first thing he saw was a slender, middle-aged man seated calmly on the couch. The man immediately rose to his feet upon seeing him, his posture impeccable and his manner refined. He wore a formal dark tunic lined with silver threading, simple, but of unmistakably high quality. His graying hair was slicked back. The man bowed slightly. "Viscount Mike," he greeted with a courteous smile. "It is an honor. I've been sent by His Grace to assist with the design of your house symbol." Michael studied him briefly. The man's words were respectful, but not obsequious. He carried himself with the air of someone used to dealing with nobility, but not one who bowed too deeply. A professional. Michael inclined his head slightly. "You may rise. What should I call you?" "Lucien, my lord," the man replied. Michael stepped further into the room, motioning for Lucien to sit as he took the opposite chair. "Let's get started then," he said simply. "Time's already moving too fast." Lucien nodded, pulling out a thin black leather folder and opening it with practiced ease. Inside were sketches, sample sigils, and a blank crest outline waiting to be filled. "Do you have a theme in mind, my lord?" Lucien asked, setting the materials on the table between them. "The symbol should reflect your ideals. Some prefer animals. Others, weapons or elements. And something entirely unique." Michael's gaze dropped to the blank parchment. His fingers tapped slowly against the armrest as his thoughts wandered. A house symbol. It felt strange, almost surreal. 2 months ago, he had no land. No territory. No need for a crest that would fly above gates or be etched into armor. And now here he was, being asked what image would represent not just him, but everything tied to his name. Lucien waited patiently, unmoving. There was no pressure, just quiet expectation. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. A weapon. That had some appeal. But swords and spears seemed overused. A skull. Fitting, but too blatant. It might invite scrutiny. His power over death was better left understated for now. Still, he couldn't shake the thought of what truly defined him. Lucien watched him for a moment longer, then gave a polite smile. "My lord, if I may." Michael gestured for him to continue. "Many find themselves overwhelmed when choosing a symbol," Lucien began smoothly, his voice calm and measured. "It is not uncommon. A crest is more than decoration." He leaned slightly forward, folding his hands atop the folder. "Some choose beasts, majestic creatures they admire, or ones that reflect their nature. The lion for courage. The owl for wisdom. The serpent for cunning. Others choose weapons, a blade to represent strength or a bow to signify precision and patience." Lucien's gaze flicked up, briefly meeting Michael's. "There are even those who choose abstract designs. Symbols tied to faith, to old stories, or to personal memory. And some simply choose what calls to them. What feels right." He paused, letting the silence settle before asking, "Do any of these speak to you, my lord? When you picture yourself, your future, what image lingers in your mind? A beast? A blade? A flame? Or perhaps something more personal?" Michael remained silent, his mind turning. A beast. He had a growing army of them. Spartan. Wisdom. The others. A weapon. He had a spear. Or perhaps both. Lucien continued, voice still gentle. "It doesn't have to be final. Symbols evolve, just as people do. But starting with something that resonates with you often leads to the strongest choices." Michael's eyes dropped again to the blank parchment. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. A symbol that defined him. And just like that, an idea began to form. Something primal. Something layered. Not just power, but control. Something that whispered what he was, not screamed it. He looked up slowly, eyes meeting Lucien's once more. I have a rough idea, he said. Lucien smiled with practiced ease. Then let us give it form, my lord. Michael leaned forward, his voice calm but certain. A cauldron, he said. Lucien blinked once, then nodded, already reaching for a fresh sheet of parchment. A bold centerpiece, he said neutrally. Cauldrons are often used to symbolize transformation, alchemy, hidden potential. Michael didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The cauldron wasn't for public meaning. Not really. To others, it might represent mysticism or transmutation. To him, it was a quiet nod to the talent that had shaped everything he had. It was the origin of all his power. My lord, Lucien continued, still sketching, any additions to support the theme? Surrounding motifs. Michael's gaze drifted toward the window, thoughts momentarily far away. Then, slowly, he said, 2 wolves. One on each side. Lucien looked up again but didn't ask why. Michael appreciated that. To most, wolves would be taken as a symbol of loyalty, of hunting prowess, of pack hierarchy. But to Michael, they meant something far more specific. Lucky and Prince. 2 of his first undead. His companions from the very beginning. He didn't care what form the final crest took, whether it made others think of nobility, ferocity, or even wilderness. The meaning was for him alone. I'll draft something balanced, Lucien said, already sketching with swift, steady strokes. The wolves can be either standing or crouched, flanking the cauldron. Would you prefer them symmetrical? Facing outward or inward? Inward, Michael said after a pause. But they don't need to be identical. Lucien gave a small approving nod. Understood. A mirrored pose would imply duality, while variations in their posture. That suggests personality. Individual significance. Lucky and Prince were both wolves. Both undead. But they were not the same. Lucien didn't question further. His hands moved with practiced ease as he worked. Michael watched the lines take shape, first the round base of the cauldron, then the rising curve of its rim. Flames licked around the edges, subtle but present. The wolves followed soon after, one sleek and low-slung, the other broader, more upright, as if mid-growl. Minutes passed in focused silence. When Lucien finally turned the sheet toward him, Michael took it in with a steady gaze. It wasn't finished yet. It wasn't perfect. But it felt right. Lucien leaned back slightly. I'll begin refining the lines, adding depth and detail. Once the final version is done, I'll send the drafts to the engravers. This symbol will be recorded in the Noble Registry and appear on your seal, banners, and any official documents. Michael gave a small nod, his expression unreadable. Good. If anything comes to mind before then, adjustments or revisions, just send word. It's your crest, after all. Michael didn't answer immediately. Then finally, he said, this will do. Lucien smiled politely and began packing up. I'll have the first full render ready before you leave for your territory. You'll receive a carved seal alongside the banners and personal sigil mark. Michael stood, signaling the meeting was over. As Lucien bowed and turned to leave, Michael thought more of the sketch. He didn't know what others would see when they looked at that symbol, but that didn't matter. The only person it needed to mean something to was him. This somehow feels like I'm starting again. Like a new chapter in my life. After Lucien's departure, Michael took a few moments to himself. A moment later, he made his way back to his room. There weren't many loose threads left for Michael to address in the capital, so he wanted to use his available time to settle some things in Aurora. And then, with wisdom tucked away and Spartan summoned to protect his body, Michael set off for Aurora with his mark of origin. The moment he arrived, Michael reached out for his phone like an obsessed teenager. Though it was currently evening in Aurora, aside from his undead, Michael was the only one in his residence. Aunt Mia and Lily were still away. However, used to this, Michael focused on his business. First thing he did was check the school chat group. The group chat, still as bland and disorganized as ever, was filled with scattered conversations, memes, and occasional panic about preparation. But the pinned message hadn't changed. College entrance, 4 days remaining. Please be sure to arrive early. There were no new updates. Michael closed the app and immediately went to his browser where he logged into the Super Association forum. Michael stared at the login screen for a moment before pressing enter. The Super Association forum loaded with its familiar layout. But Michael wasn't here to scroll mindlessly. He tapped the search bar at the top and typed in the question that had been nagging at him since his bond with wisdom. How do beast tamers store their beasts? Dozens of threads popped up instantly. As expected, the information pool was wide, but fractured. He quickly noticed that the content fell into 2 distinct categories, posts by cultivators and posts by awakeners. He clicked one tagged under, Cultivation Path. The first few lines already had Michael frowning. Traditional cultivators without a beast-taming awakening typically use beast pouches to store their tamed creatures. However, beast pouches are quite expensive, as even the cheapest of them require millions to purchase. Michael groaned. Another expense, but a solution at least. Then he clicked on a thread under the Awakened Beast Tamer class tag. Immediately, a video post autoplayed at the top. It featured a confident young woman standing beside a lion-sized panther before it shimmered and disappeared into thin air. All beast tamers gain a beast storage space upon awakening. This functions like a spatial dimension all awakeners have. You can summon or dismiss your bonded beasts at will. Storage limits depend on your class rank, but even rank 1 beast tamers can carry 2 to 3 creatures without issue. Michael raised a brow. That was convenient. He continued. Only awakeners with the beast tamer class have this ability by default. The space is tied to the class's internal structure and can't be accessed without it. Skills that allow you to tame beasts, without actually awakening as a beast tamer, do not grant this storage space. There it was. Michael leaned back in his chair and sighed. He wasn't an awakened beast tamer. He just had a taming skill. That made all the difference. So no spatial beast storage for him. Michael frowned. But he wasn't one to sulk for long. Michael straightened up, cracked his knuckles, and opened a new tab. How do beast pouches work? The search returned less results this time. Michael clicked one that seemed promising. Alternate methods of transporting beasts without beast tamer class. Michael scrolled quickly through the replies. Most were complaints about the cost of beast pouches. But then his eyes caught a comment almost buried in the noise. Awakeners who tame beasts but aren't beast tamers can still use beast pouches to store their bonded creatures. The key is the bond. The pouch uses this bond as the anchor to stabilize the creature inside. Those beasts can travel with you, even between origin and your local plane through the use of your storage space. Michael froze. His eyes locked on that line. Even between origin and your local plane. Michael's mind reeled. This wasn't just a solution to Wisdom's storage problem. This was a bridge. He sat in stunned silence for a moment, the weight of the discovery settling in. If the bond between awakeners and their beasts could be used to transfer them between realms, between the land of origin and Aurora, perhaps it wasn't just beasts that could cross over. It was anything bonded. No way, he muttered. But the thought had already taken root. If beast pouches could carry living creatures between worlds so long as they were tamed, anchored through the right bond, then what else could be carried across? Could he bring someone from Origin to Aurora? The implications were terrifying. And exhilarating. Michael leaned forward, fingers flying across the keyboard now. He searched for high-tier beast pouches. The prices were brutal. The best pouches cost more than weapons. More than armor. Some were auction only. Others required credentials. But it was acceptable for him. Difficult, but doable. Michael sat back again, exhaling slowly. He was going to need a beast pouch. As for whether he was going to use the beast pouch for something other than storing his tamed beasts, Michael decided to leave that to his future self. Just now, he had searched the forum to see if beast pouches could be used to transport anything other than beasts. Unfortunately, nothing had come up. This could only mean two things. 1. The thread didn't exist in the forum. 2. Michael didn't have enough rights to access that information. To confirm, he would need to rank up and upgrade his member level. After bookmarking the thread, Michael leaned back and opened a new tab. His thoughts drifted to wisdom again, particularly the owl's peculiar appetite. Shiny stuff, Michael muttered, rubbing his forehead. What do beast-tamer pets eat? The forum loaded with posts, ranging from confused newbies to professional beast-tamers discussing feeding habits. As expected, the responses were wide-ranging. He skimmed a post. Different beasts eat different things depending on their species, level, and so on. The most common food source for tamed creatures is mana-infused monster meat. Some can survive on regular meat, but it's not ideal. Without mana, their growth slows and their abilities may even regress. Different beasts eat different things depending on their species, level, and so on. The most common food source for tamed creatures is mana-infused monster meat. Some can survive on regular meat, but it's not ideal. Without mana, their growth slows and their abilities may even regress. Michael nodded slowly. Monster meat. That made sense. There was a time Lucky and Prince had been seriously injured, but even as undead, devouring some monster corpses had improved their situation. Unfortunately, according to the old man caring for the Duke's private zoo, Wisdom also doesn't eat monster meat. Michael moved to the next reply. Some creatures develop an instinct for consuming items infused with mana, regardless of whether they're meat or not. They seek energy, not taste. Crystals, infused metals, alchemical remnants, these count as food to them. If it holds mana and is digestible, they can absorb it. Michael leaned forward. This was it. Wisdom wasn't just hungry, he was probably hunting for energy sources. Mana-rich ones. The shiny stuff it mentioned likely wasn't just about how it looked but how it felt. I'll get one for a trial. 2 days later. Michael sat cross-legged on his bed in his residence in Lionheart, watching as Wisdom fluttered down and landed softly before him. In his hand, he held a mana-infused fruit. Here, Michael said simply, holding it out. Wisdom didn't hesitate. The owl's head bobbed forward, talons clicking on the floor as it stepped up to the offering. With an eerie grace, the creature bit into the fruit. Michael narrowed his eyes. You like it? Wisdom didn't speak, but it did let out a low, satisfied hum. Michael gave a short chuckle. Figures. You won't touch monster meat, but glowing. He leaned back, one hand bracing him as he looked at the window. A soft breeze rustled the curtains, warm and dry. Evenings in the land of origin were always calm like this. In the quiet, his mind drifted to the letter he'd received the previous day. A formal scroll, sealed with the Grand Mage Lien's crest. Mage Lien's neat script had been brief but professional. Viscount Mike, due to the volume of specialized materials you have requested, I would like to offer you the option of having them delivered directly to your new territory via the Kingdom's Flying Ship Division. If you would like, arrangements can also be made for your travel aboard. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Michael had reread the letter 3 times. The offer was generous. More than generous, really. A flying ship wasn't something just anyone could hop on. For Lien to casually offer it said a lot about how much backing Michael now had. He'd almost agreed immediately. But hadn't. Because Duke Evermoon had also made his own promise that transportation to his land would be arranged. And Michael still had a visit to make to the man later today. He couldn't afford to step on the Duke's toes. Even now, Michael felt the tug of impatience. He wanted to go. The sooner he reached his land, the sooner he could start his plans, but patience was key. Michael reached out and scratched gently beneath Wisdom's beak. The owl blinked, glowing eyes narrowing into something close to affection. "You're lucky I spoil you," Michael muttered. "These mana fruits cost more than decent armor here." Wisdom flared its wings briefly. Unfortunately, due to the complexity of beast pouches, Michael hadn't gotten one yet. "With how clingy you are, I would need to carry you on Shoulder Express again." A childish voice echoed in Michael's mind. A small smile tugged at Michael's lips. "Of course you like that idea," he muttered. Wisdom gave a little flap of its wings. Michael stood, brushing off his coat. It was almost time to leave. An hour later, Michael stepped out of his room fully dressed, his long coat lightly brushing the floor behind him. Waiting just outside was a carriage, sleek, dark blue, and clearly high-end. Ace stood beside the driver, his arms crossed. "Morning, Lord Mike," Ace greeted. Michael nodded once. Ace gestured with his thumb toward the rear of the carriage. "Oh, and you have company." Before Michael could ask, the door to the carriage opened. Out stepped Lyra. She wore a long gray cloak with a deep hood that shadowed most of her face. "My lord," she said quietly, her eyes meeting his. Michael blinked. "You're coming." "She insisted," Ace said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Said if you're going to visit someone important, you shouldn't go alone." Michael arched an eyebrow. Lyra didn't flinch. "I am yours to command." Her words were blunt, but there was no sarcasm in them. Just quiet fact. Michael considered it for a moment. Then he nodded. "Fine. But keep the hood down always." She nodded once. Together, they climbed into the carriage. Inside, the cabin was just as Ace had promised, quiet, smooth, and luxuriously cushioned. As the carriage began to move, Michael sat back with a soft exhale, his hand resting casually on the armrest. Lyra sat across from him, her posture straight and perfectly still, as though she were part of the furniture itself. The hood of her cloak concealed most of her expression, but Michael could tell she was alert. "Can you eat shiny stuff?" Michael blinked. He turned slowly toward Wisdom. "No," Michael said, his tone dry. "That's not normal." Wisdom tilted his head, wide glowing eyes unblinking. His feathers fluffed slightly, like a child sulking. "But shiny. Feel nice." The words echoed faintly in Michael's mind. Michael sighed. Shiny doesn't mean edible. The Duke's office was just as Michael remembered. The shelves were lined with scrolls and tomes, the walls bearing emblems of the Evermoon family. However, this time, unlike last time, a large map of the kingdom hung behind the Duke's desk, marked with dozens of flags and notes. Michael sat comfortably across from Duke Evermoon, who leaned forward slightly, a thin sheaf of parchment in hand. "So," the Duke began, his voice calm but clear, "Thornvale." He placed the parchment on the table between them and tapped its edge. "Your new territory." Michael offered a nod, saying nothing yet. Lyra stood quietly behind him, her face hidden in the shadows of her hood. Neither man acknowledged her presence beyond a glance. The Duke didn't care enough to ask, and Michael wasn't planning to explain. The Duke leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. The Everlong forest borders much of Thornvale's northern boundary. It's rich in both danger and Opportunities. He glanced down at the parchment again and tapped a section near the bottom. You'll find 8 noble houses within Thornvale. 5 barons, 2 landed knights, and 1 viscount under your jurisdiction. Michael's brows rose slightly. Another viscount. Former, the Duke clarified. Your predecessor died 2 years ago during a failed expedition into the Everlong Forest. His seat remained unclaimed until now. The other nobles have held on, barely, but they'll be expecting direction. I assume they're loyal. Michael asked. The Duke shrugged. Loyal enough to their own interests. A few might test you. Michael said nothing, but kept this in mind. You'll be under Count Hallen, the Duke continued. He oversees the entire Thornvale region and reports to me directly. He won't interfere with your day-to-day, but if you start making waves, you'll hear from him. Understood, Michael replied simply. The Duke pulled out another sheet, this one bearing Thornvale's seal. This has everything else you'll need: local taxes, terrain maps, defensive positions, and trade routes. Michael took it without ceremony, sliding it into his robe. You'll also receive a small escort unit, 30 soldiers, enough to establish presence but not enough to draw attention. The real defense will come from what you bring. Michael nodded. I have my own arrangements. The Duke eyed him for a moment, as if wanting to ask more, but didn't. Instead, he said, there's one more thing. He gestured at the map behind him, pointing to a cluster of red markers surrounding Thornvale's borders. Monster activity in the Everlong Forest has increased. Michael's eyes narrowed. How bad is it? Manageable, for now. But if it gets worse, Thornvale will be the first to bleed. Be prepared. The Duke's gaze lingered on the map for a moment longer before shifting back to Michael. Now, let's talk about the people. Michael's posture straightened slightly. The population of Thornvale is just under 20,000. It's a small town, barely qualifies as one, really, but it's where your manor is located. Michael showed no outward reaction. The Duke reached for another parchment and slid it toward Michael. It was a list of names, village heads, guild representatives, merchant licenses, and noble families. These are the people you'll need to work with. The people waiting for you there already have this, but it's better you have your own idea too. Michael scanned the list briefly before pocketing it. Thank you. The Duke gave a short nod, then turned to one of the drawers beneath his desk. I almost forgot, he said, his voice more casual now. Lucien left this with me before he departed. Said it was the final version. He pulled out a rolled-up sketch wrapped in a thin leather tie and handed it over to Michael. Michael took it carefully and began unrolling the parchment. His breath hitched. There it was, his symbol. Lucien's final design. A black cauldron sat at the center, stylized and sharp-edged, resting atop a faint green base that hinted at flames, though it was subtle enough not to be overt. To the left and right of the cauldron stood 2 wolves, their bodies sleek and poised, not snarling but alert. They faced forward like guardians, their eyes sharp and intelligent. The entire crest was edged in green and black, with a minimalist aesthetic. Just the cauldron. And the wolves. Michael stared at it for a long time. It was perfect. The cauldron represented his talent. The wolves. Lucky and Prince. His first companions. His first soldiers. Well, the actual number was 3, but the last wolf. Michael didn't like to think about it. A part of him still believed he was to blame for that wolf's current state. But at the same time, he knew it wasn't entirely his fault either. Love, after all, could only be divided so many times. Even among the same type of undead, his favorites had never exceeded 2. The Duke tilted his head, watching Michael. You like it? Michael nodded once. I do. It's clean, the Duke said, studying it over his shoulder. Not flashy. Not desperate to impress. But distinct. Michael rolled it back up and placed it inside his coat. It'll do. The Duke chuckled softly. You and your modesty. Very well. We'll register it with the kingdom today, then have the emblem embroidered on the appropriate documents. You'll need it on all formal seals going forward. It's the face of your house now. Michael inclined his head. Understood. You know, the Duke said as he sat back down, Lucien's been designing symbols for over a decade. Said this was one of the easiest commissions he ever did. Michael looked mildly amused. Really? Said you didn't change a thing after the next day he visited you with more design models. Gave him some direction, then left him to work. That kind of trust, it's rare. Michael didn't answer. Because it wasn't trust. He just didn't know jack about designs to actively be involved in the process. His needs were also simple. And maybe just a little faith that Lucien would do it right. But even he didn't expect this level of right. Michael stood. So did the Duke. The Duke gave a short nod and added, since you'll be leaving tomorrow. Michael paused mid-step, turning slightly as the Duke continued. You should pay Arianne a visit. Michael raised a brow. The Duke's expression was calm but deliberate. You'll still be coming back here from time to time, I'm sure. But it might not be soon. And even if it is, it won't be the same. You'll be a lord, busy with land, duties, and whatever else you plan to stir up out there. Michael said nothing, waiting for him to continue. The Duke smiled faintly. It won't kill you to say goodbye. Or at least something close to it. Michael gave a slight nod. I'll see her before I leave. Good. The Duke sat back down, reaching for a quill. You can go now. I'll handle the rest. Michael sat cross-legged in the sitting room of his residence. He rested one elbow on the arm of the chair, fingers lightly tapping his chin in thought. Across from him stood three people. Lyra, cloaked as always, her eyes half-lidded but alert. Leah and Ace awkwardly stood side by side. Wisdom, of course, had perched himself directly on Michael's shoulder. Watching. Always watching. Michael's gaze drifted from one boy to the other. I'll be leaving for my territory tomorrow, he said evenly. Neither Ace nor Leah responded immediately. Michael's voice remained calm, but firm. Lyra will accompany me. However, you two have to make a choice. He let the words settle before continuing. You can come with me. Serve under my name. In return, you'll be fed and paid, like before, but better this time. Michael's tone shifted slightly. Or, you stay here. Maintain this residence, manage the property in my absence, and handle minor affairs. I'll pay you a monthly salary either way. Still, the boys were silent. The silence stretched. Leah's hands clenched at his sides. His face was tight and conflicted. Ace's mouth opened slightly, then shut again. He looked like he wanted to speak, but something held him back. Michael didn't press. He waited. Finally, Ace scratched the back of his neck and muttered, "It's not like we're ungrateful, you know." Michael said nothing. Ace let out a short exhale, as if bracing himself. Back then, when we tried to rob you. When Leah pulled that knife, if it were any other noble, we'd be dead. Still no answer. And since then, you've treated us like people. Better than most. He glanced briefly at Lyra, then down again. But if we follow you now, we're yours. Truly. Leah's voice broke the silence next, quiet and hoarse. No pretending. No just working for you 'cause we have nowhere else to go. We follow you now, and that's it. We're bound. That's what this is, isn't it? Michael nodded once. Yes. The boys didn't say anything. They remembered their little sister. She was killed by a noble. She was the reason they entered a dojo to gain strength. And now they stood on the edge of becoming what they hated. The line wasn't easy to cross. Michael stood, tired of waiting. If you decide not to come, he said, the offer to manage this home still stands. The next morning came with clear skies and a quiet sense of finality. Parked just outside Michael's residence were 3 carriages. All 3 were finely built, but their purposes were obvious at a glance. The first was sleek, compact, and subtly elegant. Its craftsmanship whispered of wealth without shouting it. The kind of carriage you'd expect a young noble to step out from. It wasn't grand. Just right. The second was larger, bulkier, and clearly meant for more people. The third carriage was purely functional. It had no windows. Reinforced iron bars lined its underframe. It looked like it belonged to a merchant caravan, not a noble procession. But that was fine. It was for cargo. Michael stood at the top of the short steps leading to the front door, watching the activity unfold. The driver of the lead carriage tipped his cap upon seeing him. "Morning, Lord Mike. We're loaded and ready." Michael nodded. Beside him stood Lyra, clad in a robe more refined than usual. This one fitted to her slim form. The hood was still drawn over her face, but it couldn't hide her presence. Then there were the boys. Ace wore a dark green jacket, freshly pressed. His pants were tucked into polished boots, and for once, his hair was combed properly. Leah stood beside him in a similarly styled outfit, though his clothes carried more muted tones, ash gray and brown. He didn't look comfortable in them. His hand kept brushing his sleeve like the fabric might bite him. But both of them were here. They'd chosen to follow. Eventually, they had to accept the truth: this was a noble's world. And they were powerless to change that. They also had no talent to gain power to change anything. Though reluctant to accept, the two eventually chose a life of ease. Michael might be a noble, but he wasn't like the rest. And that was enough. Wisdom descended from above, fluttering down from the roof's edge to perch on Michael's shoulder with a small hop and a rustle of wings. The owl had grown more active lately. Michael suspected he might have been feeding it a bit too much. Michael gave one last glance at his residence. He exhaled once, quietly. Then said, "Let's go." They stepped down as one. An hour later. Now, Michael stood, and beside him was Duke Evermoon. His posture was regal but not stiff, and his hands were clasped lightly behind his back as he nodded toward the assembled formation ahead of them. 40 men stood in neat, silent ranks. They weren't regular guards. Each one wore dark green armor marked with Michael's crest. He was taken aback by this. Duke Evermoon gestured toward them. "Your escort, as promised. Take it as a gift." Michael could only nod his head helplessly. He instinctively wanted to refuse but decided against it. Duke Evermoon had spoken about this before, but Michael never knew they'd be given and not borrowed. "These men are disciplined," the Duke continued, his voice low but certain. "They'll follow orders and won't ask questions." Michael's gaze scanned the unit. "Thank you, Duke Evermoon." "I really appreciate your generous gesture," Michael said. Behind him, though standing a careful distance back, were his people. Lyra stood closest. Further back, Ace and Leah stood side by side. All watched the exchange quietly. Michael turned his gaze to the side. "How exactly do you plan for us to transport ourselves?" he asked quietly. Duke Evermoon didn't answer immediately. Instead, a small smile tugged at the edge of his lips. "You'll see," he said. 2 hours later. Outside the capital. Michael stood still, eyes narrowed slightly against the wind, his coat flaring behind him. In front of him was a familiar-looking vessel. A flying ship. Michael was initially taken aback by the sight, but after a moment's thought, it no longer seemed so surprising. Considering Duke Evermoon's centuries of heritage and influence, it would have been stranger if he didn't have grand things tucked away beyond a personal monster zoo. In the end, Michael realized he didn't really care, so long as he reached his destination. What truly occupied his mind were more pressing matters, the kingdom's shipment of materials already en route to a territory he hadn't even stepped foot in, the daunting task of managing said territory despite never having run so much as a company before, and most urgently, his advancement. He had just 2 days left before his college entrance exams. As the final crates were loaded aboard, Duke Evermoon turned to Michael, his hands still folded behind his back. "This vessel will take you to Thornvale and return here immediately after," the Duke said. "I wish you a great reign," the Duke added. "May your rule be long. And worth remembering." Michael nodded. "Thank you." The Duke gave a brief, thoughtful smile. With that, he stepped back as the crew lowered the boarding ramp. Michael stepped forward first. Wisdom shifted slightly on his shoulder, adjusting his wings but not flying off. Lyra followed, her boots silent on the wood. Ace and Liao walked behind, hesitant for most of their movement. One by one, Michael's soldiers boarded, 40 men dressed in green armor bearing the freshly registered crest. Some looked curious, others disciplined, but none questioned the command. They were his now. As the last man stepped aboard, the ramp pulled up with a faint hiss of magic. Michael took one final glance back at the Duke, who raised a single hand in farewell. Then the ship began to rise. With a low hum, it floated skyward, guided by an invisible force. The skies above Thornvale carried a chill. In the main hall of Greyfield Manor, 2 men sat before a crackling hearth, each nursing a goblet of spiced wine. Baron Alric of Greyfield, stocky, sharp-eyed, and pushing into his late 50s, leaned forward in his seat. The flames played across his withered face as he scowled into his drink. Across from him lounged Baron Maddox of Reedridge, leaner, younger, with a wolfish smile that never quite reached his eyes. He wore a red-trimmed coat that matched his namesake, and the confidence of a man who thought himself cleverer than most. "So," Alric said, voice low and gruff, "we finally have a new lord." Maddox raised a brow. "About time. I was starting to think the Duke had forgotten us entirely." "I've heard this new lord is quite special," Alric muttered. Maddox chuckled. "Special? You mean green? The boy's barely old enough to shave. I still can't believe he won the Duke's competition. What's the world coming to? Were the real contenders even competing? And don't get me started on that ridiculous rumor about him being Grand Tier." Alric didn't smile. "Still, he isn't just anyone," the older Baron said. Maddox's expression tightened just slightly at that. "Luck. Or favoritism. Doesn't matter which," Alric said, eyes sharp. "He's our lord now. Viscount Thornvale. Like it or not." Maddox drained the last of his wine and set the goblet down with a soft clink. "So what do you propose we do?" Alric didn't answer right away. The fire crackled between them. "Watch," he said finally. Maddox frowned. "That's it. Just watch. For now." Alric leaned back in his chair. "Thornvale may be remote, but it's not forgotten. There's a reason the Duke didn't let it stay vacant forever." Both men turned slightly as the wind outside howled against the manor's stone walls. Thornvale was dangerous, no one doubted that. Bordering the Everlong forest, it was the kind of place where wild beasts roamed just a few miles from village fields. But it was also rich. It was why the barons had stayed. And why they were nervous now. With no superior to answer to for the past 2 years, they had grown used to the silence. They were used to eating without supervision. Smugglers, rogue adventurers, even foreign merchants had begun making deals with the smaller lords of Thornvale. It was all done in the shadows, but no one interfered. A young viscount, straight from the capital, was coming. And no one knew what to expect. "Do you think he'll meddle?" Maddox asked, trying to sound nonchalant. Alric gave a dry laugh. "They always meddle. The question is how much." "What if he has the power to contend with us?" Maddox added. "Not the kingdom's. His own." Alric's brows furrowed. "That might be worse." Maddox shrugged. "Maybe. But maybe not. If he's just a boy, he'll need advisors. Might even listen to people like us, people who know the land." Alric gave him a long, pointed look. "Or he might be smart enough to know that people like us are the problem." That shut Maddox up. The truth was, they were all worried. Not just Maddox and Alric, but the other barons, too. The landed knights might posture with their code of honor, but they were in just as deep when it came to redistributing resources. Everyone had dipped their hands into Thornvale's coffers. Everyone had something to lose. Still, Maddox said eventually, he's walking into a hornet's nest. With his green hair, I give him 6 months before he flees back to the capital. Alric didn't respond immediately. He stood slowly, walked toward the tall window overlooking the misted woods in the distance, and stared out for a moment. "No," he said, his voice low. "He won't run." Maddox blinked. "Are you sure about that?" Alric didn't turn. "You don't win a Duke's tournament and then run. I don't know who that young one is, but whether or not he was the Duke's true contender, which I doubt, since the real players wouldn't bother with a forsaken place like this, he's definitely not someone simple." He finally turned back to Maddox. "Be careful," Alric said. "This boy may not be what he seems." Maddox gave a forced chuckle. "Then what do you suggest?" "We bow and scrape." Alric's smile was grim. "No. We greet him, smile, host a feast, toast to his reign, and offer to help him adjust." He paused, voice hardening. "And we watch." Maddox sighed. "Fine. We'll play nice. For now." "Good," Alric said. The flying ship descended slowly, cutting through the early morning mist that clung to the highlands like a shroud. From the deck, Michael stood near the railing, cloak flapping in the wind. His eyes narrowed as he took in the place that would soon be his new home. "We'll be landing in a moment, my lord," the ship's captain announced behind him, his voice steady despite the occasional gust. Michael gave a short nod. Lyra stepped up beside him. Michael, who didn't have any immediate plans for her, simply let her act as she pleased. In any case, with the binding contract between them, and his own strength, he wasn't particularly worried about her. Wisdom, ever watchful, perched on the opposite shoulder, letting out a soft hoot. The airship slowed its descent further, guided by an unseen array of enchantments. The ship landed with a quiet thrum of mana discharging into the soil. Michael waited until the ramp was lowered with a mechanical hiss before descending. Boots hit soil. The scent of wet grass and wild herbs filled his nose, stronger, earthier than the capital. The wind carried a bite. His soldiers disembarked next in well-ordered ranks. 40 men in green-trimmed armor bearing Michael's newly registered crest, the cauldron flanked by wolves. They moved with practiced efficiency, unloading crates, securing perimeter points, and managing the horses that had traveled in the cargo carriage. Ace and Liao followed, blinking at the brightness of the sky. Neither had ever left the capital this far away before. To them, this may as well have been another world. Behind them came the carriages, 3 in total, slowly rolled down the wooden ramps by the combined efforts of man and beast. The sleek personal one for Michael, the larger passenger transport, and the merchant-style cargo wagon. Horses were hitched to each one quickly, and within minutes, the group had formed a small, mobile camp. The early morning mist clung stubbornly to the hills as Michael stood at the forefront of the small landing area, eyes sweeping over the vast, untouched wilderness that now belonged to him, Thorn Vale. It felt different here. The air was clean, the kind that filled your lungs and made you feel both smaller and more alive. Wild trees stretched along the horizon, and in the distance, faint outlines of mountains peeked through drifting fog. Somewhere out there, the everlong forest loomed. This was what he'd chosen. His boots sank slightly into the wet earth as he stepped forward. The soldiers moved like clockwork. They offloaded equipment, guided carriages down the ramps, and led the horses onto solid ground. One of the soldiers stepped forward from the ranks, tall, broad-shouldered, with a steel breastplate that gleamed faintly in the late morning light. He removed his helmet as he approached, revealing a square jaw, cropped black hair, and sharp eyes that betrayed experience. He stopped a respectful distance from Michael, then offered a crisp salute. "My lord," he said, voice deep and clear. "Knight Captain Roran. I've been assigned to command your escort unit." Michael nodded once. Roran hesitated for a second, then continued, "If I may, would you like me to send a rider ahead to the manor? We could have them prepared to receive you. It's customary, especially for newly appointed nobles arriving to claim their seat." Michael arched a brow, folding his arms across his chest. "Is that how it's usually done?" Roran gave a slight nod. "Yes, my lord. At least, in most territories. A bit of ceremony helps remind the people who they're serving." Michael glanced toward the winding path that led into the trees. A part of him considered it would make sense to be welcomed formally. But another part of him hesitated. He turned his gaze back to the land. The fields, the hills, the distant haze of smoke from a village in the far west. This place didn't need a parade. "No," Michael said finally. "Let's not." Roran blinked. "My lord." Michael's voice remained calm, but there was an edge of clarity to it now. "I want to see the territory as it is. No rushed cleanups or forced smiles because they were warned in advance." He glanced over his shoulder at the soldiers preparing the carriages. "People already know I'm coming. That much is inevitable. Let's see how they react when I arrive without fanfare. That tells me more than any prepared feast." Roran didn't argue. He simply bowed. "Understood, my lord." The flying ship, its purpose fulfilled, began to hum once more. Michael watched in silence as the ship lifted gracefully into the air. Within moments, it vanished into the sky, heading back toward the capital. With its departure, the surroundings grew quieter. Now, it was just them, Michael, his people, and a land waiting to be claimed. The soldiers were already efficient in their next task, readying the horses. Tethered and unhitched, the steeds were led into neat lines. Michael had expected ordinary riding horses, but it quickly became clear that these mounts were far from average. Every knight began saddling up, their movements crisp and fluid, a reflection of their training. Leah, wide-eyed and unsteady, hesitated near one of the horses, clutching the reins like they might explode. Ace wasn't much better. He had one foot in the stirrup and was already wobbling as if the ground had betrayed him. One of the older knights stepped forward with a faint grin. "Need a hand, lad?" Ace flushed, but nodded. "Yeah. That obvious, huh?" "Don't worry," the knight said, helping him adjust his footing. "We'll make sure you don't break your face." Another helped Leah, guiding him through the steps with the patience of someone who had done this for squires a dozen times over. The knights, it seemed, had already picked up on the closeness between these two and their lord. Their tone was friendlier, their actions more considerate. Lyra, on the other hand, mounted with graceful ease. She did so without asking for help or waiting for instruction, slipping onto her horse like someone born to ride. She sat tall and steady. Michael, meanwhile, was handed the reins of his own steed. The creature was unlike any of the others. It stood a full head taller, with a hide the color of midnight ink and a faint shimmer that hinted at something unnatural beneath the surface. Its eyes gleamed in eerie silver. Michael arched a brow. Roran stepped forward again. "That one's yours, my lord. Specially chosen by the Duke. It's part monster-blooded." Michael raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Don't worry," Roran said with a small grin. "The monstrous instincts were bred out. What's left is stamina, speed, and resistance to most low-grade spells. Loyal and incredibly hard to spook." Michael ran a hand along its neck. The horse didn't flinch, just let out a low snort, as if acknowledging him. "A gift," Roran added, "from Duke Evermoon himself. These were part of a new batch, only a few dozen in the entire kingdom. Yours is one the best of them." Michael nodded slowly. "I'll take good care of it." As he said this, he couldn't help but wonder what its evolved form would look like. Without realizing it, Michael was already thinking like an obsessed addict. The next thought came just as naturally: would he tame it? Or kill it and raise it as an undead? The others were already mounted now, waiting at attention. Michael took one last look around. He mounted the hybrid steed in one smooth motion. "Let's ride," he said. And with that, the new Lord of Thornvale set off into his territory unannounced. As the group began to move out, hooves thudding softly against damp soil, Michael's thoughts drifted to the information Duke Evermoon had shared with him before the departure. A territory tucked into the highlands, bordered by untamed wilderness and the edge of the everlong forest. Its population hovered around 20,000, not a massive number by kingdom standards, but not insignificant either. Whether that was considered large or small depended on who was asking. For a viscountcy, it was respectable. The real value of Thornvale, however, lay beneath the surface. The land was rich in ore and rare minerals, a blessing and a curse. The mines accounted for most of the territory's income, while farming supported the rest. But it was the unique metals, mana-reactive in nature, that gave Thornvale its true strategic worth. Aside from the population, there should have been a standing force of around 1,000 soldiers, men loyal to the title of Viscount Thornvale. But that loyalty was more theory than practice. Without a proper ruler for the past 2 years, Michael doubted the current quality or discipline of that garrison. Then there was the steward. The territory had been under the stewardship of the manor's chief retainer since the last ruler's removal. Thornvale was a non-heritage territory, meaning its viscountcy wasn't tied to bloodlines. Previous lords came, ruled, and left, taking their families and their assets with them. No roots, no permanence. It made the transition cleaner, but it also left the land vulnerable to internal decay. With each turnover, the common folk grew more detached, the minor lords more independent, and the stewards more comfortable. Michael didn't doubt there would be hidden rot waiting to be uncovered. There were many reasons he had chosen Thornvale, but few, if any, had to do with the territory itself. It was remote, yes. Dangerous, certainly. But that was precisely why he picked it. A place like this gave him room. Room to grow, to hide, to plan. And to build. Still, he hadn't expected to feel the weight of it all so quickly. The land, the expectations, the unknown faces waiting beyond the hills, all of it pressed in quietly, like fog settling over his shoulders. He'd need to pay more attention to the territory than he initially intended. But first, he had to advance. That was all the time left before his college entrance exams. If he failed to reach the next rank before then, he'd miss his shot. He needed to break through, no matter what it took. Michael tightened his grip on the reins, eyes narrowing toward the rising trail ahead. Whatever Thornvale had in store for him, it would have to wait. First, he had to push past his current limits. Then, he'd deal with everything else. The scent of old wood and cold stone filled the grand hall of Thornvale Manor. Head Maid Isolde stood by the windowsill, wiping her hands on her apron as she glanced out at the sky. Her graying hair was pinned into a tight bun, and her sharp features twisted into a frown. She turned toward the steward, who sat languidly in the high-backed chair that once belonged to the Viscount. "Shouldn't we be preparing something for the new lord?" Steward Helmrich gave a dismissive wave, not even bothering to look up from the goblet of wine in his hand. His robes, once a deep maroon of formality, had faded and loosened over the years of wear. He had grown rounder, with a jaded gleam in his eyes that came from 2 years of unchecked authority. "Bah! If the boy truly intends to come, he'll send notice first," Helmrich said, swirling the goblet lazily. "These green nobles always want a feast, a parade. They'll give you time to prepare just so their arrival feels grand." Isolde's lips pressed into a line. "But what if he doesn't?" Helmrich finally looked up, brows rising in amusement. "What? You think the new Viscount will ride in here unannounced? Please, I've ruled this manor longer than he's had hair on his chest. The Duke may have appointed him, but out here, authority takes more than a letter and a seal." Isolde didn't reply. Instead, she turned her gaze back to the window, heart quietly unsettled. Helmrich had grown complacent. 2 years of unchecked power had dulled his senses, made him foolish. She remembered the last true lord, stern, quiet, but capable. This new one. She had heard rumors. A young victor from the capital, someone who had bested countless others in the Duke's competition. Some whispered that he wielded magic, others that he could summon powerful entity, and a few even muttered the name Grand Tier. She didn't know what to believe. "I'll have the staff clean the hall anyway," she said quietly. "Just in case." Helmrich rolled his eyes. "Do what you want, woman. But don't blame me when you waste everyone's time preparing for a child in armor who likely won't arrive until next week." He took another long drink. Outside, far beyond the manor walls, hooves stirred the soil. They halted just short of a distant rise overlooking the main road into Thornvale's central town. Michael raised one hand, signaling the group to stop. His expression turned focused, distant, not on the trail ahead, but far beyond it. Without a word, he closed his eyes and let his senses ripple outward. First came the animals in the trees, birds flitting overhead, and hundreds of meters away, clustered lazily around a wide, splintered gate were the town's supposed guards. Michael's telepathy laced into his perception, warping sound and memory into clarity. Laughter. Casual talk. A game of dice. Someone was asleep, slumped on a barrel. Another leaned on his spear like it was too much work to hold upright. Michael's eyes snapped open, his brow twitching. So this was the state of Thornvale's defenses. He clicked his tongue softly and focused harder, narrowing his attention to the activity within the gate itself. The town was not large, but it was dense. Cramped buildings leaned against one another, roads muddy and cracked from disrepair. Further in, a few better-dressed individuals strolled arrogantly, watched by ragged commoners too thin and too quiet. Then came the part that made Michael's expression tighten. At the edge of the open marketplace, 2 guards, not just idle but active, were extorting a commoner. A small group of townsfolk passed nearby, not even sparing a glance. Michael pulled back his perception slowly, the edge in his gaze deepening. He hadn't expected Thornvale to be a utopia. It was too remote, too wild, and too unstable for that. But what he saw now wasn't just decay. It was neglect. "This place," he muttered under his breath. The knight captain, who had silently ridden up beside him, spoke. "Something wrong, my lord." Michael didn't answer directly. His eyes were still locked on the distant walls of the town. He reached up and ran a hand over Wisdom's feathers. Roran spoke up from behind. "Shall we continue, my lord?" Roran spoke up from behind. "Shall we continue, my lord?" The party approached the town gate slowly, hooves clopping against the uneven road. Thornvale's entrance loomed ahead, two sagging wooden gates flanked by crooked stone walls. A faded banner fluttered above, torn and bleached by sun and wind. Michael rode at the front. His people followed in a loose but disciplined formation. From afar, they might have looked like a noble merchant convoy. Just enough prestige to draw attention, but not enough to signal power. As they neared the gate, the guards finally stirred. Two of them straightened up hastily, pushing away dice and empty mugs. The third guard, older and broader than the rest, shoved a smaller one toward the road and barked, "Stop them." The guard trotted forward with a grin that wasn't quite friendly. He raised a hand, blocking the road with the butt of his spear. "Oi there, travelers," he called out. "Town's under heavy levy laws. Anyone entering pays the gate toll. 3 silver coins per person, and 5 for each mount." Michael stared at the man, unblinking. 3 per person. Knight Captain Roran muttered behind him. "That's robbery." The guard didn't seem to notice the armored knights or the elite nature of the mounts. Or perhaps he did, but simply didn't care. Michael tilted his head. "Heavy levy laws." "Aye," the guard said with mock solemnity. "Emergency tax enforcement due to unrest. Bandits and monsters, you know. Dangerous times." "Very dangerous," added the second guard, now swaggering up behind the first. "Your safety must be paid for." Michael let a slow breath escape his nose. The other guards had begun to gather behind the gate now, arms folded, expressions indifferent. Not a single one recognized who he was. He could have pulled rank. He could have had Roran knock them flat and storm the gate with his elite unit. But instead, Michael reached into a pouch by his side, drew out a small coin pouch, and tossed it lightly to the first guard. Ever since he started to have more company around him, not wanting to expose his storage space, he compromised and got himself a money bag. The pouch jingled as it landed. The guard caught it, eyes widening slightly at the unexpected compliance. He opened it, then blinked. "This is gold." Michael's tone was mild. "It should cover everyone. Even the horses." The guard stared, stunned. "Why yes, of course, M-Lord," one of them stammered, bowing slightly though still not recognizing who he was. "You may proceed." Michael nodded once and urged his mount forward. The others followed. As they passed through the gates, the guard stood to the side, uncertain. One of them whispered, "Who the hell pays in gold for a made-up tax?" Another replied, "Don't know, but I think we just got lucky." Michael heard it all through, telepathy. He said nothing. Once they were inside the town, Roran rode up beside him, his jaw clenched. "Why did you let them extort you, my lord?" Michael's reply was quiet. "Because I wanted to see how far the rot has spread. And now I know." He glanced around. The town streets were muddy, unkempt. Children watched them from alley shadows. Women eyed them with guarded hope. Shops looked faded, with half their stalls empty. "It's everywhere." He pulled Wisdom slightly tighter against his shoulder. The owl gave a soft hoot. Wisdom had just asked him if those guards' shiny helmets were shiny food. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not here to shout about my title," Michael responded to Roran. Roran said nothing for a while. "Understood." They rode on. The deeper they rode into Thornvale, the worse it became. The roads were cracked and sunken in places, filled with brown puddles that stank of rot. The smell of mildew and waste clung to the air like an invisible fog. Rubble lined the corners of the streets where broken carts and crumbling crates had been left to decay. Children, barefoot and gaunt, watched from under collapsed awnings. One boy chewed on a strip of bark. Another held a wooden sword so worn it looked more like a stick. Michael's gaze swept over all of it, unflinching. Even the animals were listless. Goats wandered near gutter drains. A donkey stared blankly at the wall as if it had forgotten how to move. No one greeted them. Not a soul bowed. People just stared, and then looked away after a while or after he left their sight. By the gods, Roran muttered, his voice low and angry now. What in the Duke's name is this mess? Michael said nothing. This isn't just rot. No order. Look, Roran pointed to a dilapidated building with a half-collapsed sign. That's the town watch's office. It should be the heart of enforcement, and it's being used as a drying shack for laundry. A child was, indeed, hanging wet clothes from a broken sword rack. Michael still said nothing. They passed a group of rich-looking people, or what passed for them here, lounging outside a wine shop that seemed far too pristine for the rest of the district. Gold trim on their tunics. Laughs that rang just a bit too loudly. One of them noticed Michael's group and squinted, then turned away with a cautious sneer. Michael's temples throbbed. A dull ache began to build in his skull, not from physical strain, but from the sheer scope of what he was seeing. Where the hell was he supposed to start? He cursed silently, jaw tight. Whoever had been managing this place deserved far worse than dismissal. It had to be the steward. According to the Duke's notes, a man named Helmrich had been left in charge as interim manager after the last lord's dismissal. And if this was the result of 2 years under his care, then Helmrich wasn't just negligent, he was either criminally lazy or deliberately corrupt. Of course, there was also the possibility that Helmrich was innocent and this was caused by other entities. Michael didn't know which was worse. He rubbed his temples, thoughts spinning faster now. If the steward was behind this decay, then he'd need to be dealt with immediately. But if Helmrich was only a puppet, someone else pulling the strings from the shadows, then this went deeper than he thought. Either way, the moment he reached the manor, things would have to change. Not for the sake of appearances, but because this was now his territory. His responsibility. And if Thornvale fell, so did everything he was planning to build. He looked up toward the distant manor gates, just barely visible over the rooftops. The ride would only take a few more minutes now. Roran leaned in again, his expression tight. We're close. Michael gave a small nod, but didn't reply immediately. Michael's fingers tightened slightly on the reins. Send someone ahead, he said quietly, still staring at the path. Let them know I'm here. Roran's brows rose, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Changed your mind, my lord. Michael shrugged. Roran's smirk returned, sly and knowing. Very well. He turned in his saddle, scanning the escort line. You. A knight, young, lean, but alert, snapped his head up and trotted over. Captain. Ride ahead to the manor. Tell them the new lord has arrived and is on his way up the path. Just say he's coming. The knight blinked, then nodded quickly. Yes, sir. With a tug of the reins, he turned and galloped down the cobbled side path leading toward the manor's entrance. Michael watched him go, his expression unreadable. Michael turned his head slightly, eyes landing on the dark figure riding silently beside him. The dark elf assassin felt like a shadow. Can you hear me? Michael's voice slipped into her mind through telepathy. She stiffened, just for a second. Her gaze snapped toward him, startled. She didn't reply immediately, but he felt the ripple of surprise through the mental link. Impressive, he added, tone dry. So even assassins can be caught off guard. A beat passed before her cool voice echoed back in his mind. You're using telepathy on me. Michael gave a faint smile and continued, as an assassin, you're good at going unnoticed, right? Another pause. She seemed to weigh his words before answering. It's what I do best. Good, he said. I want you to slip into the manor ahead of us. Don't alert anyone. Just find something. Anything. Important documents. Ledgers. Seals. Orders. I don't care what, just bring me something they wouldn't want me to see on day one. Lyra narrowed her eyes slightly. You want me to rob your own manor? Yes, Michael admitted. Consider it a soft introduction. Don't get caught. I never do, was what Lyra wanted to say before she shut up. With that, Lyra urged her horse to fall back behind the escort line. The knight Roran had dispatched reached the manor gates minutes ahead of the group. Dust kicked up from the path as his steed came to a sharp halt. Two manor guards lounging near the entrance stood abruptly, eyes narrowing. One of them, a wiry man with a crooked nose, gripped his spear and stepped forward. Halt! State your business. The knight didn't even slow. Step aside. The other guard scowled. You deaf? We said halt. Before the words could finish, the knight was already dismounting. His boots hit the stone with a solid thud, and his hand flicked his cloak aside to reveal an insignia on his breastplate. But it wasn't just the emblem that gave the guards pause. It was the way he moved. In a blink, the young knight closed the distance, and with one hand, he shoved the guard's spear aside and grabbed the front of his armor. The man stumbled, nearly falling back onto the stone step. I said step aside, the knight repeated, voice calm but with steel behind every syllable. Your new lord rides behind me. If you value your jobs, I suggest you open the damn gate. The other guard, more experienced perhaps, recognized the tone and the unmistakable weight of a trained soldier. They couldn't even dream of matching someone like him. He stepped back quickly, knocking on the heavy doors behind him. Open the gates. Now. The commotion drew attention inside the manor. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed through the front corridor. The doors creaked open. Head Maid Isolde appeared first, her sharp eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. Her hands were still dusted with flour from the kitchens, but her posture was as rigid as a spear. Steward Helmrich followed more slowly, wiping wine from his chin with a lace handkerchief. His robe was still rumpled from lounging. What's all this noise? He demanded. The knight released the guard and turned smoothly toward them. He dropped to one knee, fist to chest. Knight of Viscount Mike, he said. Lord Mike of House Nor approaches. Prepare the manor. He will be here in minutes. Isolde's eyes widened. He's here. Already. Yes, ma'am. Helmrich scoffed. Impossible. We would have been informed days in advance. The knight looked up, unfazed. That was your notice. And I don't believe you haven't been told to prepare before this, right? Helmrich's face darkened. Why would the new Viscount sneak in like some street rat? Doesn't he know how this is done? He knows exactly how it's done, the knight said coldly. And he chose otherwise. The doors groaned wider as more servants peeked from the halls. Murmurs began to ripple through the interior. Some of them did not even know they'd received a new lord. Isolde didn't wait for orders. She spun on her heel. Get the hall clean. Now. Remove the wine jugs. Replace the banners. Scrub the floors if you must. Move. Servants scattered at her barked commands. Helmrich still looked stunned, frozen in place. The knight rose smoothly, voice lowering to a murmur as he passed the steward. You had time and wasted it, old man. That time ends now. Helmrich's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Not because he didn't want to, but because he'd seen something in the knight's eyes. One not given lightly. Michael saw it all. Even before reaching the manor gates, his telepathy, had picked up the voices echoing from within, the startled cries of servants, the barked commands of the head maid, and the irritated, wine-slurred grumblings of Steward Helmrich. But it wasn't just the words. Through the network of minds within his range, Michael felt the panic. The disarray. The sudden scramble as the household tried to make itself presentable in mere minutes. A frantic chorus of thoughts played in his mind. Why is the head maid shouting? Who's coming? Where did I put the damn house banner? New lord. We have a new lord. And it wasn't just the servants. Helmrich's thoughts, sluggish and agitated, seeped into the edge of Michael's awareness like rancid oil. Blasted night. Should have sent notice. Damn the Duke. This isn't how things are done. What does he think, parading in like some upstart hero? Should have rotted in the capital like the others. Michael's frown tightened. So that was it. Before, he'd given Helmrich the benefit of the doubt. Maybe the man was overwhelmed, maybe there were external forces at play, maybe there were things he didn't understand. Now he was sure. The steward was at least at fault for everything he had seen and was still seeing. Michael's eyes narrowed. He reached out further with his awareness, brushing the minds within the manor walls. The staff. Many were frightened. A few loyal. But more than he liked were indifferent, tired and jaded from months of mismanagement. Some even shared Helmrich's quiet scorn, though they masked it better. Michael's lips thinned. This wouldn't be a gentle cleanup. He looked up just as the manor's tall spires came fully into view. The escort line was climbing the final bend in the road, hooves crunching against loose gravel and moss-covered cobblestone. Roran glanced his way. We'll be there in moments. I know, Michael murmured. Roran looked confused, but said nothing. Michael didn't explain. A few moments later. Just ahead, the gates to the manor had already been thrown open. The servants stood at awkward attention in the courtyard. A few looked like they'd only just thrown on aprons. Others clutched brooms and mops like weapons. The banners above the entrance had been replaced hastily, creased, one even upside down. Michael's party emerged from the shadowed path and into the wide courtyard, sunlight spilling over polished armor and gleaming saddles. The sight was stark. Dozens of soldiers rode their horses, disciplined and sharp. A ripple passed through the servants. Some stepped back. Others dropped into bows, too shallow or too slow. Isolde stood stiffly at the foot of the steps, eyes sharp, hands folded tight behind her back. Helmrich, however, did not bow. Helmrich stood at the top of the steps, expression carefully composed, though Michael could still feel the sour bite of resentment bleeding from his thoughts. Michael dismounted. He landed lightly, boots hitting stone. Roran followed behind, followed by the rest of the company peeling off in practiced motion, forming a defensive arc that never looked threatening but still commanded the courtyard. The silence was brittle. Helmrich stepped forward, attempting a forced smile. Welcome, Lord Nor. I trust your journey was uneventful. Michael didn't answer at first. Instead, he stepped forward slowly, each bootstep echoing like a judge's gavel. His gaze swept the courtyard, over the cracked pillars, the limp garden hedges, the broken sundial, the waterless fountain. Then, and only then, did he look Helmrich in the eye. I trust, Michael said calmly, that you have prepared a full accounting of this manor and the state of Thornvale. Helmrich blinked. I was not given notice of your exact arrival date. Had I been, you were, Michael interrupted, voice sharp enough to make several servants flinch. You received different notices. One from the Duke's house. One from my knight. He stepped closer. And you ignored them all. Helmrich's mouth opened, but Michael raised a hand. I'm not interested in excuses, Steward Helmrich. The title was spoken with just enough ice to make its edges clear. Michael's eyes narrowed. Are you the head maid? Yes, my lord, the head maid snapped to attention. Prepare the hall. It is being done. Good. In 1 hour, I want every senior staff member assembled. Guards, scribes, cooks, blacksmith, stable master, everyone who holds a title. If they're absent, they're fired. Yes, my lord. Have them bring records. Everything from the last 2 years. He turned back to Helmrich. Especially yours. Helmrich's face turned a shade paler, but he inclined his head stiffly. Of course. Michael didn't smile. Instead, he turned away. Roran, he called without looking back. Assign our men a place to stay. I'll want a patrol around the manor organized by nightfall. We don't know who still thinks this place belongs to them. Understood, Roran said, already snapping out orders to the escort squad. Michael began climbing the steps, each one taken slowly, methodically. He passed Helmrich without a glance, past Isolde, past the gathering of wide-eyed staff. This was no longer the manor of a decaying steward. It was now the seat of House Nor. And everyone inside would feel the change. Inside the manor, the air felt thick. The grand hall ahead was dim. A long carpet stretched from the doors to the twin staircases at the far end, but it was frayed, its deep red faded to a tired rust. Michael couldn't help but wonder how it was possible for the manor to have servants and look dead. Michael's steps echoed as he moved toward the center of the hall, his senses stretching further. He felt every movement around him, every nervous breath from a hiding servant, every whisper behind a half-shut door. Not of sight, but of presence. A faint shift in air pressure. Michael didn't turn. 1 second he was alone, and the next, a shadow appeared at his side. The dark elf moved like mist, silent, unannounced. Her silver hair was tied in a loose tail that shimmered like moonlight against her dark leather robe. Her silver eyes gleamed faintly in the dim hall, but her expression remained as unreadable as ever. In her hands was a neat stack of documents. Michael didn't so much as blink. Only wisdom stirred, letting out a curious low hoot from his perch on Michael's shoulder. The owl's wide golden eyes locked onto the elf, head tilting just slightly. Shiny hair. Shiny food. Lyra paused. She'd half expected a startle. A blink. Even a raised brow. Instead, Michael simply lifted a hand and took the stack from her without looking at her. You were slower than I predicted, he murmured. Lyra narrowed her eyes faintly. I took the long route. You didn't kill anyone, I hope. No, she said. Michael glanced down at the stack, rifling briefly through the top documents. One page caught his eye, an expense ledger, with consistent discrepancies in food allotments and maintenance repairs listed under inflated costs. He had lived in this world and integrated enough with it to have some common sense. He held it up. This alone is enough to hang someone. Lyra crossed her arms, eyes scanning the chamber. There's more. That's just what I could carry. I memorized the rest. Michael gave a faint, humorless smile. He turned and continued toward the large wooden doors leading into the Lord's personal study. Behind him, Lyra fell into step without needing to be told. For a few moments, silence stretched. Then, softly, she said, You knew I was there, didn't you? Michael's gaze didn't waver. You're good, but you're not invisible. Not to me. Lyra said nothing more, but her silver eyes flicked to his back, lingering for a beat longer than necessary. The new Lord was full of surprises. Who was this man, really? You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. And what kind of power does he hold? Michael reached the doors to the study. He stepped inside. The room reeked of disuse and stale wine. Books were scattered across the floor, and a thick film of dust coated the desk. A large map of Thornvale hung crooked on the wall, one edge curled and water-stained. Michael walked to the desk, dropped the documents with a heavy thump, and turned to Lyra. "Prepare yourself," he said. "You'll be working again soon." Lyra raised a brow. "What kind of work?" Michael didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the map. Michael studied the map for a long moment, his fingers tracing the faded contours of Thornvale. Then, slowly, he turned back to her. "You'll find out soon enough," he said, voice calm but final. "For now, tell me what you discovered." Lyra didn't hesitate. "There's a lot more than just inflated maintenance," she said, her voice low. "Most of the account books I checked are forgeries. Thornvale's true income isn't recorded anywhere official." Michael's gaze sharpened. Lyra stepped closer, lowering her voice further. "Based on what I pieced together, cross-referencing trade levies, old toll permits, tithe records from local villages, this territory should generate at least 500,000 gold coins a year." Michael stilled. 500,000. One should remember that this was in gold. In silver, this was about 50 million silver coins per year. This was truly a land of gold. "All that wealth," he murmured, "and yet the manor looks like a tomb." Lyra nodded. "It's being funneled somewhere. I couldn't trace all of it, but I found something." She reached into her robe and pulled out a thin, tightly folded parchment, one sealed with a faint blue wax sigil, its edges nearly torn from age. Michael took it with a frown, and started reading from the top where he saw a name that made him pause. Count Holland. His direct superior. The one who technically governed Thornvale and several other border territories under the Duke's larger command. Michael had never met the man, he'd only heard the name mentioned once. Michael read the brief contents. His eyes darkened. "This is authorization," he muttered. Count Holland gave permission for off-record trade routes signed off on Helmrich's falsified logistics. He's not just complicit, he's involved. Lyra remained silent but watchful. Michael slowly folded the document and tapped it against his palm, mind working quickly. So that was the reason Helmrich acted like he had a shield. The reason the garrison was underfunded, the villagers neglected, the manor left to rot. Thornvale had been bled dry not by incompetence, but by design. "Do you think the Duke knows?" Michael asked softly. Lyra shook her head. "Unlikely. If he did, he wouldn't have left this for you to handle all this since before it was your territory, it was his first." Michael's frown tightened. It was one thing to uproot a corrupt steward, but to challenge a count, that meant stepping into dangerous waters. Nobles weren't ordinary people, and Count Holland wasn't just any noble. Michael let out a long breath. Then he smiled, slow and cold. "So be it." He turned back to the map, his fingers brushing over the center of Thornvale. "One step at a time. First, we clean house." He glanced at Lyra. "You said you memorized the rest." "Good. Have Roran pull in 2 nights that can scribe well. Transcribe everything you remember. I want a clean copy by tonight." Lyra inclined her head. "Understood." "And send a message to Leah and Ace," Michael added, "just tell them to manage the general stuff." Lyra turned to go, her cloak rustling like wind through silk. As she reached the door, Michael added quietly, "And Lyra. No one knows of the letter but me." She paused, then gave the faintest nod. "I never saw it," she said, and vanished into the hall. Michael stood alone again, staring at the faded map. So Count Holland was involved. That changed everything. But Michael wasn't afraid. Let the Count come. He'd built his foundation on corpses. Michael Noor would not stop. 1 hour later, the Grand Hall of Thornvale Manor had been hastily cleaned, banners rehung, this time correctly, and the dust on the long table at the center had been wiped away, though the dull polish still betrayed years of neglect. The smell of soap clung to the air, mingling with lingering hints of stale wine and mold. And now, seated at the head of the hall beneath the newly raised North family crest, Michael watched them. The senior staff of Thornvale stood assembled before him. Helmrich stood stiffly at the front of the line, his robe changed but still rumpled, and his eyes twitching with restraint. Beside him was Head Maid Isolde, shoulders square, jaw tight, and eyes flicking between faces with the wariness of a hawk. Behind them, a collection of officials filled the hall, the captain of the guards, the stable master, the lead blacksmith, the chief cook, the garrison quartermaster, the head scribe, and others, perhaps 24 in all. Some looked defiant. Some looked afraid. A few looked bored. Michael's fingers drummed once against the armrest of his chair. "Let's begin." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the stone room like a drop of ink in water, quiet, deliberate, inescapable. "Steward Helmrich," he said. The man stepped forward, offering a shallow bow. "Yes, my lord. You were instructed to prepare your ledgers and records for the past 2 years. Yes." Helmrich motioned, and a servant stepped forward carrying a thick bundle of scrolls bound with fraying twine. "These are the records of official income and expenditures of the manor during that period." Michael didn't reach for them. Instead, he gestured toward Roran, who stood beside him in polished armor, the gold-lined crest of House Nor gleaming on his shoulder. "Roran," he said, "compare these to the copies my subject provided." Roran nodded and took the scrolls from the servant, who bowed and backed away quickly. He moved to a small table to the side and began carefully unrolling the first document, eyes scanning rapidly. Michael leaned forward slightly, eyes on Helmrich. "Tell me, steward, if your reports claim this territory only brings in a small amount of gold a year, how is it that we have discovered evidence suggesting the opposite?" Helmrich paled. I am not sure where that comes from, my lord. If I may, there must be a misinterpretation. Are you saying you misunderstood your own work?" Michael interrupted coldly. The coin flows through many hands, my lord," Helmrich said, sweat beginning to bead at his temples. "Some of the trade routes are unstable. The taxes are inconsistent." "Bandits, enough," Michael said. His voice dropped, calm again. "You take me for a fool. That's your first mistake." A few of the other staff members looked away. 1 or 2 took half steps back. Michael let the silence stretch. Then his eyes swept past Helmrich to the others assembled. "Captain of the guard," he called. A grizzled man with a trimmed beard and scar along his left brow stepped forward stiffly, his armor dented but serviceable. "Sir Rolf, my lord." Michael didn't rise. "How many trained guards are stationed in Thornvale?" 2,000 on paper, Rolf said. "But only 500 remain active. The rest disappeared. Desertion, injuries, or reassignment." Michael arched a brow. "Reassignment by whom?" The captain hesitated, eyes darting to Helmrich. The steward approved temporary transfers. None ever returned. "Do you have their names?" "Yes, my lord." "Have the list delivered to Roran?" "Yes, my lord." Michael's gaze shifted again. "Stable master." A balding man with mud-stained boots stepped forward and bowed. "Gerald, my lord." Michael gestured toward the far courtyard beyond the hall. "How many horses?" Gerald winced. 50 for riding. 7 injured. The rest sold last winter. I was told the funds were needed for repairs." "Repairs?" Michael repeated. "The manor roof leaks, the well is cracked, and I saw moss in the guest hall." Gerald looked miserable. "That's what I thought too, my lord." Michael turned his gaze next. Blacksmith. A short woman with thick arms and soot-darkened sleeves stepped forward, crossing her arms. Gilda. Michael's voice lowered. You were responsible for weapons maintenance and village forge work. I was, she said, then added bluntly, but I wasn't paid for the last 4 months. Michael raised an eyebrow. She shrugged. I kept working. Villagers need blades and nails, even if the steward's coin stops. Michael's expression didn't change. Noted. He turned again. Cook. A heavy-set man with red cheeks stepped forward. Erwin, my lord. Michael nodded slightly. What have you been feeding the staff? Root stews. Dried meats. Barley and onions mostly. Have food stocks declined? Erwin hesitated. We still receive tithes and market deliveries. The cook's eyes flicked toward Helmrich. Michael didn't press further. He already knew. Quartermaster, Michael said quietly. The woman who stepped forward had a soldier's bearing, her eyes sharp. I've kept track of the garrison's supply lists, my lord. They were ordered to be cut months ago. Rations, gear, even armor oil. When I protested, I was reassigned to laundry duty for 2 weeks. Michael finally stood. His voice, when it came, was low but thunderous with restraint. Incompetence can be corrected. But theft, exploitation, and betrayal of duty, those are not things I overlook. He walked forward slowly, stopping just before the assembled line. I came here prepared to restore Thornvale. But now I see I must first burn the rot out. His eyes swept across each face, settling finally on Helmrich. Steward Helmrich, Michael said. You are dismissed from service. Effective immediately. Helmrich went rigid. Why you can't? Michael's voice sliced through the air. Roran stepped forward, gauntlet fist clinking. My lord. Escort him out. Hold him under guard until I determine where he'll rot. Helmrich's face turned white. You have no authority. I have all the authority, Michael said, his voice like ice. And if you utter another word, I'll have you gagged. 2 soldiers moved to Helmrich's side. The man struggled briefly, then sagged as his powerlessness set in. Michael turned to the others. Each of you will be investigated. Those found complicit will join him. Those who remained honest, even in silence, will be given a chance to earn my trust. He let that hang. You serve House Nor now. And House Nor remembers loyalty. The line of staff members straightened. A few looked shaken. But others looked relieved. A new wind had begun to blow through Thornvale. And none could deny it. Michael let out a slow breath. Dismissed, he said at last, waving a hand. The senior staff bowed, some hurriedly, others stiffly, and began filing out, leaving murmurs and nervous glances in their wake. Only Roran remained. The moment the heavy doors shut behind the last of them, Michael slumped back into his chair. He pressed 2 fingers to his temple and closed his eyes. The headache had started somewhere in the middle of Helmrich's excuses and was now pulsing like a war drum behind his eyes. Silence stretched in the hall. Then Michael spoke without opening his eyes. What do you personally think is wrong with Thornvale? Roran didn't hesitate. The guard is understaffed, underpaid, and half-trained. The garrison is missing essential equipment. Morale is poor. Leadership is absent. He paused. The manor is falling apart. The roads are nearly impassable. Trade routes are inefficient and unprotected. Tithes are being misappropriated. The steward was corrupt. The rest of the staff either enabled it or turned a blind eye. Michael's lips twitched faintly. Anything else? I'm talking about the people. What do you think should be done? Roran paused for the first time. Then he stepped forward, his voice measured. They're tired. If you want to win them over, you'll need more than reforms. You'll need presence. Michael opened his eyes. Michael's expression remained calm, but a faint glint sparked in his eyes. When he first came to the land of origin, all this was never part of his plan. I see, he said softly. Michael rose from his chair slowly, crossing to the large window at the end of the hall. Michael's voice dropped, firm. We'll fix what we can. With our own hands if we must. He turned back, his tone colder now. But while we fix things, I want reports. Full ones. Every noble who has a foothold here. Every merchant with unusual coin. Every knight who took coin but didn't serve. Roran nodded. I'll see to it personally. Michael looked toward the high banners of House Nor, newly hung but still stiff in the stale air of the hall. We cut the rot at the root. Not just Helmrich, he said. Thornvale would rise again. And this time, it would rise under his hand. Hopefully. Michael had no confidence. Night fell. The grand hall of Thornvale Manor stood in quiet tension, its old stone pillars casting long shadows beneath the flickering sconces. Outside, the wind howled faintly through broken eaves. Michael sat alone for a while, letting the silence settle. Then came a soft knock, 2 short raps, and the door creaked open. Roran stepped in, a stack of fresh parchments in hand. My lord, he said, approaching. A brief summary of what we've confirmed so far. Michael didn't look up. Go on. Roran nodded and began. Of the original 22 senior staff members, 7 are under suspicion for direct embezzlement. The garrison is still being assessed, but at least 2 captains were on Helmrich's payroll. We've detained them. Michael's expression didn't change. The armory holds only 1/3 of what it should. The stables are missing records of transactions. Trade route permits have been duplicated and falsified. And food supplies were being sold off before they even reached the manor kitchens. He placed a stack of reports on the table. Roran's report went on. To his credit, the knight was thorough, painfully so. He spared no detail, listing infractions, missing inventory logs, guard rotations, unfulfilled tax promises, and inconsistencies in merchant documentation. Names, figures, even suspected aliases. Everything delivered in that same steady, disciplined tone. Michael tried to keep up. He really did. But sometime between the 5th mention of a missing shipment ledger and the 3rd suspicious land grant, a sharp pulse began to build behind his eyes. It throbbed once. Then again. By the time Roran started talking about garrison supply routes and armor oil requisitions, Michael could feel the headache blooming like a wildfire behind his temples. He raised a hand, cutting Roran off mid-sentence. Enough, he said, the word more of a sigh than a command. Roran blinked. My lord. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back in his chair. You win. I surrender. If I hear the word logistics one more time tonight, I might stab something. Roran offered a faint smirk, stepping back with a salute. Understood. Michael waved him off, then paused. One more thing, he said, opening his eyes just enough to focus. Have you heard anything from the local lords under my banner? Roran's smirk faded, replaced by a more serious expression. Not yet. We've had limited time since arrival. I haven't received any replies to the notices we dispatched. Some may not even know you're here yet. Michael's brows lifted slightly. Is that so? The knight nodded. But rest assured, my lord. Give us a few more days, and we'll start collecting proper information. Michael gave a slow nod. Good. He leaned back once more, fingers drumming the chair arm faintly. Truth be told, he wasn't too worried. He already had someone working on that. A shadow in the dark. The silver-haired assassin hadn't wasted a second since entering the manor. While the others prepared rooms and secured routes, she'd already begun slipping through cracks in the territory's power structure. If there was dirt to be found, she would find it. Michael had never imagined he'd find use for the dark elf so soon after arriving. But life had a funny way of throwing him the pieces he needed at just the right time. Roran gave another brief salute. "I'll leave you to rest, my lord." Michael muttered, eyes already closing. "Do that. And Roran, if another servant brings me another scroll tonight, toss them into the well." The knight chuckled. "Understood." Just as Roran reached the doorway, Michael spoke again. "One last thing." The knight turned, attentive. "Yes, my lord." Michael opened one eye, his voice low but curious. "How are Ace and Leah doing?" Roran blinked, caught slightly off guard by the sudden shift in topic. "You mean with managing the manor's general affairs?" Michael nodded once. "I want to know if they're overwhelmed or holding up." A faint grin tugged at Roran's lips. "They're trying, my lord." Emphasis on trying. Michael arched a brow, waiting. "They've taken to the roles as well as can be expected," Roran continued. "Leah keeps storming into rooms like he owns them. Ace has been quietly fixing the messes he leaves behind." Michael let out a quiet chuckle. "That sounds about right." Roran folded his arms. "They make a strange pair, but they're earnest. And I think they want to prove something. Not just to you. To themselves." Michael nodded slowly, eyes drifting shut again. "That's enough. I'm not expecting miracles. Just effort." "They're giving you that," Roran said. Clumsily, but sincerely. Michael's voice was barely a murmur now. "Good." Roran lingered for a moment more, then took his leave. The door closed with a soft thud. Michael sat in silence. The headache throbbed dully behind his temples, but he didn't mind it so much now. The pieces were falling into place. Slowly. Unevenly. But still, they were falling. Thornvale was bleeding. But it wasn't dead. And with the right hands to guide it, perhaps, just perhaps, it could live again. He let the thought settle, then rose from his chair and stepped toward the window, watching the cold moonlight spill over the cracked courtyard below. Michael exhaled, slow and steady. "One step at a time," he whispered. "A kingdom couldn't be built in a day. But it could begin with a single night like this." In any case, there were more pressing matters for him to focus on now. With less than 2 days until the college exams began, Michael's priority had shifted entirely to advancing to rank 2. Aside from the marks he'd earned in Aurora's general entrance exams, reaching rank 2 was the primary requirement for admission into any Awakener academy. 2 months ago, the idea had seemed nearly impossible. And truthfully, it hadn't been easy. He was just one step away. Michael called out his status and turned to check a particular tab that held the key to his advancement. Evolution points, 4,358, a few hours earlier far to the north of Thornvale, nestled deep within a lavish estate overlooking a fog-slicked lake. Count Holland swirled a goblet of aged wine in his hand. He was not a man easily rattled. Cunning, calculating, and pragmatic to a fault, he had long since discarded things like sentiment and idealism. To him, power was a ledger. Still, Thornvale troubled him. "Viscount Mike," Holland muttered under his breath, tasting the name like bitter ash. "A boy." He rose from his seat, the hem of his embroidered robe brushing over polished marble tiles. His study was quiet, the only sounds the low crackle of the hearth and the soft flick of paper as a servant replaced a document on the desk nearby. The name had appeared only a week ago in his reports. Not from Helmrich, of course not. That rat would never know what truly happened outside Thornvale. But the Duke's seal had confirmed it. A new Viscount. A child barely past manhood. One who had supposedly wielded power approaching the Grand Tier. Holland exhaled slowly through his nose. He wasn't afraid. Not truly. He, too, stood at the Grand Tier, a result not of talent, but of resources. Thornvale had served him well over the past 2 years, its golden veins fattening his coffers while the rot within it was carefully cultivated, then contained. He had no intention of surrendering that river of gold to some wide-eyed upstart. It's always the ones who don't understand the rules that ruin the game, Holland muttered, gaze hardening. The boy had already taken the manor. Helmrich was as good as discarded. That was unfortunate. He'd been loyal in his own pathetic way, greedy, yes, but easy to manage. This new Viscount, though. If he truly had power above his station, then he was dangerous. Not because he was experienced, but because he was reckless. A child with strength is more unpredictable than a general with a sword, Holland said aloud. The servant nearby stiffened but said nothing. The Count turned back to the window, watching the gray clouds swirl above the treetops outside. He would not act yet. Let the boy make the first move. Let him dig. Let him stumble. And when he inevitably overstepped, then Holland would remind him of his place. He took a long sip of wine. Enjoy your little seat, boy, Holland whispered. Soon, you'll learn what it truly costs to sit on gold. Count Holland set his goblet down with a soft clink, the echo ringing faintly through the silent chamber. He did not turn as he spoke. Call Osric. A quiet shuffle of boots on marble followed, and moments later, a man in a dark leather coat appeared in the steady's doorway. His face was thin and pale, more shadow than skin, with eyes like pinpricks of ice. He said nothing, he never did unless ordered to speak. Holland finally turned. I want eyes on Thornvale, the Count said coldly. Osric bowed his head slightly. Form a cell, Holland continued. Quiet and untraceable. I don't want them making contact, just watching. And if this Viscount Mike steps even a finger out of line. He let the words hang. Osric gave a slight nod. Understood. The Count stepped closer, voice dropping. No more complacency. Helmrich's days are likely over. This one might not be so easy to gut. He paused, staring into the assassin's dead eyes. But we'll see. Osric melted back into the shadows without another word, vanishing as though he'd never been there. The study grew still again. Count Holland walked to the hearth and stared into the flames. His reflection flickered, warped by heat and smoke. Staring at the glowing number on his panel, Michael could barely suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Evolution points, 4,358, it was a lot. Enough, in fact, to push the number of extraordinary rank undead under his command past 30. Michael shifted his focus, eyes flicking to a different section of his status screen. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 2 undead, 2 fan 10, a wry chuckle escaped his throat. It reminded him of when he was still unranked. Back then, he had completed his first advancement quest not just barely, but with excess. Surpassing the minimum requirement had earned him a perfect rating and 5 bonus levels upon advancing. Now, he was aiming for the same, if not more. He had awakened far later than his peers, most of whom had taken their first steps 1 or even 2 years before him. And while he was now stronger than the vast majority of them, raw power alone wasn't enough for him. Michael's fingers hovered for a moment before closing the panel. I wonder, he murmured, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Is there a rating higher than perfect? The thought lit a fire in his chest. If such a rating existed, and if he achieved it, the resulting growth might be unimaginable. Still, he frowned. 4,358 points isn't quite enough. He needed more. Fortunately, he had a solution. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned an item from his storage space. A translucent vial materialized in his hand, filled with a shimmering, pale blue liquid that swirled with a life of its own. A spirit liquid potion. But not the same kind he used back when he was unranked. This one was different. A rank 4 item within Aurora's cultivation system, which translated to a rank 2 equivalent for awakeners like him. He had tested them before. On average, a single vial could grant anywhere from 30 to 50 evolution points, depending on his absorption state and quality of the potion itself. And though acquiring them hadn't been easy, Michael's smile returned as he glanced at the neatly stacked rows of vials within his storage ring. 100. It had taken days of effort, careful trades, and the full extent of his limited connections within Aurora to collect them. But now, he held in his possession enough fuel to add another 3,000 to 5,000 evolution points. That should be more than enough. Even if a rating higher than perfect was impossible, perfect itself felt nearly guaranteed now. Michael raised the vial to eye level, watching the liquid glow faintly under the moonlight streaming through his window. And with that, he tilted his head back and drank. The taste was bitter. Michael barely paused before grabbing the second vial. Then the third. He stared at the next vial in his hand, then exhaled with a half-laugh. Aunt Mia would probably cry if she saw me now, he muttered. He raised the vial in a half-toast to the empty air. Sorry, Aunt. Your nephew with a bright future is now a potion-chugging addict. But if I want to keep putting food on the table, I gotta keep chugging. And with that, he downed the next one. One after another, he drank. Michael cracked his neck and kept going. 35. He chuckled again, this time breathlessly. Gods, this stuff's strong. Then grinned. But not as strong as I'll be. Michael lifted another vial. He was careful not to rush, each potion needed a moment to settle. By the time he reached 50, he finally stopped for a while. Not because he was done. His panel flickered at the edge of his vision, the evolution point total updating in real time as a small, satisfying ding echoed in his mind. Evolution points, 6,932, Michael's grin widened. Now. That's more like it. He took a slow, deep breath and rested for a while. 50 in a row was indeed a lot. When Michael felt he was ready again, he continued. The next few went down slower. By the time he reached 70, Michael could no longer feel his taste buds. Evolution points, 8,261. Michael stared at the number, a quiet storm in his eyes. This was enough. With this many points, Michael could raise the number of extraordinary rank undead under his control by over 50. He called out his panel, eyes narrowing as he checked his current advancement quest. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 2 undead, 2 fan 10. It would remain like this until he evolved another undead to rank 2. Then, if the system followed the same pattern as last time, something special would happen, a time-limited, one-time quest. That was where the real reward lay. Depending on how quickly he completed it and the quality of the undead he had, the system would assign a rating. Michael had only ever heard of 4. From lowest to highest, average, excellent, exceptional, and perfect. That rating decided everything. With a special quest, even the lowest rating granted at least one bonus level. But when Michael earned a perfect rating during his first advancement, the rewards had been far greater, 5 free levels and multiple new skills. And from what he'd seen so far, the higher the rank, the greater everything. It was no wonder he was pushing so hard. He wanted more. Michael slipped through the manor quietly without announcing his departure. Just the bare crunch of his boots against the cold earth as he moved past the side gate, down the slope, and into the woods behind Thornvale. A narrow path curved through the thick brush, winding toward the forest's edge. Moonlight filtered between the twisted limbs above, glinting faintly off the black clasp of his cloak. He didn't carry a lantern. He didn't need one. The woods here were old, quiet, and untamed. Even before he left the Thornvale perimeter, the air had already changed. The backwoods sloped down into a shallow valley, and from there, the towering wall of trees known as the Everlong Forest loomed ahead like a sleeping beast. Michael exhaled once. This place. It stretched for miles, untouched, uncharted. Somewhere within those endless trees was the exact spot where he had first arrived in the land of origin. He didn't know where, exactly. But that wasn't important right now. Whether he found that place again or not, it didn't change the fact that Everlong was why he had chosen Thornvale in the first place. Not because it was a wealthy territory, but because it was remote. Because it gave him space. Space to grow. Michael's footsteps slowed as he reached the tree-line. He turned once, glancing back at the dark silhouette of Thornvale Manor behind him against the starlit sky. He didn't linger. Michael's body blurred, disappearing into the woods like a phantom bolt of shadow. He weaved through trees and brush at an inhuman pace, his cloak fluttering behind him like a black ribbon tied to the wind. Finally, after several minutes of rapid movement, Michael came to a sudden stop. His boots pressed into a moss-laced stone, another clearing in a stretch of thick woodland. He closed his eyes. The world around him seemed to expand as he stretched his awareness outward. 100 meters. 200. 500. His senses flared. 1,000 meters. Then farther still. 2,000 meters. Michael opened his eyes. The scan was complete. It was safe. Michael exhaled, the breath steady. This would do. The first thing Michael did was release his core undead, aside from Prince, Gale, and Lucky. With a flex of will and a huge amount of consumed mana, the space around him shimmered faintly. In the next moment, a series of silhouettes materialized in a slow, ethereal wave. Lily and Beginning, the mutated Goliaths. Fade, the assassin-like undead. Ghost, a uniquely strong ant. Then Blue and Purple, monsters of illusion. Then came the rest, one-star rare-rank undead. Each one bowed as they arrived, their hollow eyes glowing faintly with subservience and recognition. Michael looked over them all. Michael raised a hand, and with a flick of his fingers, a ripple passed through the air. A beat later, crates and chests floated out one by one from his storage space. When they landed, the ground quivered softly under their weight. Michael crouched beside the first crate and opened it with a pulse of will. Inside lay the dusky shimmer of shadow-weave fungus, nestled in protective silk. Next came ghost root resin, 4 tiny vials in a foam-lined case. He shifted to the side and opened a flat container holding strands of dusk silk thread. Even in the moonlight, they seemed to fade in and out of sight. Hollow-core shells sat in another chest, dull and gray to the eye. He moved to the next crate. Here, mirror lotus petals, each delicate and transparent, layered neatly in a cushioned box. Alongside them were several glimmer quartz crystals. Mind Veil sap came next. Then, Michael turned to the bulkier crates. This was for Lily and Beginning. Dozens of slabs of iron leaf bark, rough and dark green, stacked together like scaled plates. Each one as strong as tempered steel. They would become armor. Beside it, sealed in a metallic cask, stone-hard resin. Abyss amber glowed in a velvet pouch. And finally, vital moss, soft and pulsing with gentle green light, was laid in a damp box. Michael stood over the full collection, a satisfied breath leaving his lungs. Michael looked at the undead surrounding him, standing silently in a wide circle. As he sensed their power, the subtle differences in their auras, the unique nature of each, he couldn't help but feel a quiet surge of pride. And these weren't even all of them. Several of his undead were still stationed in Aurora, maintaining the security of his family house. The ones present here were just a part of his total forces. Yet, even this subset would likely impress most people. In truth, it was rare for Michael to summon his entire legion. The first time had been during the demon assault on Woodstone City. That event had required everything he had. Outside of such emergencies, it was unlikely anyone would witness the full might of his undead again. There were only two scenarios where it might happen. One, when he had a large task that needed many hands, like the time he tracked and killed the mind-controlling monster. Two, when he faced a truly formidable opponent. But in that case, numbers alone wouldn't help. He'd need quality, raw power, not just quantity. It reminded him of Yuga. That bare-bodied, child-faced youth had pushed him hard enough to summon an elite undead mid-fight. If Yuga had been any stronger, Michael might have called in even more. After all, numbers only mattered when each undead was strong. Fortunately, as Michael grew, so too did his army. Any opponent that forced him to rely on numbers now would have to be terrifying but also rare. It wasn't common to encounter forces capable of handling multiple rank 2 undead at once. So, as it stood, the only likely situation where someone might see the full horde of Michael's undead again was when he simply needed more hands. As several thoughts flashed past his mind, Michael called out his status panel. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25. Max, Strength, 45, 75. Agility, 61, 51. Constitution, 56, 12. Intelligence, 202, 32. Attribute points, 50. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 104 Fan 125, Gift, Mark of Origin. Michael let the panel hover before him, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the familiar numbers of his stats. The difference wasn't small. The sheer gap between his intelligence stat and everything else. Over 200 in intelligence. The others, barely above 40. Michael exhaled through his nose. He could feel it too. His mana pool had expanded to monstrous levels. It reminded him of the time he consumed the soul mana fruit weeks ago. He remembered the strain, how his constitution had briefly dipped afterward from being unable to handle the power. That had been a warning. More mana didn't always mean more strength. Without the body to control and contain it. It was like trying to pour a river through a cracked glass. Michael clicked his tongue. It was finally time. He had been saving those attribute points for this very moment. Now, with advancement just a breath away, there was no longer any point in holding back. If he didn't treat the situation now, it might worsen. He tapped the panel. Allocate 40 points to Constitution. The panel shimmered as the numbers shifted. Constitution, 56, 1296, 12. A warm heat rushed through his limbs, steady, pulsing strength. His muscles felt firmer. His bones sturdier. The strain from his growing mana pool eased instantly, and his breath came easier. Michael rolled his shoulders, already noticing the difference. Much better. He added the remaining points. Divide the rest between strength and agility. 5 each. Another shimmer. Strength, 45, 75 50, 75. Agility, 61, 51 66, 51. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25. Max, Strength, 50, 75. Agility, 66, 51. Constitution, 96, 12. Intelligence, 202, 32. Attribute points, 0. The change wasn't as drastic as the boost to Constitution, but it was enough to keep his body balanced. Enough that if he needed to fight hand-to-hand, or move at high speed, he wouldn't falter. He closed the panel with a small nod. Michael turned his gaze toward the crates once more, then to the circle of undead around him. He was ready. Michael exhaled softly and stepped towards the crates in front of him. He allocated each resource precisely. But only a select few undead received materials. He left them untouched. It wasn't neglect. It was by design. Michael glanced across the rest of the undead in the clearing, those who hadn't received any specialized items. They stood still, obedient and expectant. Rank 1 now, but not for long. He would evolve them too. Without interference. Because while materials could influence the direction of an undead's next evolution, that influence was not predictable. There was no denying the power of mutation. It could create extraordinary results, perhaps in the future even completely unique evolution paths. But it was a gamble. And Michael didn't want to be one to gamble blindly. Just because a mutated undead was different didn't always mean it was better. Strength wasn't guaranteed. Stability wasn't guaranteed. And above all, future evolutions could become even more chaotic and harder to control. A path without precedent was also a path without warning signs. Who could say what a mutation might become several ranks later? Michael didn't know. And neither did anyone else. That was the danger. Besides, even normal evolution could produce strength. Who was to say that the so-called ordinary path wouldn't eventually surpass a mutated one? Evolution itself was a mystery. Michael believed in balance. In control. In not putting all his eggs in one basket. He would guide a few down chosen paths, tempering them with powerful materials and shaping their growth. But the rest? He'd let nature and the system decide. Perhaps that unpredictability would become an advantage later on. A grin ghosted across his lips. Let's see what fate chooses for you all. He raised his hand. He then summoned 3 more undead. These ones weren't to be evolved now. They were for his protection. They were Prince, Lucky, and Gale. The first thing Michael did was give a simple command. Prince. Dome. Immediately, the massive wolf nodded in acknowledgement and slammed his forelegs into the ground. Thick vines erupted from the earth, twisting and weaving together at blinding speed until a large, enclosed dome formed over the clearing, hiding Michael and the 90-plus undead surrounding him. He didn't do this for secrecy. He did it because he knew what was coming. At present, Michael had 104 contracted undead. 11 remained stationed in Aurora, guarding his family's home. 3 more, Prince, Lucky, and Gale, stood apart. And the rest. 90 strong. All gathered here. All ready to evolve. Spartan, who had once occupied a contract slot, no longer did. His situation was different now. Michael inhaled slowly. Then he did something he had never attempted before. He evolved them all at once. The decision came from both necessity and impatience. Evolving 90 undead individually would take hours, possibly days. And he didn't have that kind of time. So, he did it in bulk. The moment his will confirmed the action, his evolution points drained like a burst dam. Thousands vanished in a blink. And around him, a wave of white light erupted. Each undead, whether beast, humanoid, construct, or insect, began to glow. Then they screamed. It wasn't speech, but a sound. Raw, unfiltered pain and instinct. They twisted and writhed, their bodies thrashing violently within the dome. Limbs cracked. Bones warped. Auras surged wildly. It was chaos. Far more intense than evolving 1 or 2 at a time. Yet Michael stood calmly, arms folded as the glow lit up his face. He'd expected this much. What he hadn't expected was what came after. A feedback wave. Necromancers had a unique trait. When one of their undead advanced a rank, it created a feedback loop that strengthened the summoner. That was already something Michael understood. But this time, it wasn't one undead evolving. It was 90. And among those, nearly all had been at just the right level for a rank up to trigger the feedback immediately after their evolution completed. A tremor ran through Michael's body. It wasn't pain. It was power. Raw and overwhelming. Stats surged into him. Feedback loops stacked on each other, like an avalanche of strength crashing down from every direction. He staggered slightly, bracing a hand against his thigh. His vision blurred for a moment, and his heartbeat pounded in his ears. He hadn't fully thought this part through. Michael had always been careful about maximizing feedback. His key undead were leveled to the peak before evolving, ensuring the evolution would trigger a rank up and maximize stat gain. But the others, he deliberately hadn't. Because there were limits. Experience was finite. There was only so much EXP he and his undead could share. And evolution, by itself, already granted a solid increase in strength. Rather than wasting experience to push the lesser undead to their level caps, experience that could instead fuel his own growth or empower his elites, Michael had chosen efficiency. It was better that they be slightly weaker, so long as they remained strong enough to keep up. It was that strategy that had allowed him to field 90 rank 2 undead at once. But in his excitement, he had underestimated one thing: the feedback. Even if they weren't maximized, every single one of those undead had just advanced a rank. And now, that feedback was flooding his body like a tidal wave. His vision swam again. Stat points kept pouring in. And it wasn't done yet. Michael grit his teeth as he clenched his fists and forced his body to remain standing. Inside the Vine Dome, the light of 90 evolution still pulsed like a rising sun. And Michael. He could feel himself changing right alongside them. Your strength stat has increased. X, your agility stat has increased. X, your constitution stat has increased. X, your intelligence stat has increased. X, and that wasn't all. The moment the other's evolution ended, Michael immediately called out his status panel. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 25. Max, Strength, 135, 75, plus 85. Agility, 166, 51, plus 100. Constitution, 191, 12, plus 95. Intelligence, 227, 32, plus 25. Attribute points, 0. That wasn't all. Fortune struck. Your body is overflowing with power. Your body is overflowing with power. Your body is overflowing with power. You have gained the skill, Bull Strength. You have gained the skill, Limit Burst. You have gained the skill, Iron Skin. For the first time since his awakening, Michael got lucky, gaining not just one, but 3 new skills purely from the significant increases in his secondary stats, as intelligence was his primary attribute. And this wasn't all. Suddenly, the panels in front of Michael started to flicker crazily. Advancement Quest, have 10 rank 2 undead, progress, 10 fan 10, your rank advancement quest has been completed. Do you wish to advance to Master Necromancer now? Advancement Quest, have 10 rank 2 undead, progress, 11 fan 10, special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated, advancement quest, have 20 rank 2 undead, progress, 11 fan 20, time limit, 1 year. Reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. And it didn't stop. It continued. Advancement quest, have 20 rank 1 undead, progress, 21 fan 20, special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated, advancement quest, have 30 rank 2 undead, progress, 21 fan 30, time limit, 6 months reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. And it didn't stop. It continued yet again. Advancement quest, have 30 rank 1 undead, progress, 31 fan 30, special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated, advancement quest, have 50 rank 2 undead, progress, 31 fan 50, time limit, 1 month reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. And it still didn't stop. Advancement quest, have 50 rank 2 undead, progress, 51 fan 50, special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated, advancement quest, have more than 50 rank 2 undead, progress, 90 fan 100, max, time limit, 1 week reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. Do you wish to advance to Master Necromancer now? Michael stared at the series of cascading notifications, eyes wide with disbelief. Panel after panel flickered before him like a slot machine gone mad, quests and system alerts faster than he could register. A strange silence filled the Vine Dome, the echo of undead evolution fading. But within Michael's chest, his heart pounded like a war drum. Did I just break the system? The thought came unbidden, and yet he couldn't dismiss it. It was almost comical. He hadn't even advanced to Master Necromancer yet, and the system was already throwing everything it had at him like it was panicking, scrambling to respond to a situation it hadn't been designed to handle. The last time he triggered a one-time limit break quest, it was for exceeding a normal advancement requirement. Just one special quest. And the reward. 3 random skills. A few attribute points in all stats. 5 bonus levels, because he'd hit a perfect rating. But this was different. This wasn't one limit break quest. This was 4. Each one stacking on top of the other like a tower built far beyond its foundation. Michael exhaled slowly, his breath fogging slightly in the dome's still air. Surely, he muttered, voice low, even if there's no rating above perfect, this has to be something far beyond what most people have done before. He wasn't boasting. He wasn't even trying to convince himself. It was just logic. The quests didn't even overlap, each one was based on a new bracket he'd shattered. 10 rank 2 undead. Then 20. Then 30. Then 50. And now, more than 50. It was absurd. Michael chuckled, the sound dry and faintly disbelieving. He could only imagine the back end of the world itself glitching like a machine pushed past its design specs. Still, a slow grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He felt a chill, not of fear, but anticipation. And now, staring at the twin prompts blinking at him, do you wish to advance to Master Necromancer now? He felt something else. Excitement. Like a spark had caught dry tinder in his chest. Michael's fingers twitched at his side. With 5 special quests lined up, each with increasing difficulty and compressed time limits, the rewards would only scale accordingly. They had to. But first, he looked around at the evolved undead, many of whom were still adapting to their new forms, some with elongated limbs, armored hides, and so on. Each one stronger. And all of them his. His army was evolving. And so was he. Michael stared at the blinking prompt. But he didn't press it just yet. Not while 5 limit break quests were active. Not when completing them would make his rise even more explosive. He lowered his hand and took a breath. Not yet. A short laugh escaped him. I'm going to break you even more first, he told the system softly, almost affectionately. Then he turned his eyes toward the forest beyond the dome. So many monsters. And only 7 days for the final limit break. His grin widened. Michael turned his attention back to the quest panel. Advancement quest, have more than 50 rank 2 undead, progress, 90 fan 100, max, time limit, 1 week. He exhaled through his nose. 90 out of 100. The number loomed in his mind. Just 10 more undead to push the limit one final time. Maybe then the system would finally stop throwing quests at him like a panicked gambler doubling down. Michael rubbed his temples. Still, there was one small relief. Having 10 more undead to complete the quest wasn't going to be an issue. His expression relaxed slightly. Then again, what would happen if he exceeded the maximum? Would the system finally collapse under its own logic? Would another secret quest appear? Michael didn't know. But it excited him. His lips curved into a thoughtful grin as he closed the panel. Michael reached into his storage space and pulled out something he often forgot was even there, a sealed jar filled with dead insects. It was the same set he'd originally used to create Fade and Ghost. Before all the recent chaos, before his advancement quest spiraled into something far greater, Michael had once believed he wouldn't need that many undead to meet his requirements. Now, looking back, he realized how naive that assumption had been. He glanced at the jar, then sighed. Why was he reviving more undead here instead of simply returning to Aurora and evolving the one stationed there? The answer was simple. Those undead were all high humans, already evolved once. And while none of them had yet reached rank 2, the nature of limitless races meant that evolution granted potential, not immediate power. It didn't add strength in the way evolving others did. Which meant they weren't enough. Michael had no choice but to create more undead. Thankfully, he had the means. He didn't waste time. He popped the jar open and poured the contents onto the ground. Dozens of insect corpses scattered across the forest floor. Michael picked them at random. A spell was cast. Dark mana surged from his fingertips, wrapping around the lifeless bodies. Compared to the other undead he'd worked on recently, these creatures were simple. Weak. Reviving them was as effortless as breathing. Moments later, 11 new undead crawled to life, legs clicking, wings twitching, mandibles scraping as they awaited command. Without hesitation, Michael triggered their evolution. Then again. He felt his evolution points drop slightly, but not enough to concern him. The process was quick, these creatures were small, and their growth paths were straightforward. Their forms twisted, changed, grew stronger with each surge of light. And then, as the last of them finished transforming, the panel appeared. Advancement quest, have more than 50 rank 2 undead, progress, 100 fan 100, max, rank advancement quest has been completed. Rating. And then it came. Rank advancement quest, type, special/time limited/limit break, status, completed, rating, transcended, followed by another long familiar sight. The summary. Average rating quest, objective, have more than 50 rank 2 undead and a week reward, 10 level up, plus 10 attribute point to all stats, 1 skill mastery advanced ticket, hidden, excellent rating quest. Objective, have more than 50 rank 2 undead and a week hidden requirement, 10 2-star rare rank 2 undead reward, 10 level up, plus 15 attribute point to all stats, 2 skill mastery advanced tickets, hidden, exceptional rating quest. Objective, have more than 50 rank 2 undead and a week hidden. Requirement, 33-star rare rank 2 undead, 70 rank 2 undead reward, 15 level up, plus 30 attribute point to all stats, 3 skill mastery advanced ticket, hidden. Perfect rating quest, objective, have more than 50 rank 2 undead and a week hidden requirement, 43-star rare rank 2 undead, 1 1-star extraordinary rank 2 undead reward, 15 level up, plus 30 attribute point to all stats, 3 skill mastery advanced ticket, 1 random rare grade treasure, hidden. Transcendent Rating Quest. Objective: have 100 Rank 2 Undead and a weak hidden requirement. 53-star Rare Rank. Rank 2 Undead. 5 1-star Extraordinary Rank. Rank 2 Undead Reward. 15 Level Up. Plus 50 Attribute Point to all stats. 5 Skill Mastery Advanced Ticket. 1 Random Epic Grade Treasure. A title. Do you wish to advance now? Michael blinked. Then blinked again. Transcended. He stared at the glowing panel, mouth slightly ajar. The word didn't even register at first. He'd been expecting perfect. After all, it was the highest rating he knew existed. But this was new. You're kidding me. Rating, transcended, his heart thudded like a war drum. The rewards weren't just generous. They were absurd. 10 levels. No, 15. 50 attribute points across the board. 5 skill mastery tickets. And an epic grade treasure. Michael ran a hand through his hair, still staring at the system as if it might suddenly take it all back. This isn't just beyond perfect, he murmured. It's legendary. No, transcendent. The word echoed in his head. His undead shuffled lightly behind him, the faint clicking and groaning sounds grounding him in reality. Dozens of creatures, armored, fanged, and silent, stood awaiting his next move. Creatures that he had raised. That he had evolved. And the system had taken notice. Michael swallowed hard. The panel flickered once more. Do you wish to advance now? Michael stared. His hand hovered. He wanted to press it. Gods, he wanted to press it. And he did. The moment Michael felt the intense surge of energy flooding his body, he couldn't help but feel grateful he'd prepared a secure space for his real body before advancing. The memory of his previous advancement, when he'd nearly endangered his family, still haunted him. If not for Teacher Brian being nearby to intervene, things might have ended in disaster. As his power surged, so too did his influence on the surrounding environment. At rank 1, the change had been minimal. At rank 2, the increase in strength should be more pronounced, but even then, it shouldn't have reached the scale he was now experiencing. The truth was simple: Michael was not normal. Most Awakened couldn't match a true rank 2 while still being at rank 1. While it wasn't unheard of for powerful Awakeners to fight a rank above their own, such individuals were rare. All Awakeners generally shared similar fundamental advantages, making it difficult to truly dominate. Most rank 1s couldn't beat a rank 2. But Michael, he had already surpassed that benchmark even before reaching this stage. He was a true outlier. And as the overwhelming tide of power reached its peak, Michael's consciousness began to slip, just like it had during his first rank advancement. But this time, even as his awareness faded, the process didn't stop. His body continued its transformation. The vine dome trembled. As Michael's consciousness slipped away, the very air within the dome thickened, saturated with mana so dense it shimmered faintly like mist. A wave of raw, primal energy pulsed outward from his body, causing the ground to vibrate and the vines overhead to stretch taut as if nature itself was reacting to the phenomenon. Mana bloomed like wildfire. It wasn't just a surge. It was an eruption. The grass beneath Michael blackened in a perfect circle. If Michael had undergone this advancement anywhere else, the destruction would have been immediate. But he wasn't alone. 101 undead stood around him, silent, motionless, and utterly devoted. All rank 2. All radiating power of their own. And so, the mana storm did not consume the dome. The evolved undead weathered the surge with ease, their bodies absorbing the ambient pressure as if it were little more than a breeze. They didn't need to be told what to do. This was their purpose. To protect him. And so they did. In a circle of perfect formation, they formed a defensive perimeter, a wall of silence and death. Should any creature, even a monster king, stumble into this space now, they would not survive a second. because something was changing at the center. Michael's body hovered slightly off the ground, lifted by the unseen currents of mana spiraling from within him. His veins glowed faintly with threads of blue and violet light. The transformation had begun. Bones within his body creaked as they strengthened. Mana pathways expanded, then expanded again. System messages flickered across the empty air, seen by none. Outside the dome, the forest grew eerily still. Birds flew higher. Even mana-rich insects, normally drawn to surging energy, vanished. And at the center of it all, Michael floated. Still unconscious. Still changing. Time lost meaning. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. But the moment his eyes finally snapped open, glowing faintly like cold fire beneath storm clouds, a new power had taken root. Michael exhaled slowly and sat up from the ground. The world felt different. Sharper. Quieter. Louder. All at once. Everything was heightened. He flexed his fingers slowly, curling them into fists. The strength in his body was immense, almost overwhelming. He could feel it coiled beneath his skin like a barely restrained storm. It wasn't just physical power either. Michael let out a breathless laugh, though it sounded more like a disbelieving scoff. This is insane. He'd felt strong before. When he evolved his undead and received stat feedback, the boost had been noticeable, even intoxicating. But this was on another level entirely. Back then, he hadn't even had time to properly adjust. A part of him smiled warily. I need to be careful, he muttered under his breath. He hadn't even checked what his advancement had actually done yet. Michael cracked his neck, releasing a low sigh of tension. He still needed to adjust, to refine the control over this newfound strength, but he couldn't deny the pride stirring in his chest. This was growth. Real, undeniable, irreversible growth. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Master Necromancer. Level, 40. Strength, 313, 25, plus 177, 5. Agility, 331, 41, plus 184. Constitution, 369, 32, plus 178, 2. Intelligence, 443, 22, plus 215, 9. Attribute points, 150. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Talent, Infinite Evolution, Class Skill, Contract Slot, 115 Fan 250, Gift, Mark of Origin, Title, First in History, Outlier. The first thing Michael noticed after sitting up was his level and stats. His level had jumped 15 levels, just like the reward from his advancement quest had promised. Level 40, he muttered, blinking. He doubted there were many of his peers even close to this. In sheer level alone, he might already be in the top 1%. But even that wasn't what made his heart pound. It was his stats. They were monstrous. These weren't the stats of a fresh rank 2 awakened. Hell, they didn't even feel like they belonged to someone at level 40. No, this was something else entirely. Michael clenched his fist slowly, feeling the raw strength pulsing beneath his skin. He gained stats in 4 ways: 1. Natural class and race-based gains with each level up. 2. Attribute points gained from leveling up. 3. Through steady cultivation over time. And 4. The most ridiculous of them all, feedback from his undead. Thanks to his talent and sheer number of high-quality undead, the feedback loop from their evolution gave him stat gains most awakened couldn't even dream of. Every time one of his undead evolved, a portion of their power cycled back into him. And he had over 100 rank 2 undead. That feedback alone made Michael's stat growth absurd. But that wasn't even the biggest cheat. His race was high human. Unlike ordinary humans, high humans were inherently superior. One stat point for Michael could easily be equal to 2 or even more for regular awakeners. He didn't just grow stronger, he scaled higher. Michael didn't know his exact standing right now, but judging by the raw numbers alone, he wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Could I rival a peak rank 2 already? He murmured. Or am I already at the level of a weak rank 3? It felt unbelievable. A pseudo rank 3 at best, maybe. But he couldn't deny the immense sense of security he felt right now. Even if true rank 3 awakened had more than stats, like unique abilities and advanced class skills, Michael wasn't sure they could casually ignore someone with over 400 intelligence and nearly 300 in other stats. He felt a good portion of his stat increase came from the promised 50 points. Michael's eyes narrowed as he scrolled through the panel again. That was when the next thing caught his attention: attribute points, 150, contract slots, 250. A short breath left him, part awe, part understanding. As a necromancer, Michael gained +4 attribute points per level. As a high human, he gained +6 attribute points per level on top of that. 10 points per level. He'd leveled up 15 times. That was 150 points exactly. So this wasn't a bonus, it was natural growth. As for his contract slots, his eyes flicked over the panel again. Advancing to rank 2 had directly increased his maximum contract slots. He knew this already. Each rank up granted more space, especially for summoners. On top of that, every level up as a necromancer granted +5 slots per level. The advancement itself had given him extra capacity. He could tell by the jump. From 125 to 250. That was 125 new slots. And this wasn't all. You have successfully advanced to rank 2. Core class skills, Undead Summoning and Undead Revival, have advanced in mastery. New class skill unlocked, Spirit Eyes, your mana is overflowing. New skill gained, Mana Shield, your mana continues to surge. New skill gained, Acid Bomb, your body is overflowing with power. New skill gained, Regeneration, Michael exhaled slowly. His fingers trembled, not from fear, but the sheer magnitude of what he'd become. A master necromancer. With over 100 rank 2 undead and power that could probably be called a pseudo rank 3 awakened. It almost didn't feel real. His thoughts turned back to the 5 new skills, 4 of which had nothing to do with his class advancement and were granted solely through stat thresholds. In just a few hours, he had gained a lot of skills. Michael chuckled softly, a dry sound. At this rate, Michael muttered, I'll have more skills than I can ever actively use. That wasn't a bad thing. The truth was, he didn't need to use them all now. His lifespan had already been extended due to rank advancements and his high human race. These skills would accumulate in mastery slowly, growing with him even if left dormant for now. Besides, versatility was one of the greatest strengths one could have. There would be times where Acid Bomb would be better than Corpse Explosion, where Mana Shield might save him when Bone Armor couldn't. He didn't need to master all of them today. But even now, the system wasn't finished. Because something else awaited. Time to check the real reward, he muttered. Michael lifted a hand and opened the system panel again. This time, his eyes weren't drawn to the stats or the levels, but to something new. Something that hadn't been there before. It pulsed faintly at the edge of his vision, like a soft invitation. Michael blinked, eyebrows lifting slightly. This was new. This was an entirely new section. He tapped it. The panel slid open with a quiet chime, and lines of glowing text appeared before him. Titles, unique passive benefits tied to exceptional accomplishments. Title acquired, first in history, you are the first in your race to achieve something the Origin will acknowledges. Achievement, breaking through the established rating. Effect, the Origin will now pays attention to you. Far, far from where Michael was, beyond the skies, beyond the boundaries of the known world. A place few had seen, and fewer still remembered. It was not bound by stone or sky, nor did it obey the laws of man. It simply was. A vast expanse of radiant plain stretched endlessly beneath the golden twilight sky, where silver rivers floated through the air like ribbons and massive mountains hovered above a sea of glowing clouds. Trees shimmered with crystal leaves, and flowers pulsed with ambient mana, each petal a different color, like stained glass reflecting the soul of the world. It was a place made of concepts. A world where thoughts became form. At the heart of it, seated beneath a luminous tree whose roots coiled through space and whose branches disappeared into constellations, sat a man. Or rather, something shaped like a man. His face could not be seen. It was veiled in shimmering distortion, like looking through clear water that rippled just enough to hide what lay beyond. His form was composed of threads of golden light, woven tightly into the shape of robes. Power clung to him like gravity. Silent. Crushing. Absolute. He sat cross-legged on nothing, yet all things bent around him. And in that moment, the man stirred. His head tilted slightly. A hum, barely louder than a whisper, escaped his lips. How strange. He raised one hand. A pale sphere appeared in his palm, glowing faintly with lines that pulsed like veins. Each line represented a people. A race. A fate. One thick thread in particular, thin and dim for what felt like ages, suddenly began to glow. And brighter still. The thread surged like lightning through the web, sparking ripple effects across the entire orb. The man stared at it. It was the thread of the Aurora race. A variant race of humans. A race long deemed outclassed. Dismissed by greater races. Why has their fate risen so sharply? He didn't sound concerned. Only curious. His hand tightened slightly. The thread shimmered and rearranged. The man stared at it for a long moment, unmoving. Then, softly, he chuckled. Another first in history. He leaned back slightly, the air warping behind him. Origin Will, what are you so secretive about? He spoke not with hostility, but amusement. Like an older brother watching a child try to sneak a surprise. And then, with a flick of his hand, a translucent screen appeared before him. It was a status panel. The numbers shown would have stolen the breath from Michael's lungs. But there was something familiar there. First in history, first God. Title, First God, you are the first God to rise from your race. Back in the land of origin, Michael, completely unaware that his actions had stirred forces far beyond himself, stared at the panel before him in quiet confusion. Title, First in history, you are the first in your race to achieve something the origin will acknowledges. Achievement, breaking through the established rating. Effect, the origin will now pays attention to you. Michael tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he reread the panel once more. Origin will. The words lingered in his mind like an itch he couldn't scratch. It wasn't the will part that bothered him. It was the origin. That term alone made him wary. No, not just wary, uneasy. There were two things with origin in them that were already deeply tied to him. The land of origin, an alternate realm accessible only through connection to the mysterious mark of origin. And that mark. It was no small thing. The mark of origin was the foundation of power for awakeners. It was what separated the awakened from the rest of humanity. Only those who bore the mark could gain a class, level up, and develop system-guided abilities. It was the gateway to growth. The key to evolution. And more importantly, it was the only thing that allowed one to step foot into the land of origin, where untold opportunities awaited. And now, a will, a conscious will, had been named. Something intelligent. Something aware. Something watching. Michael's hand twitched slightly at the realization. His eyes stayed locked on the glowing text. Effect: the origin will now pays attention to you. This isn't just flavor text, he muttered. It couldn't be. A presence capable of appearing on the system panel. This was something real. Some force, maybe even a being. And for some reason, it had turned its gaze toward him. Michael's mouth went dry. He glanced around the vine dome. It felt quieter now. Why me? He whispered. He wasn't naive. He knew he was different. His undead feedback was absurd, and his talent, infinite evolution, was clearly special. To be noticed by something that had never been mentioned in any guide. It was also possible he just hasn't seen it or doesn't have access yet. Michael swallowed hard. He looked at the mark of origin on his hand. Then up at the first in history's title again. The mark lets us grow. The land is where we search for power. But now there's a will watching it all. It made him feel exposed. Like a chess piece that had just stepped into a game. Michael exhaled slowly and stood to his feet. He stared at the panel again, his brows furrowed. The origin will. Is it a conscious force that governs the system? Michael shook his head. Or maybe it wasn't the system at all. Maybe the system served it. Whatever the truth was, one thing was clear now. Someone, or something, was watching him. Michael slowly raised his hand, summoning the black mark etched into his flesh, the mark of origin. It shimmered faintly, responding to his will, as if alive. He stared at it in silence. That was what the panel called it. He remembered back when he first awakened, barely understanding what the mark meant. Back then, he had spent hours combing through forums. And it was there he'd seen it. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. A post, buried deep in the early threads of awakening theory. The mark of origin is only the beginning. It is possible to gain more gifts. Michael hadn't understood it then. He barely understood it now. He hadn't seen anything like it since. No other mention. No confirmed source. No official documentation. Just that lone post. At the time, he'd been intrigued. A second gift. Something on the level of the mark. But he'd hit a wall quickly. Most resources were locked behind strict Federation clearance levels, and his own authority had been barely above civilian at the time. Eventually, he gave up. The idea faded. Now the origin will had acknowledged him. The system also called the mark a gift. Was it you? He murmured, voice barely above a whisper as he looked at the mark. Was it the origin will who gave this to me in the first place? It made sense. More than he wanted to admit. The origin will. Michael's eyes grew distant. Was it watching even now? And if so, what else was it capable of? Did it have a purpose? Michael didn't know. He had more questions than answers. Michael stared at the glowing panel in front of him. His fingers twitched, a dozen questions racing through his mind. But then he let out a deep breath. No point thinking too hard. His voice was quiet but firm, like he was convincing himself as much as stating a fact. It was helping him. The system. Even if he didn't understand everything, even if there were hidden costs or watching eyes. It was helping him. And for now, that was enough. Worrying wouldn't solve anything. He couldn't change what he didn't understand. He just had to keep going. One step at a time. Go with the flow, he murmured. See where it leads. He exhaled again and closed the current notification, preparing to check the next title. A soft chime followed his action as the next line of text expanded. His eyes scanned it, and then his expression froze. A second later, he blurted out, "What the?" Title, Outliner, you have shaken, or have the potential to shake, a fundamental balance of the universe. This is unacceptable to the origin will and requires punishment. But as this existence is rare, a reward has also been issued. Experience gained is reduced by 50 fan-tram. You gain resistance and partial immunity to certain universal rules. Michael stared blankly for a second. Then he read it again. This is messed up, he muttered. He dragged a hand across his face, then ran it through his hair, visibly trying to process what he was reading. Unacceptable to the origin will, he repeated aloud. What am I, some kind of bug in the system? Michael dragged a hand across his face, then ran it through his hair, visibly trying to process what he was reading. The words weren't dramatic. They weren't over-explained. But they sent a chill down his spine anyway. It wasn't just the idea of being watched or noticed, it was the label. He was now an outliner. Someone, or something, that didn't belong in the normal structure of the universe. And that wasn't just noted. It was punished. 50 fan-tram less EXP might not seem like much, but in a system where progress slowed drastically with each stage, that was a serious penalty. A compounding one. But then again, his eyes moved to the second line. Resistance and partial immunity to certain world rules. Michael didn't understand everything, but he forced himself not to overthink it. Still, it made him acknowledge one thing clearly. This was serious. The first part of the outliner title's effect was terrifying. The second part sounded useful, resistance and partial immunity to universal rules, but that didn't change the uncomfortable truth. Everything else painted the origin will in a deeply unsettling light. And worst of all, Michael could do nothing about it. With a deep breath, he shook those thoughts away and turned his focus to something else. Something exciting. The final 2 rewards from his advancement quest. A skill mastery ticket and a random epic grade item. The first, he only had a vague understanding of. The name gave some idea, but he'd never seen one before. Still, if it could enhance a skill's mastery, then it was undoubtedly valuable. But it was the second that really caught his attention. A random epic grade item. Just thinking about it made Michael's heartbeat quicken. His strongest undead so far were at extraordinary grade, and even they felt overwhelmingly powerful. Epic grade was an entire tier above that. While it wasn't exactly fair to compare undead to items, different scales, different purposes, it didn't lessen his anticipation. He reached into his storage space. From the moment he'd woken up after advancing, he'd felt something unfamiliar tucked inside. His hand closed around something. Michael pulled out 6 glowing orbs. 5 of them shimmered with bright white light, smooth and pulsing softly like skill drops in the land of origin. The 6th was brighter. More intense. It glowed with a deep violet hue, almost alive with power. Just at a glance, he could tell the difference. The 5 white orbs were undoubtedly the skill mastery tickets. Which meant the last one. Michael held it up slowly, eyes narrowed. The epic grade item. It looked just like a loot orb that dropped from killing monsters, though aside from spirit crystals, he had never received anything else before from slaying creatures in the land of origin. This was different. His lips curled slightly. Come on. Show me what you are. Without hesitation, he crushed the violet orb in his palm. A rush of wind pulsed outward, and in the next instant, the light coalesced, taking form. Michael's eyes widened as the light faded, revealing what looked like a black coffin. It was etched with eerie runes and inlaid with silver. A prompt appeared. 3-star class-based epic-grade item acquired, damaged coffin of the forgotten, effect 1, eternal call, summon an undead from the netherworld. The summoned creature will be 1 rank lower than the user's highest contracted undead and will remain for 24 hours or until destroyed. Requires massive energy consumption depending on the summoned creature level. Effect 2, Gate of Death. Laying within the coffin allows the user to transfer their consciousness to the netherworld. Effect 3, Gravekeeper's Claim. Passive. If the user is killed, the coffin anchors their soul, allowing resurrection after 10 years in a random location in the netherworld. Usable once every 100 years, and after the second resurrection, the item will be destroyed. Michael stared. Then stared some more. His heart thumped heavily in his chest. This is broken. Eternal Call. Gate of Death. Gravekeeper's Claim. Michael's excitement surged again. And then, it hit him. But familiar. Michael blinked and instinctively reached for the feeling. There it was again. No way. He closed his eyes and focused. Reaching not with his hands, but with his soul. That's when it confirmed itself. A soul connection. A true connection. Like the ones he had with Lucky and Prince. The kind required to evolve something through his talent. Michael's breath caught in his throat. Eligible for evolution, item, damaged coffin of the forgotten, insufficient points to evolve. The notification glowed gently in the corner of his panel. Michael's eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me. He stared at the coffin in his hands like it had just turned into a living thing. It was only now he truly confirmed something. His talent, infinite evolution, wasn't limited to the living. The requirement was a soul connection. And this coffin met it. His mind reeled. If I can evolve this. No, when he evolved it. He didn't even need to ask what the result might be. An epic-grade class-bound coffin, already broken in its current state, with the power to summon undead from the netherworld and grant resurrection. What would it become after evolution? His pulse raced. His fingers trembled. He'd always known infinite evolution was powerful. And with a soft laugh, half-shocked, half-exhilarated, Michael whispered, maybe an epic-grade stick is possible to create after all. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough evolution points to evolve it right now. Michael let out a slow breath, the moment of thrill giving way to a calm, simmering anticipation. That coffin would evolve, he would make sure of it. And when it did, he couldn't even imagine what it might become. For now, though, his attention shifted back. To the item itself. Damaged Coffin of the Forgotten. The name stuck with him. Why damaged? Was it simply a narrative label? Or was there more to it? His thoughts spun in slow circles. A part of him wondered if the system couldn't, or wouldn't, give him a perfect item. Was it bound by limitations? Could it only pull from things that already existed? If so, then this coffin wasn't just a created reward. It was something that had been. Something that once existed in full. Something that had been used. The idea gave him pause. The system always seemed game-like, and this only reinforced it. In games, loot often had history. Weapons that belonged to past heroes. Artifacts pulled from shattered civilizations. Fragments of legendary sets with missing pieces. And sometimes, the most powerful items weren't the newest, they were the ones with stories. Was this coffin one of those? Did it belong to someone else before me? Michael murmured, fingers tightening slightly around the cold material. Was it made? Or recovered? His lips tugged downward in a slight frown. He didn't dislike what he had received, not even close. This item was incredible. Even damaged, it was leaps above anything he'd seen. Michael ran a finger along the coffin, thoughtful. Of the 3 effects listed, 2 stood out immediately. Effect 2, Gate of Death, was the most mysterious. Transferring consciousness to the netherworld. That sounded like some advanced soul magic, something similar to how entering the land of origin worked. He didn't know what he'd find there, but the fact that he had access at all was huge. A subspace like that wasn't just a lore gimmick. The netherworld had to mean something. Could it be a place for hidden knowledge? Maybe a zone where stronger undead could be found, or even created. Michael didn't know. But the possibilities excited him. Effect 3, Gravekeeper's Claim, though, that was the one that truly made his breath hitch. A passive resurrection skill tied to the coffin. Resurrection. That word alone was weighty. Even in the land of origin, where death wasn't always permanent, the concept of true resurrection was rare and nearly impossible. In the real world, death was death. Your original body died. That was it. No second chances. Just darkness. Now Michael had 2 more lives, technically 3, counting the one he was living. And that was insane. Of course, no sane person would treat death casually. Even with resurrection as an option, the process wasn't exactly appealing. 10 years in the netherworld. Alone. Randomly reborn somewhere. Who even knew what that experience would be like? Michael didn't intend to find out anytime soon. Still, the reassurance it gave him was real. He had a fallback now. A failsafe. No wonder this was epic grade. But then there was Effect 1, Eternal Call. Compared to the other 2, it felt underwhelming. Summon an undead from the netherworld. 1 rank lower than my highest contracted undead. Michael made a face. It's not bad, he muttered. But it wasn't that it was useless. The wording left things unclear. 1 rank lower than my highest contracted undead. That could mean a few things. If his strongest undead was, say, a 3-star extraordinary, would the coffin summon a 3-star rare or a 2-star extraordinary? If it was the latter, a 2-star version in the same rank, that was actually pretty decent. It would still pack serious strength. But if it dropped an entire tier to a lower rarity, even at 3 stars, the power gap would be significant. Michael frowned slightly. The difference between rarity ranks isn't just cosmetic, he murmured. Each jump up unlocks more potential, power, more growth. In this world, rank determined the ceiling. But stars determined the range. 1 star in a rank meant 7 levels. So, 1-star common maxed at level 7, 1-star rare went up to level 28, 1-star extraordinary could hit level 49, 2-star rare would go to level 52, and so on. But in theory, a 2-star extraordinary could also overpower a 3-star extraordinary, depending on their level difference. That meant if the coffin summoned a creature from a lower rank, but at the maximum level, it could still be incredibly useful. And if he could choose the rank level summoned, then it became quite broken. The ability to summon 1 powerful undead, even temporarily, without using a contract slot was massive. Especially during moments where he couldn't rely on his existing legion, like dangerous dungeons or unexpected encounters. But there's this part that bothers me, Michael muttered. It says the energy cost depends on the summoned creature's level. So was it adjustable? Michael stared at the coffin for a long moment. A part of him, morbidly curious, was tempted to try it out. But the thought passed as quickly as it came. He carefully returned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten to his storage space. There were other things to focus on. Even though he could clearly see the changes in his undead after their mass evolution, improved body structure, denser mana signatures, more refined auras, he hadn't taken the time to properly examine any of them. He could feel the growth, but not the extent. And then there were the tickets. Michael turned toward the 5 skill mastery orbs still floating silently beside him. Each glowed faintly, hovering like little moons around his body. Unlike stat increases, skill mastery wasn't something one could easily brute force. Sure, repetition helped. Training helped. But most skills, especially advanced ones, plateaued at some point. Michael extended his hand toward the first orb. Now let's see what you're really about. He squeezed. The orb didn't shatter. Instead, it morphed. Michael blinked in surprise as the glowing sphere twisted into something more defined, a small glass vial. About the size of a finger, it shimmered faintly with a milky blue liquid inside, swirling as if stirred by invisible hands. A soft chime echoed. Item acquired, skill mastery potion, description, drinking this potion while focusing on a skill will increase its mastery. If the selected skill is in basic mastery, instantly promotes it to intermediate. If the selected skill is in intermediate mastery, promotes to advanced. If the selected skill is in advanced mastery, increases proficiency by 30 to 50 fan tram. Effectiveness determined by user comprehension. Item acquired, skill mastery potion, description, drinking this potion while focusing on a skill will increase its mastery. If the selected skill is in basic mastery, instantly promotes it to intermediate. If the selected skill is in intermediate mastery, promotes to advanced. If the selected skill is in advanced mastery, increases proficiency by 30 to 50 fan tram. Effectiveness determined by user comprehension. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he read it again. Interesting, he muttered. It also confirmed one of his assumptions. Getting a skill to perfect mastery would not be easy. Even with this potion, 2 were at least required just to have a chance to break that final barrier. This was a treasure. More valuable than most rare items. Michael turned the potion between his fingers, watching the light play off the liquid inside. There was no grade. No quality tier. Yet the description was enough to tell him its worth. It scaled with him. That made it even more potent in the right hands. The more he understood a skill, the better this potion would serve him. His fingers twitched. And he suddenly grinned. So if I drink one of these while thinking about... His eyes flicked toward his panel. Let's say, Undead Revival. That skill was already his core class technique, the backbone of everything he did. Right now, it was an advanced mastery thanks to advancing to rank 2. If he was desperate enough, he might hit perfect. Michael's grip tightened slightly around the vial. Perfect mastery. He'd never seen it before. He quickly pulled out his panel and checked. Undead Revival, Advanced Mastery, 22 fan tram. With a smirk, he put the vial away. There were still 5 more. He wanted to test them, yes, but carefully. No wasting them. Michael reached for the second orb and watched it morph into another potion. Another soft chime. 5 potions. 1 use per skill. And if needed, more than 1 to reach the peak. Michael placed the 5 shimmering vials into his storage space, each one carefully tucked away. As they vanished into the void, he exhaled slowly. All right, he muttered. Next order of business. Breaking his advancement quest's rating had brought some unexpected results, both blessings and burdens, but Michael couldn't deny how much stronger he'd become. He hadn't even digested all his gains yet. His stats were up. His contract slots had grown. His undead had evolved. And there was still more to come. But that could wait. Right now, there was something else on his mind. His undead. Oddly enough, it wasn't to inspect the changes in the ones that had just evolved. He had already sensed their improvements. But in truth, Michael wasn't done evolving his undead. Back when he was still rank 1, the strongest undead he could safely control were those at rank 2. Any higher and the risk of losing control grew exponentially. Now he was rank 2. And the leash had been extended. He could handle more. Initially, he had planned to evolve only Lucky, his oldest and most trusted undead, and call it a day. He figured having 1 rank 3 undead would be enough of a boost after advancing. But reality had quickly crushed that expectation. The moment he felt his new power settle inside him, Michael knew. he could beat his strongest undead. His entire foundation had changed. And as a necromancer, it wasn't a good thing to be stronger than your summons. Restricting his own strength for no good reason made no sense. If he stuck to evolving only Lucky and left the rest at their current levels just because of arbitrary thresholds, then what was the point? Why even call himself a necromancer? Michael snorted under his breath, amused at the thought. If I keep waiting for them to hit max level before evolving them, he muttered, I might as well change my class to professional self-nerfer. He wasn't a game character playing fair. He was a summoner. And power was the only rule. In any case, he had enough evolution points to achieve this. Michael's gaze turned sharp. Time to evolve more. Thanks to the recent mass evolution, Michael now had more than one extraordinary rank undead. Though none had surpassed the 1-star level yet. There was Lucky, Gale, Prince, the 3 Titans, 2 of which were mutated, and 1 standard. The 2 mutated Titans were, of course, Beginning and Lily. The normal one was the first orc Michael had ever evolved into a Goliath. Before evolving the 2 mutated Titans, the next stage after Goliath, Michael had chosen not to separate their armor from them. Instead, he included their existing gear as part of the extraordinary materials consumed during their evolution. Only the other orcs and the orc shaman had been outfitted with standard clothing, deliberately chosen to avoid triggering mutation traits. As a result, the Goliaths, like the standard Titan, wasn't mutated and could be considered pure-blooded, if such a term applied to undead. As for his other key undead, Fade, Ghost, Blue, and Purple, they were now all 3-star rare rank undead at level 25. Michael figured that if he had enough evolution points left after evolving his top-tier units, he'd raise these 4, and a few others, to 1-star extraordinary rank before beginning another round of accumulation. It was part of his plan to ensure his army progressed with him. He didn't want to reach new heights while being the only true powerhouse among his undead. Evolving a 3-star rare rank undead to 1-star extraordinary required 125 evolution points. Following the 5 times per evolution rule, pushing a 1-star extraordinary to 3-star would cost 625 points. For 5 undead, that would total 3,125 evolution points. Clearly, as his undead grew stronger, the cost of strengthening them increased just as sharply. Michael could already envision a future where evolving even a single undead might take months of steady accumulation. Of course, if he chose to abandon caution and stuffed his contract slots with random fodder just to earn more points, he could shorten that time. But doing so would only lead to a messy, unfocused legion. Still, 3,125 evolution points. Michael could afford that. As for the other Titan, it could wait for now. Perhaps due to the materials consumed, Beginning and Lily were now 4 and 3 levels higher than his previously strongest undead, respectively. Clearly, both the quality and quantity of materials used during their evolution had made a difference. But even beyond that, seeing their current strength reassured Michael. With this kind of progression, he was confident, evolving his undead would eventually take them to rank 3 without question. If he had once been unsure about Lucky reaching that threshold, he certainly had no doubts about Beginning or Lily now. Of course, with the material Michael had prepared for Lucky, the poison wyvern blood essence, taken from a beast just shy of rank 3, even Lucky wouldn't be lacking after evolving. From level 25 to 3-star extraordinary rank, he should be more than strong enough. Before beginning the evolution process, knowing the kind of commotion rank 3 evolutions might cause, Michael had taken extra precautions. He instructed Lucky and Prince to reinforce the vine dome surrounding their camp. As they worked, Michael couldn't help but feel grateful that he had left the capital far behind. Even here, deep within a remote forest in a distant region, he had gone out of his way to find a secluded clearing rarely visited by others. If he hadn't, a certain princess, one strong enough to match a rank 3 awakened, would probably be hounding him by now. Once the dome was further reinforced, it still wouldn't suppress energy waves, but at least it would conceal the blinding light of evolution. Satisfied, Michael turned to Lucky. He gently placed the box containing the poison wyvern blood essence in the beast's mouth. And without hesitation, one by one, he evolved all 5 of his chosen key undead. Unfortunately, it took only a few seconds for Michael to realize rank 3 wasn't like the previous ranks. It was something entirely different. Had someone experienced like Teacher Brian been with him, even he would have been shocked. Right before Michael's eyes, 5 lost seeds were beginning to take form, something that held countless cultivators back for years due to the sheer difficulty of comprehension. Difficult to explain. Elusive to grasp. But in simple terms, they were fragments of the universe's foundational rules, supernatural principles that governed all existence. This was why, at a certain point, cultivators could rival awakened beings. Not always, and not in every case, but once laws came into play, the gap between them and awakeners or undead began to narrow dramatically. To comprehend a law was to claim a piece of the universe's truth, to make it part of yourself and wield it as your own path. Take Brian, for example. He had once comprehended a fire-based law, one that earned him the infamous title the Mad Phoenix. The mad part had more to do with his personality, but the power. That came from his law. The law of eternal embers. It was the cornerstone of his fearsome strength. Unlike ordinary fire laws that focused purely on destructive force, the law of eternal embers embodied persistence, flames that would not die, burning forever. It was both creative and destructive, consuming everything in its path with no end in sight. The flames birthed from that law could not be extinguished by natural means. Only the wielder himself, or someone with a higher-tier law, could snuff them out. They devoured not only matter, but energy as well. Whatever they touched turned to ash, utter and complete erasure. Even a casual strike using a law could rival the strongest spells an average rank 2 awakener or cultivator could cast. That was why rank 3, or its cultivation equivalent, was often considered the true dividing line. The beginning of transcendence. And Michael's undead had just taken their first step across that threshold. Inside the vine dome, all sense of peace was shattered. The air twisted. The ground trembled. The very space seemed to groan beneath the pressure, an unnatural weight that had no place in this world. Michael's eyes snapped open. His other undead were screaming. Beginning and Lily convulsed like wild beasts. Their monstrous bodies crackled with power as the light of evolution warped their forms, reshaping them from the inside out. Michael had never seen anything like this. The energy they released wasn't just intense, it was threatening. Even with his vastly increased power, he felt something almost or perhaps beyond his control. And that was when the worst happened. A surge of energy burst outward from Lily, no, from all 5 of them. A pulse of raw, condensed power exploded inside the dome. The vines creaked violently, some tearing at the edges. The air distorted. The men around them howled as if dragged into a vortex, warping in unnatural spirals. The space itself shimmered, rippling like a disturbed pond. Michael's face paled. If he didn't act now, his other undead would be destroyed. Not by an enemy, but by his own undead. Unsummon. Michael barked, snapping his fingers. One by one, the other undead vanished in a burst of black mist. Michael didn't even pause to catch his breath. The dome was collapsing. Not physically, but spiritually. The mana within the area was being torn apart by the 5 evolving undead still present. Threads of space twisted unnaturally, the very air humming with unstable frequency. Cracks shimmered across the ground like spiderwebs of energy, pulsing with chaotic light. It was no longer just evolution. It was devastation. Damn it. Michael muttered, his face drenched in sweat. He shielded his eyes as blinding light surged once more from the center, where Lucky, Beginning, Lily, Prince, and Gale were all undergoing a transformation that defied every standard he knew. Even now, he couldn't fully see their forms. The energy cloaked them like a storm of colorless flame, shifting between hues. They weren't just advancing. They were claiming something. And then it happened. A silent pulse swept through the entire forest, no sound, just pure force. Birds scattered from miles away. Monsters howled in alarm. The earth fell deathly still. The evolution was complete. The light vanished as quickly as it came, and in its place, 5 figures stood, or hovered, unmoving. Their new forms radiated strength, presence, and something else. Something higher. Before Michael could even react, symbols flickered into existence in front of his vision. Rank 3 evolution complete, congratulations. 5 undead have awakened lost seeds. Lucky, law of venomous flame, seed, beginning, law of brutal rebirth, seed, lily, law of devouring bloom, seed, prince, law of spectral command, seed, gale, law of severing wind, seed, warning. Evolution energy disruption level detected. Local spatial integrity destabilized. Recommendation: vacate the area immediately. Michael's breath caught. What was that? And even worse, a disruption. He didn't need the system to tell him twice. The area around him was beginning to warp beyond recognition. The grass was wilting. Trees had either split in half or grown wild and twisted from the surge. Mana was bleeding from the air itself like invisible smoke. This place. It couldn't contain them anymore. With a grim look, Michael immediately unsummoned all 5. The moment they vanished, silence returned, but not peace. The energy lingered like smoke after a fire. The ground bore jagged black scars. Trees leaned at unnatural angles. Birds no longer chirped. The forest felt hollow. Michael turned and ran. He didn't even bother with the intense surge of energy coursing through his body. If anything, he tried his best to avoid Lisaki trails while actively controlling his strength. He ran as fast and far as he could, without even looking back. One step taking him several distance. Because there was no way this had gone unnoticed. That energy wave. Anyone even remotely sensitive to mana within 50 kilometers would have felt it. Possibly more. And if any powerful supernatural had been nearby, they'd definitely come to investigate. He wasn't ready to answer questions about questions he didn't even know anything about. Branches tore past him. He leapt over roots, dodged low-hanging limbs, and didn't stop until he reached the edge of a steep ravine nearly an hour later. There, only then, did Michael finally slow down, hands on his knees, panting. That, he breathed, was insane. However, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Terrifying. Absolutely. But also, this was power. Real power. And it was also his. Michael waited in his location for a while before blurring from his spot. He traced his way back to Thornvale. Michael took no risks. Even after the energy had faded, he remained hidden for nearly an hour, carefully tracing a long arc around Thornvale's outer perimeter. It was better to waste time than to walk straight into an ambush, or worse, an investigation team. But fortunately, the return trip was uneventful. By the time he made it back to his manor, the skies were still dark. Not quite morning, but past the midnight hour. Michael moved like a shadow. He entered the manor from the eastern side. Finally, he reached his study. Michael opened the heavy door and stepped inside. He eased into the leather chair behind his desk and let out a long breath. He was safe. Michael rested his forearms on the desk, closing his eyes. The evolution process had drained him more than he thought, not physically, but mentally. Seeing 5 undead simultaneously take a step into an unknown territory. It had shaken him. And excited him. His lips curled faintly. The feeling of power from before still lingered in his bones. He was just about to investigate more when, knock. Knock. A sharp, firm knock came from the steady door. Michael's eyes snapped open. His expression didn't change, but his mind raced. "My lord, can I come in?" Michael resisted the urge to groan. If Thornvale had felt even a sliver of what happened, Rohan would definitely investigate. Still, unless he had to, Michael wasn't planning to admit anything. He cleared his throat and smoothed his features into a calm, composed expression. His voice was steady when he spoke. The door opened, and Rohan stepped in. He wasn't in armor, just a loose black tunic and worn boots. His hair was slightly damp, probably from washing off training sweat. But his eyes, sharp, alert, narrowed with suspicion. "My lord," he greeted with a short bow, though his gaze lingered too long on Michael's face. "Captain," Michael said smoothly. "You're up late." Rohan stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I could say the same to you," he said quietly. "But I assume you already know why I'm here." Michael tilted his head just slightly, as if in polite curiosity. Rohan steadied him for a moment longer before speaking again. "Roughly an hour ago," he began, a massive pulse of mana surged from the southern woods. No visual cues, just pressure. Deep pressure. The kind that makes even a sleeping beast wake in fear. He stepped closer. The type of pressure that shouldn't exist in this region. Michael remained quiet. He tapped a finger gently against the armrest, thoughtful. "I see," he said finally. "Troubling." Rohan's brow twitched. "You have no idea what caused it." Michael met his gaze evenly. "I have some guesses," he said calmly. "But no proof." "Not yet." "I assume you're organizing a team." Rohan gave a grim nod. "Already did. Sent scouts the moment the wave hit. They're skilled, but—" He trailed off, his expression hardening. "That wasn't something my men, or any patrol, could handle." Michael's fingers paused mid-tap. Rohan continued. "If you truly don't know what happened, Viscount Mike, then with all due respect, I suggest we inform the Duke. Whatever caused that originated from the Everlong Forest. That alone makes it a territory issue beyond our capacity." Michael's calm facade nearly cracked. The last thing he needed was the capital's attention descending upon him. Michael kept his tone measured. "I understand your concern," he said. "And if this disturbance continues or worsens, I'll take it to the Duke personally. But until we have more concrete information, I'd rather not provoke unnecessary alarm." Rohan's brows knit. "My lord, I don't mean to question you, but with all due respect." That was alarming. Michael nodded slowly. "I don't disagree." Rohan hesitated, then finally gave a reluctant nod. "I trust your judgment. For now. But I'll keep the watch increased." "What is the situation with Thornvale?" Animals were panicking. Livestock broke from pens. A few unconscious people. No casualties, thank the gods, but... Rohan looked serious. "That wave was felt, my lord. Deeply. I've never seen anywhere this quiet." Michael exhaled slowly and rose from his chair. He moved to the window and glanced out at the sleeping town below. Even with his enhanced vision, there were barely any lanterns lit. The streets were silent. No dogs barking. No night guards chatting. Dead quiet. He had seen it too, on his way in. "Keep it that way," Michael said finally. "Tell the people it was a mana anomaly from deep within the Everlong Forest. No threat to the town. Just wild magic surging again. That happens sometimes near high mana zones. You think they'll buy that?" Rohan asked. "They don't need to," Michael said. "They just need to believe I've got it under control." Rowan's mouth twitched. Michael smiled faintly. Captain, right now your job is to calm the crowd. Mine is to make sure there's nothing to fear in the first place. Understood, Viscount. Rowan gave a crisp bow and turned to leave. Just before exiting, he paused. Not if anything changes, he said over his shoulder, you'll let me know. Michael's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Then, of course. The door closed with a soft thud. Michael stood there for a long moment, eyes scanning the horizon through the window. Somewhere beyond the hills, the everlong forest still whispered. He just didn't know if anyone else would come investigating. Deep within the everlong forest, roughly a few minutes after Michael had fled the scene, a thin ripple tore through space like a blade slicing silk. A figure stepped through. Just stillness, followed by her presence. The woman hovered midair, a dozen meters above the ruined clearing. Her eyes scanned the land below, glowing faintly against the night as though tuned to some higher spectrum of reality. Her hair, loosely tied back, drifted in the breeze like a banner of moonlight. She wore no armor, no weapons. Only a deep blue cloak. To any observer, she seemed young, early 20s at most. But the pressure that coiled around her like an unseen tide said otherwise. A predator disguised in beauty. Princess Priscilla. One of the few great tier beings in the kingdom capable of facing a rank 3 awakened alone. Right now, however, the princess was frowning. Her gaze swept the devastated clearing. What once had been a peaceful glade surrounded by dense trees was now a scar upon the land. The center had collapsed into a shallow basin, where the soil was cracked and blackened. Trees around the area were warped, twisted into grotesque spirals as if something had forced them to grow in reverse, then forward again in one breath. The very manna in the air crackled like splintered lightning. And it was still healing. Space around her shimmered faintly, like waves on a hot road. Threads of mana slowly stitched themselves together at the edges, as if the world was trying to forget what had happened here. But she knew. This wasn't natural, she whispered. She descended slowly, hovering just above the burned earth. Her boots didn't touch the ground. The land here still hissed with residual energy. The aura around was messy. Very messy. She closed her eyes and reached out with her spirit. Dozens of signatures echoed through the clearing. Most were faint, barely a trace left behind. But a few. Her eyes snapped open. Her heartbeat kicked. What is this? There had been more than one being here. Not just strong, formidable. She counted at least 100 residual mana traces, but only 5 carried weight. These had touched the edge of law. That's what frightened her. This wasn't deep within the everlong forest. It wasn't in one of the forbidden zones. This was the outskirts. Power akin to hers had appeared here. She felt it. The brush of law on her skin. It tingled like frost and flame wrapped together, prickling across her arms. She inhaled sharply. She turned slowly in the air, her cloak drifting with the wind, eyes searching the ruined trees for a trail, any trail. Whoever caused this was gone. The mess in the air also made it difficult to trace anything. At least the land would heal eventually. Princess Priscilla was tired. With her brother gone, having marched to the north to oversee the sealing of the legendary ruin, the responsibility of watching the kingdom had fallen entirely to her. The capital demanded her presence. The nobles pushed her to assert dominance. She didn't have time to chase shadows. She looked back toward the heart of the clearing. The center still pulsed faintly. Great tears, she murmured, brows furrowed. But not just one. 5. She exhaled and rose slightly higher, crossing her arms beneath her cloak. She hadn't expected this. Her gaze hardened. I need to report this. But to whom? Her brother was a bit unreachable. He was even weaker than her. The princess floated silently for several minutes, staring at the dying embers of the broken glade. Then she raised a single hand. Mana crackled at her fingertips, fine and sharp. A formation etched itself into the air. When the spell faded, the princess turned her back on the glade. She drifted upward, then vanished once more into the same ripple of space that had brought her here. The forest was silent. Michael exhaled softly as the door clicked shut behind Rohan. The quiet returned. He let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair, finally allowing himself a moment to relax. For now everything was under control. Rohan hadn't pressed too hard. The town hadn't suffered. And most importantly, no outside force had arrived at his door. It could have been worse. Outside his steady window, the darkness still existed. But in Aurora, which was usually 3 to 4 hours ahead, daybreak should be approaching. Today was the day he was supposed to report back to college for matters concerning his college qualification exam. And still, before that, he needed to think. Michael sat up straight and called up his panel. First, he wanted to see just how much feedback he'd received from evolving 5 undead to rank 3. Just sensing the power coursing through his body, Michael knew he was in for a massive revelation. Fortunately, thanks to his high intelligence, which granted a degree of bodily control, and the natural physical mastery that came with being a high human, he was still able to maintain basic control over his strength. Of course, to gain full control, he'd need to move around a bit. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Master Necromancer. Level, 40. Strength, 487, 75, plus 174, 5. Agility, 527, 71, plus 196. 3. Constitution, 535, 92, plus 166, 6. Intelligence, 650, 92, plus 207, 7. Attribute points, 150. Michael blinked. Then blinked again. That you've got to be kidding me. The stronger he got, the less feedback he was supposed to receive from his undead's evolution. That was how it had always worked. He was a high human. His base stats were already monstrous compared to most awakened. Advancing 5 of his undead to rank 3 had given him at least 30 points per stat, each. His hands curled slightly on the desk. The implications were absurd. And it meant one thing clearly: unless he reached some ridiculous benchmark, perhaps true rank 3 himself, he would continue receiving meaningful feedback from evolving his undead. Substantial gains. Even if it reached the point it became a single digit, that was already a couple of level ups. Michael leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. If he hadn't felt the oppressive auras from Lucky, Beginning, and the others before unsummoning them, he might have genuinely believed he could now go head-to-head with a real rank 3 awakener. But after sensing them, after seeing the raw pressure, the distortion of space, the way the laws twisted around their bodies, he knew better. They had stepped into a domain he hadn't touched yet. Power that rivaled or exceeded his own. "That it's too much," he muttered. "At least they're mine," Michael then said softly. "That counts for something." He was genuinely in a good mood, until he noticed something else. However, my poor luck struck again. He rolled his eyes. Over 100 stat gains, and yet not a single skill. Not that he wasn't grateful. But maybe it gets harder to gain new skills this way, he muttered. Or maybe there's a cap. He shrugged. Whatever. I just gained a bunch of new ones anyway, no need to be greedy. Though, let's be honest, more was always better. But sometimes, too much of a good thing led to imbalance. Though Michael wanted to check the descriptions of his new skills, and even the advanced forms of his undead, especially his key ones, his curiosity was tugged in another direction. What had happened with Lucky, Prince, Gale, Beginning, and Lily? Those seeds. That power. Law, Michael murmured. The word echoed in his mind like a key unlocking a door he didn't know existed. Was that what allowed creatures to reach rank 3? Or was it something that manifested after crossing into rank 3? Was every rank 3 being marked by a law? And if so, was that why the few rank 3s he'd encountered seemed so absurdly powerful? Able to bend space, vanish without a trace, and shake the earth with a casual flick of their hand. He didn't know. But now he had 5 undead that carried the seeds of laws. Michael frowned slightly, then went to pull up the status notification from before. A glowing system prompt slid into view. Rank 3 evolution complete. 5 undead have awakened law seeds. Lucky, Law of Venomous Flame, seed, beginning, Law of Brutal Rebirth, seed, Lily, Law of Devouring Bloom, seed, Prince, Law of Spectral Command, seed, Gale, Law of Severing Wind, seed. Michael stared. Laws, he echoed aloud, his voice low. He whispered the names slowly, one after the other, each one strange and arcane. Venomous Flame. Brutal Rebirth. Devouring Bloom. Spectral Command. Severing Wind. They sounded like spells. He tapped on Lucky's law first. Law of Venomous Flame, seed, a hybrid law forged from toxin and fire. Its flames do not just burn flesh, they ignite soul and mana alike, persisting beyond all natural extinguishing. Connected to the law of corruption. Michael's eyes narrowed. He tapped on beginnings next. Law of Brutal Rebirth, seed, born from agony and forged in survival, this law transforms pain into fuel. Severe wounds trigger powerful regenerative bursts, the closer to death, the stronger the rebirth. Connected to the law of life. Lily's law came next. Law of Devouring Bloom, seed, all beauty conceals hunger. This law allows the host to absorb essence from what it consumes, turning it into healing, strength, or even temporary traits. Connected to the law of consumption. He moved to Prince. Law of Spectral Command, seed, the dead do not rest, they serve. This law enhances mastery over the incorporeal, empowering spirits and undead bound to the user's will. Connected to the law of death. And finally, Gale. Law of Severing Wind, seed, wind sharp enough to carve through space itself. This law creates cutting force that ignores physical boundaries and defenses. Connected to the law of destruction. Michael leaned back in his chair again, breath shallow. Based on what he had most read, for some reason, laws felt like concepts. Laws. Law seeds. What are they exactly? Ugh, so confusing. He was about to give up thinking about it, knowing his current knowledge was lacking, when a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Laws are fundamental truths that govern reality. They are core principles of the universe. A law seed is a fragment of a greater truth. Michael froze the moment the panel appeared. His entire body tensed, and his senses snapped outward like a web of invisible threads. He wasn't alone, was he? Someone. Something. Had triggered this. He swept his perception across the manor, every corridor, every shadow. Nothing stood out. Suddenly, Michael paused. This message came from his system. Only the system could create these panels. And no ordinary person should be able to manipulate his system. Michael's voice dropped low, sharp. Who are you? You can call me the Origin Will, child. The first thing Michael felt was surprise, followed by a chill down his spine. Origin Will. That Origin Will. The realization struck him like a hammer. His thoughts immediately flew to the 2 titles he had received after completing his advancement quest, First in History and Outlier. They were the first signs that something, or someone, was watching him. And now, it had finally made contact. Michael's breath slowed as unease crept over him. He had long suspected that the Origin Will had some kind of influence over the Awakener system. maybe even control. And if that was true, and the worst part, Michael had no control over it. Which is why, deep down, a part of him couldn't help but feel a creeping dread. He didn't trust the Origin will. Not one bit. Title: First in history, you are the first in your race to achieve something the Origin will acknowledges. Achievement: breaking through the established rating. Effect: the Origin will now pays attention to you. Title: Outliner, you have shaken, or have the potential to shake, a fundamental balance of the universe. This is unacceptable to the Origin will and requires punishment. But as this existence is rare, a reward has also been issued. Experience gained is reduced by 50 Fantram. You gain resistance and partial immunity to certain universal rules. Michael stared at the translucent panel for a long second. Then he exhaled softly and asked aloud, "What do you want from me?" No reply came. The system remained dormant, still, like a lake without ripples. Oddly enough, the lack of a response calmed him. His shoulders, which had tensed unconsciously, loosened. Michael leaned back in his chair again, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. "Fine. Ignore me. I'd actually like that," he muttered. "But I've got questions of my own." He turned his attention back to the laws. If the Origin will wasn't going to interfere directly, then he'd take advantage of the moment. "What are these laws, really?" he murmured. "Do all rank 3 beings awaken a law?" For a long moment, the room remained quiet. A new panel flickered into existence, the font slightly sharper than usual. In the universe, there exist countless power systems. Each is a framework designed to help lesser beings climb the ladder of power. But those who come in contact with law are the ones who truly step onto the path of true power and begin to comprehend the nature of the universe. Michael's brows shot up. He wasn't expecting a reply. His mouth twitched into a dry smile. "So you only answer when you want." Though Michael still felt a low, crawling discomfort in his gut, it wasn't fear anymore. Of course, that didn't mean he trusted it. "Why are you helping me?" he had asked. No answer came. Just silence. So he did what he always did when faced with the unknown. He stopped overthinking and moved forward. Michael turned back to the lingering panels, focusing on what he had just been told about laws. If nothing else, that was something he could use. Something real. "Path of true power, huh," he muttered, tapping lightly against the desk. But then his fingers paused. His mind, still buzzing from the Origin will's words, began making connections. Slowly. Sharply. Like the clink of glass pieces falling into place. Laws aren't like spells, he thought. They're what makes spells possible. A spell was just a result, like a flame from flint and steel. But the law was what governed fire in the first place. He rubbed his temple lightly. So that means... Michael's lips parted slightly. "Laws are like magical science," he said aloud. "Not the product, but the principle behind the product. The physics of mana. That was it. The reason why those rank 3 supers bent the world wasn't because they were slinging bigger spells. It was because they understood, or at least touched, the foundation beneath everything. The universal coding. Laws weren't narrow. They were vast. Like science itself. Saying law of flame was like saying physics, broad, powerful, overwhelming. But every law could be broken down. Piece by piece. Layer by layer. That was what the seed was. Not the whole tree. Just the start. Michael's mind spun now. Not from confusion, but from excitement. Unfortunately, he could already feel the edges of comprehension slipping again. Like trying to hold fog in his hands. His breath calmed. "Yeah," he murmured. I'll probably only start to truly understand once it's time to advance again. Still, one question itched at the back of his mind. Michael narrowed his eyes at the floating system panel. Then explained something else, he said slowly. This title. Outlier. What exactly does that mean? A heartbeat passed. Just as he thought the origin had gone quiet again, another panel appeared. You are an existence that lies beyond established pattern. You are incompatible with the standard framework. So you punished me? Michael asked quietly. A pause. Nothing. Michael sighed helplessly. The origin this elusive force he still knew nothing about, seemed content to do only two things, answer cryptically or ignore him entirely. It didn't threaten him. Didn't command him. For now, it simply watched. But knowing that a being like that was aware of him, observing him, made his skin crawl. There was nothing he could do about it. He leaned back in his chair again, letting his arms hang loosely as he stared at the ceiling. Guess that's something for future me to deal with, he muttered. Still, one more question itched at his curiosity. He hesitated, then asked, Origin Will. Where are you right now? At first, silence. Everywhere. I exist everywhere. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. That's quite creepy. Michael was just about to push the matter of the origin to the back of his mind when something else occurred to him. Oh, right. One more thing, he muttered. What exactly does resistance and partial immunity to certain universal rules mean? Ordinary rules can't bind you. Michael stared at the floating words. That's it, he muttered. He leaned forward, narrowing his eyes at the system prompt like it had just insulted his intelligence. It's not that I can't read, he said aloud, but if I actually understood what I was reading, would I be asking for help? Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the origin didn't respond. Michael groaned and rubbed his temples. He glanced at the panel again and gave a long, suffering sigh. I need a manual. The aftermath of his advancement brought both happiness and concern. Shaking away the distracting thoughts, Michael refocused on his undead. Just like him, all of them had undergone a surge in strength. Unfortunately, due to his current location, he couldn't examine their appearances in detail, only their updated statuses. Aside from gaining new skills and several of their old ones advancing in mastery, Prince, Beginning, Gale, and Lily hadn't undergone a race change. One was still a Venomthorn Ravager, another a Galestrike Griffin, and two remained classified as Titan. The main difference was that their star rating had increased, from 1 star to 3 stars within the extraordinary rank, and all four had reached rank 3 undead, level 50 and above. Perhaps due to their previous mutations, Beginning and Lily had higher levels than Gale and Prince. Prince was now level 53, Gale was level 51, Lily sat at level 54, and Beginning had reached level 55. As for which of them would ultimately prove stronger in combat, Michael didn't know. What he did know was that to find out, he'd need to conduct a proper field test. But given the current situation, he'd have to plan carefully. While the changes in the four were significant, they still couldn't compare to Lucky. Lucky was a surprise. Michael had always known that influencing evolution with external materials would eventually produce a unique result. What he hadn't expected was for it to happen now. Lucky, who should have remained similar to Prince, had become something entirely different after his latest evolution. Undead Dire Wyvern, LV 55, rank Extraordinary, Lucky had transformed completely. Whether he could even be considered a wolf anymore was debatable, the race name alone suggested otherwise. What also caught Michael off guard was the absence of the mutated prefix, despite the fact that Lucky had evolved using an external object, the poison wyvern blood essence. This wasn't a mutation. It was a true race change. And with that came new power. 2 new skills had been gained, Poison Breath, just as the name implied, a toxic blast of venomous mist. Intimidation, and this one was particularly interesting. Michael read the skill description. Skill, Intimidation, unleash a fear-inducing presence. Targets below a certain threshold may experience panic, hesitation, or forced submission. Strength of effect scales with the difference in level, mental resistance, and willpower. Passive suppression aura. Active mode enhances effect dramatically for a short duration. Michael's lips pressed into a thin line. This wasn't simply a fear effect. This was a tiered deterrent that had no mastery level attached. That fact alone said enough. No progression meant it didn't need refinement, it was already complete. It doesn't even need to grow stronger, Michael muttered, staring at the panel. And then there was another skill that caught Michael's attention. Like Intimidation, it had no mastery level. What stood out even more was the fact that all 5 of his undead had gained it. That detail alone made Michael pause. It wasn't coincidence. If every one of them had unlocked the same ability after advancing to rank 3, then it had to be something tied directly to that breakthrough. The name of the skill was Transformation. Its description was brief, but enough to make Michael's brows lift. Skill, Transformation, allows the user to assume an alternate form. Michael narrowed his eyes at the panel. Alternate form. The description wasn't exactly illuminating. No details on what that form would be. No mention of strength gain, duration, or cooldowns. It just existed. A skill without mastery. Gained by all 5 undead. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping against the armrest. Alternate form, huh? His gaze drifted upward, mind already spinning with possibilities. What kind of alternate form? Were they going to sprout wings? Grow larger? Smaller? Were they going to become human? He paused at that last thought. No way. But even as he said it aloud, he couldn't help the image that flashed through his mind, Lucky, standing upright, tail coiled behind. Michael gave a quiet, dry laugh and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Yeah, I'm probably overthinking it. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling. And considering all 5 of his strongest undead now had it. Michael's mouth twitched. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Michael shook his head, pushing aside the wild guesses. There were too many unknowns, and speculation wouldn't get him answers. Only experimentation would. But for now, he focused on what he could examine. And that was when his eyes flicked over to one last thing. His own class skill. Michael tapped open the window. Spirit Eyes, Basic Mastery, grants the ability to perceive essence through the eyes. Michael didn't hesitate. He activated it. A cool sensation washed over his pupils. And just like that, the world changed. The room remained the same, yet everything looked different. Michael's eyes widened. He could see mana. Not just feel it, not just sense it the way he always had. He saw its flow. He lifted his right hand slowly and stared at it. His skin shimmered with a faint, translucent overlay, all pulsing with a darkish green hue. That was his mana. It pulsed with power. As if it had its own will. He tilted his hand, watching the line swirl with each movement. His mana responded immediately, like a second bloodstream. He looked past his hand and toward the window. Outside, the night sky was still dark, but now he saw the world in color beyond color. Trees glowed faintly. Even the moonlight reflecting off the glass didn't seem like ordinary light anymore. It carried a spectral tint. After getting a feel for his new class skill, Michael deactivated it. Although he still questioned its value to a necromancer, he had already discovered a few applications that were surprisingly useful. For starters, Spirit Eyes granted him something the detect skill could not, a way to gauge the strength of individuals without triggering a system limitation. Unlike detect, which became increasingly unreliable against those more than 20 levels above him, Spirit Eyes didn't rely on numbers or system boundaries. Instead, it showed him how essence flowed, the density, turbulence, and purity of someone's mana or life force. From that alone, he could get a general sense of strength, discipline, and danger. Someone with wild, raging currents might be a berserker. Those with stagnant or erratic flows were likely injured, unstable, or weak. It was intuitive, but with time and practice, Michael could tell it might become second nature, a sixth sense for gauging threat. Then there was the perception boost. With Spirit Eyes active, he could identify objects imbued with mana, even ones hidden to the naked eye. In a world where things could hide in plain sight, this ability was nothing short of a treasure hunter's dream. He exhaled slowly. One day. This might become my best scouting tool, he muttered. Or a tracker. Or even a treasure detector. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how deceptively powerful Spirit Eyes could become, not in raw combat, but in tactical awareness. Michael smiled faintly. He then moved on to check his other skills. The first were the 3 he had gained before advancing to rank 2, skills that had manifested purely due to stat increases, triggered by the feedback he received from his undead reaching rank 2. They were Bull Strength, Limit Break, and Iron Skin. Interestingly, these were the first skills he had obtained purely from physical stat growth, excluding intelligence, the main attribute his class and race were heavily biased toward. Bull Strength, Limit Break, and Iron Skin. Each had manifested from physical stat growth alone, strength, agility, and constitution, respectively. Bull Strength was exactly what it sounded like, raw, overwhelming power. It enhanced Michael's physical might by 20 fan-tram overall. It looked similar to the greater strength skill beginning got as a Goliath. Limit Break came from his agility. It allowed him to temporarily shatter his normal movement limits, granting a burst of explosive speed or reflex beyond his baseline by 20 fan-tram at basic mastery. Iron Skin, derived from Constitution, was defensive in nature. It hardened his body to absorb and deflect damage. It didn't make him invincible, but it nullified at least 20 fan-tram of the damage gotten from blunt attacks. All 3 skills were practical and noticeably boosted Michael's overall combat capability. Each one added a new layer to his already growing power. After noting them down, he turned his attention to the other 3 skills he had received alongside Spirit Eyes, upon advancing to rank 2, Mana Shield, Acid Bomb, and Regeneration. Mana Shield was the simplest of the 3 to understand, but that didn't make it any less valuable. Skill, Mana Shield, Basic Mastery, creates a semi-transparent barrier around the user, fueled directly by mana. Absorbs incoming damage up to a 30 fan-tram of current mana. Deactivates when mana runs out or when the user dismisses it. Michael tested it briefly. A soft, translucent layer shimmered over his skin like a second shell. It's a shield that's only as strong as my mana pool, Michael murmured. But that's fine. With over 400 intelligence, the shield should hold up against most direct attacks for a while, more than enough time for countermeasures or retreat. It wasn't invincible, but it gave him a buffer. A layer of protection that could stop a fatal hit. He grinned. And it scales. Then came Acid Bomb. Skill, Acid Bomb, Basic Mastery, condenses corrosive mana into a projectile orb. Explodes on impact, melting organic and inorganic material alike. Corrosion power scales with intelligence. And lastly, the skill that had made him pause a bit. Regeneration. Skill, Regeneration, Basic Mastery, passively accelerates healing of the user's physical body. Restores minor injuries within seconds. Severe wounds recover faster based on constitution and mana. This one also wasn't flashy. But Michael liked it. He felt the combination of Iron Skin and regeneration meant he could now survive damage he once had to avoid entirely. He didn't need to fight recklessly. But he could afford to be bold. Dangerously bold. After checking his newly gained skills, Michael turned his attention to the status of his recently evolved undead. He wanted a basic understanding of their new strength before returning to Aurora. It didn't take long. Aside from the 5 rank 3 undead, he also noticed a handful of others that had reached the same level Prince and Gale were at before their evolution. Naturally, these were the undead he had personally nurtured and invested effort into, like Fade, Ghost, and a few others. With these elite undead alone, Michael's army was already formidable, and that was without counting the several dozen rank 2 undead in the early level 30s. There was no doubt about it. He was significantly stronger than he had been just a few hours ago. And reaching rank 2 also meant something more. It marked the completion of a goal he had been chasing for nearly 3 months. Speaking of goals, there were 2 things Michael was especially curious about now that he was officially a rank 2 awakener. Michael stood up slowly and walked to the center of the room. He closed his eyes. Back in Aurora, he had once seen master rank cultivators take flight. That moment had burned itself into his memory. Ever since then, he'd wondered, would he be able to do that, too? Now, as a rank 2 awakener, he couldn't help but test the theory. Ever since his advancement, he had felt different. Like the mana in the air recognized him. Like it brushed against his skin, not just around him, but with him. Almost like a force field that embraced his entire body. He hadn't had time to examine it until now. But standing here, finally still, he could feel it clearly. A subtle hum, a pull, like invisible threads connecting his body to the atmosphere. Michael exhaled slowly, calming his breath. Then, instinctively, he drew upon that connection. Nothing dramatic happened. Just pressure. The air around him seemed to grow heavier and lighter at the same time. He opened his eyes. Focused. And then, with a simple mental nudge, he pushed his mana outward. A fraction of a second passed. And then his feet lifted off the ground. Not far. Just a few inches. But they weren't touching the floor. Michael's eyes widened slightly. No way. He floated, completely still in the air. It wasn't flying yet. Not really. He wasn't moving forward or upward. But he was suspended, his body no longer bound by gravity in the same way. He focused again, gently willing the mana to lift him higher. His body rose another half-meter before a slight strain began to pull at his mana reserves. It wasn't that the cost was high, but maintaining control required constant focus. Michael hovered there, arms relaxed at his sides, a faint grin tugging at his lips. So it really is possible, he muttered. He had always assumed flight was some grand technique, reserved for wind users or spellcasters with special tools. But now, here he was. He gently lowered himself back to the ground, boots touching down with a faint tap. The grin on his face lingered for a few more seconds before fading into a thoughtful frown. That was the first thing he had been curious about. And it was real. Now, the second. Michael sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes again. It was said that once an awakener reached rank 2, they gained the ability to overcome one of the biggest flaws in their existence, what many called the empty shell problem. Until now, transferring one's consciousness to their body in Aurora left their real body defenseless. Unresponsive. As good as dead. He also suspected this was likely the reason rank 2 was the requirement to even be admitted into an Awakener Academy. Because only then did one finally gain the means to protect both lives. And Michael had felt it, the moment he advanced. A persistent tug in his consciousness. It wasn't hostile. Just present. A gentle, constant pull at the edges of his consciousness. Like a door left ajar. He hadn't paid it much attention before, but now that he focused, it was impossible to ignore. What was it? Michael pulled on that subtle thread. A beat later, his eyes opened. Michael was inside a capsule. Through the translucent glass, he could see the familiar interior of his room in Aurora. This part wasn't surprising. Whenever he returned from the land of origin, this was always the result, his mind leaving one body, entering the other. A switch, one consciousness at a time. But this time was different. Michael froze, breath-catching. Because layered over the familiar Aurora view, like a reflection on water, was a second scene. He recognized it immediately. The land of origin. His study room and his manor in Thornvale. Michael blinked. Both visions stayed. One part of him sat in Aurora, sealed inside a capsule. The other part in the land of origin standing still. This was real time. He was seeing both. And he could feel both. His hand in Aurora flexed against the capsule's cushioned interior. At the same time, in the land of origin, his body shifted slightly, reacting to his moment of awareness. Michael exhaled slowly. So this is why rank 2 matters. There was no longer a matter of being in one place or the other. He was in both. Simultaneously. No longer just transferring consciousness. He was anchored in 2 worlds. This changes everything. The tactical advantages alone were mind-boggling. He could monitor his forces in the land of origin while operating freely in Aurora. He could train, fight, research, without losing oversight of anything. And vice versa. Michael leaned back in the capsule, pulse steady despite the storm of thoughts in his mind. So this was the true benefit of rank 2. Not just power. He closed his eyes again, testing the connection, switching focus between worlds like blinking between eyes. It was dizzying at first, but already his mind began to adapt. His high intelligence stat must have had a hand to play in this. A slight grin touched his lips. Michael sat there for a while, half lost in thought, half basking in the quiet hum of the capsule around him. This was the chamber he had specifically requested when he began planning his rank 2 advancement. A high-grade isolation capsule. Not just any capsule either, but a specialized high-containment model designed for those on the verge of breakthroughs. He had acquired it through the Brightgate City branch of the Supers Association, the same place he and his family currently resided. It hadn't been easy. But it had been worth it. He understood why this level of preparation was necessary. If he had been lying on a normal bed, he would have wrecked the room. Maybe even killed someone nearby. The capsule had absorbed everything. Sound. Mana. Physical vibrations. Smartest purchase I've made all year, Michael muttered, chuckling to himself. He tapped his fingers lightly against the interior shell, the soft thunk echoing faintly. The mana insulation field gently pulsed in response, confirming the capsule was still sealed and functioning. But only barely. Cracks spiderwebbed along the glass near the base. The internal cushioning was singed in several places, and one of the mana diffusers at the side had outright melted, likely overloaded when his rank advanced. Michael let out a low whistle. The fact it didn't explode was probably a testament to the Supers Association's engineers. He winced at the thought. This thing cost him a fortune, $5 million, to be exact. If this had been on lease, he would have owed a small mountain of debt right now. It was his. Broken, yes. But his. Unfortunately, he sighed, I'm broke again. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Between this capsule, the undead evolution materials, some materials for his undead, and the ridiculous amount of high-tier spirit liquid he'd consumed, his finances were in ruins. Again. He leaned his head back and stared up at the ceiling, expression unreadable. I guess I'll have to go. Express my gratitude in some dimensional cracks. He didn't even mean that sarcastically. It was, at this point, practically a ritual. Whenever he needed fast cash or monster materials, he'd go on a spree. Crack hunting. He'd go share his love with some very unlucky monsters. I kill them. They give me their bodies. Then I sell the bodies. Fair trade, he said dryly. He glanced around the inside of the capsule again. It was scorched. Barely intact. The mana circuits would need to be rebuilt from scratch, assuming they hadn't been completely fried. Which was a shame. Because the capsule had other features, too. Aside from high-level isolation, it was equipped with integrated VR compatibility. Aurora's tech was generations ahead of Earth's. Michael had bought the capsule not just for himself, but for his sister. She would use it to practice her spearsmanship every evening, exploring simulations and honing techniques against AI opponents. Michael frowned slightly. Next year would be her first awakening ceremony. Her chance to see if she was one of the lucky few to be chosen by fate. Not everyone awakened. Most didn't. And while Michael tried not to get his hopes up, he still wanted to be ready. Giving her the opportunity to awaken a dual class was his purpose, and even if she didn't awaken, he hoped she'd already lit her life seed and become an official knight. The VR functions had been a gift. A way for her to train safely and build muscle memory, even if she ended up never awakening. After all, the Cultivation Academy existed. Now, it was gone. Michael ran a hand through his hair, exhaling. Well, I'll get her a new one, he muttered. Eventually. After he sold enough monster parts to cover the debt he didn't yet owe. His lips twitched in the ghost of a smile. Being powerful is expensive. Michael stepped out of the capsule at last. He turned back toward the battered pod, eyes narrowing as he studied the damage from the outside. Shaking his head, Michael raised a hand and reached out to his personal storage space. With a flick of his fingers, a spatial ripple shimmered around the capsule. A second later, the entire structure, glass, scorched plating, and all, vanished into his personal storage, sealed away for future repairs. Or maybe just as a memento. That morning, the scent of fried eggs and toasted bread filled the small kitchen as sunlight streamed in through the window blinds. The clatter of utensils and the occasional burst of laughter added warmth to the quiet home, something rare, considering how their lives had become recently. Michael sat at the dining table, dressed, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of buttered bread. His presence was unusual, not because he was there, but because he wasn't rushing off anywhere. Just Michael. Calm. Present. Aunt Mia eyed him over the rim of her cup, suspicion thinly veiled. You're awfully relaxed today. Across the table, Lily, his younger cousin, raised a brow, poking at her half-eaten fruit bowl. Did you finally decide to take a vacation? Michael chuckled softly. Maybe. In truth, it wasn't that he had nothing to do. Today marked the start of the practical entrance exams at Bright College, the temporary academic institution Michael had registered with weeks ago. What shocked his family was that Michael wasn't acting like he had no time for them. It was different from his usual relaxed demeanor. This time, he was present, not just physically but mentally. Subconsciously, gaining the ability to operate in both Aurora and the land of origin had shifted something in his mindset. A subtle change, but a meaningful one. They ate in relative silence for a few minutes. Aunt Mia glanced at the digital clock on the wall, then leaned forward, her expression softening slightly. Michael. How confident are you, really? She asked, voice quieter than usual. I know you're powerful now. But these exams, they're not about power. They test knowledge. I'm just wondering if I've spent too much time busy to remember algebra. Michael offered, giving a faint smirk. Aunt Mia didn't smile. Though Aunt Mia was neither a cultivator nor an awakener, she had taken the college exams in the past as well. Regardless of one's supernatural status, this part of education was mandatory. Michael's eyes softened. I understand, Aunt. But I'm confident. Though high intelligence didn't make Michael a genius, it did give one thing: speed. He could read fast, remember faster, and learn faster. Give him a textbook and a few hours, and he'll know it front to back. Aunt Mia still looked worried, but she nodded slowly. Instead, she turned to observe Michael silently. And the longer she looked, the more she realized something had changed. Not just in his presence or behavior, but in his very appearance. The Michael sitting across from her wasn't the same boy from 3 months ago. His once short, cropped hair now flowed well past his shoulders in silky black waves. His physique had lengthened, becoming tall and slender, with a sharpness to his features that hadn't been there before. There was a grace to his movements, subtle, refined, but it made her uneasy. And then there were the earrings. Small, silver studs on both ears. Aunt Mia's brows creased slightly. It wasn't that he looked bad. In fact, he looked striking. Too striking. His face was dangerously handsome now, almost ethereal in its symmetry. The kind of look that turned heads and drew stares. But for her, it was jarring. It wasn't just about appearance. It was about what it represented. This wasn't just a boy growing up. This was someone becoming something else. Something less ordinary. If he weren't her nephew, if she didn't know his kind heart, she might have thought he was part of some underground syndicate, a young mafia heir dressed in charm and shadow. She knew there was likely a reason for the changes. His powers. She couldn't help the discomfort curling in her chest. It reminded her of those moments parents had when their child returned home with piercings, tattoos, or hair dyed wild colors. No matter how much you understood or accepted, it still hit you. Aunt Mia was, at her core, old-fashioned. Next to her, Lily was having an entirely different reaction. Her cousin's eyes sparkled with envy, not disapproval. She kept sneaking glances at Michael, her expression mixed between awe and quiet jealousy. "How did your hair grow that fast?" she muttered under her breath, not expecting an answer. Michael only smiled. She didn't know yet, but if things went well, he planned to evolve her too. Not just into someone stronger. Into something more. A high human. Her path would be different, but he'd make sure it existed. Because if there was one thing Michael had learned in both worlds, it was that strength could change everything. And he had every intention of sharing it with those he cared about. Aunt Mia finally broke the silence with a sigh, setting down her cup. "Eat quickly, both of you," she said, standing and brushing imaginary crumbs from her apron. "You'll be late if you dawdle. And I need to leave for the restaurant too." Lily groaned. Michael chuckled. Aunt Mia gave them both a look. "Shoes on in 5 minutes. Bags by the door. No excuses. And Michael," she pointed at him as she walked out of the kitchen, "I expect you to act like a responsible older brother figure today." Michael raised a brow. "Since when am I?" "Never mind," Michael accepted. He knew better than to continue. "Got it," he said with a crooked grin. The sound of keys jingling followed her retreat into the hallway. A moment later, the front door creaked open and closed behind her, leaving the siblings alone in the kitchen. Lily leaned over her bowl, smirking. "She's still weirded out by your hair." Michael stretched, finishing the last bite of his toast. "Let her be. She'll come around." Will you die if you tell me how to grow my hair like you?" Michael laughed. The two got ready quickly and stepped out of the house, leaving its safety to Michael's undead. The morning air was crisp, sunlight glinting off the sleek buildings of Brightgate City. Compared to Woodstone, the difference was like night and day. They had only taken a few steps down the sidewalk when Lily looked up at a passing hovercar and nudged Michael with her elbow. "So, you planning on getting a car anytime soon?" Michael glanced at her, then up at the floating vehicle gliding soundlessly between buildings. Brightgate was alive with technology. Holographic ads hovered midair, their neon glow shifting in sync with pedestrian traffic. The glass of skyscrapers changed colors like moods, shimmering from blue to gold as the sun shifted. Even the sidewalks had motion sensors built in, adjusting lighting and direction depending on traffic. It was like walking through the future. Michael smiled faintly. "Eventually," he said. "We'll need one." Lily grinned. They moved through the streets with ease. People passed them by, some with casual glances, others giving Michael second looks. He ignored them. His mind was still lingering on what had happened earlier, the moment he realized his consciousness no longer needed to fully switch. That he was now anchored. Simultaneously. It had always been one of his greatest weaknesses, having to leave his body defenseless when traveling between worlds. But now, he could maintain awareness in both. He didn't fully understand how it worked yet, but he felt the change constantly, like a second heartbeat. Michael exhaled quietly as they crossed the street. He didn't need to say it aloud, but Lily glanced at him, sensing something was off. "You okay?" He nodded. "Yeah. Just thinking." She shrugged. "You do that a lot lately." Michael chuckled. "Better than not thinking at all." As they approached the school gates, a floating drone flew past them. A few students stared openly at Michael, whether it was his height, hair, or just the aura he gave off now, he didn't know. And he didn't really care. They passed through the school gates without much fuss. Bright College was as clean and well-organized as ever. Automated gates scanned them as they walked in. Michael turned to Lily as they stepped onto the main campus. "You should go meet up with your classmates," he said. "I'll go look for the other examinees. They dropped the hall name in the group chat, so I just need to find it." Lily raised a brow. "You don't know where it is?" Michael coughed. Never actually came much to campus before. She stared at him for a second, then snorted. "I had things to do," he said simply. She rolled her eyes and held out her hand. "Give me your phone." Michael handed it over. A few taps later, Lily glanced up. "It's not far. It's that long glass building behind the gym. Come on, I'll take you there." Michael could have refused. He could have just spread his awareness, swept the entire campus in seconds, and pinpointed the hall's location easily. But he didn't. There was no point showing off. Especially not today. If someone noticed his probing and thought he was doing something suspicious, it could lead to unnecessary problems. There were always eyes watching during these exam periods, and Michael had no interest in attracting attention before the exam even began. "Lead the way then," he said instead. They walked together, Lily humming quietly as she led him through a side path. As they reached the glass building, Michael slowed his steps. A small crowd had already gathered outside the hall. Groups of students stood around chatting nervously, others checking their devices or pacing. The atmosphere was a mix of tension and anticipation. Michael came to a stop a distance away. "Looks like it's getting busy," he said, turning to Lily. "You should head back. I'll figure it out from here. Thanks for the help." Lily, who had just spotted a cluster of her classmates a short distance away, gave a quick wave. Yeah, going already," she said, half smiling, half annoyed as she shooed him away with both hands. Michael snorted softly and shook his head. "Brat." But he was smiling as he turned away. Their bond had remained solid, even if distant at times, probably due to the time he allocated to her a few evenings. Michael exhaled and turned his attention back to the hall. Lily watched Michael walk away toward the exam hall, his long black hair catching in the wind like a character out of some high-budget drama. Her lips twitched. Honestly, if she didn't know him, she'd be staring too. "Was that your brother?" The question came almost immediately from behind her. Lily turned to find 3 classmates watching her with wide eyes, their uniforms slightly rumpled, bags slung over their shoulders. They weren't from her class, but were definitely from her year group. "Cousin," Lily corrected instinctively. The tallest girl let out a low whistle. "Cousin, huh? Damn. Lucky you. Is he single?" Lily blinked. "He's almost 19. Age is just a number," one of the other girls muttered, clearly only half joking. Soon, more classmates began gathering around, a few recognizing Lily from shared classes and whispered friend group gossip. "That's the cousin you live with. I thought he was older. He looks like a model or something." Lily gave a strained smile. Truthfully, Lily didn't talk about Michael much in school. She wasn't the type to brag, and even if she wanted to, half the time she didn't know what he was up to. She hadn't even posted a picture of him on social media since middle school. The most her classmates knew was that she lived in a nice part of Brightgate, her mom owned a booming restaurant, and her cousin, Michael, was some sort of powerful awakener who helped support them. They'd asked before. She'd always played it down. Said he was busy a lot. This was the first time they were seeing him up close. And wow! Michael had pulled on that subtle thread of presence and snapped necks with it. "Are you sure he's not in some idol group?" one girl asked, whispering like they were in the presence of royalty. "Like, maybe he's undercover." Lily rolled her eyes. Lily turned to go. She didn't want the attention, didn't care for the half-joking questions or the speculative glances. Michael was family. And while she didn't go around singing his praises, she didn't talk behind his back either. He was hers. In a way. Not in the weird possessive sense. Just, he was the only person in her life who made her feel like her future didn't have to follow someone else's script. And right now, everyone was looking at him like he was some shiny prize. Not the guy who made sure she had never lacked anything. Not the guy who stood up against numerous monsters in a sea of blood just so she and her mother were fine. Not the guy who once carried her home when she scraped her knee when they were younger when he was under the weather as well. They didn't know that Michael. They just saw a fantasy. She turned her head slightly, catching one last glimpse of him as he disappeared into the hall. Her chest tightened a little. He looked like he belonged to a different world now. And maybe he did. Lily inhaled sharply, then squared her shoulders. But so what? She wasn't planning on being left behind. Michael stepped toward the hall, briefly scanning the crowd. He frowned. He didn't recognize anyone. Not a single familiar face from the Bright College Awakeners chat. None of the profile pictures matched the people here, and not one of the few Awakeners he'd seen during his earlier visits to campus stood out. But before he could dwell on it, a stern voice echoed through the school's public address system. All examinees are to line up outside the designated testing hall. Michael's thoughts settled as students around him began moving into formation, assembling in rows as instructed. He didn't hesitate and joined a line. Just as expected, general knowledge was the first test. Michael exhaled. This wasn't combat. No monstrous skill or high-tier evolution would help him here. Michael soon walked into the hall and found his seat. The room was sleek and spacious, designed like a modern lecture hall with individual learning pods instead of shared desks. Each one had privacy barriers, light-dampening tech, and anti-cheat wards. Michael took a seat. A moment later, the room dimmed slightly, and a calm synthetic voice sounded through the hidden speakers. "Welcome to day 1 of the Universal College Practical Entrance Exams. As of now, together with students from the 20 countries under the Federation rule, today's assessment will begin with a 3-hour general knowledge evaluation. Subjects include world history, political dynamics, supernatural affairs, logic, and core mathematics. Please log in with your mail and click on the link sent to you. Michael tilted his head, slightly amused. His intelligence stat gave him fast comprehension and excellent memory, but it wasn't magic. It was still his mind, just enhanced. The tablet lit up with a soft chime. He signed it. Michael's fingers moved quickly. He read each question once and already had the answer forming in his head. Even if some of the historical context was different from Earth, he'd done his reading. Most of the core knowledge, physics, politics, logic, was universal, just layered with extra supernatural elements. He moved smoothly from question to question. There were some particularly disgusting questions, though. Physics: a bead of mass m slides on a frictionless circular wire of radius r, which rotates vertically with angular velocity omega. A vertical electric field E acts on it, and the bead has charge q. At equilibrium, it rests at an angle theta. Derive theta in terms of m, q, e, r, and omega. Determine when this equilibrium is stable, and if it starts at theta equals pi/3 with a small push, calculate time to reach pi/2, though small angle approximation won't help. Mathematics: from the set 1 to 20, how many 7-element subsets exist where no elements are consecutive and the sum is divisible by 5? Then, generalize a formula for n-element sets avoiding consecutive picks with k elements, and prove the maximum occurs when k is almost equal to n plus 1/3. Economics: given a utility function u, x, y, z, equals x to the power of 0. 3 plus y to the power of 0. 3, 0. 5 times z to the power of 0. 4, with px equals 2, py equals 3, pz equals 4, and income equals 100, find demand functions using the Lagrangian method. Then, prove diminishing MRS only under a specific inequality involving x, y, z. Finally, with a 50 fan tram tax on z, analyze how demand shifts, showing both substitution and income effects. Any of this could cripple most students, and there were still 997 more questions to answer. Michael wasn't fazed. These weren't easy questions by any means. Most weren't even questions, they were intellectual gauntlets. Michael's fingers moved quickly across the digital interface, formulas and structured reasoning unfolding with practiced ease. His high intelligence stat didn't just boost memory, it sharpened his analytical ability, letting him see through complexity with unnerving clarity. He was already deep into the test by the time most others were still getting through their first dozen questions. This wasn't to say the test was unfair, quite the opposite. In Aurora, education had evolved alongside humanity. Since the body had improved due to advances in medicine and supernatural exposure, so too had the mind. Children were stronger, healthier, and smarter on average than their Earth counterparts. And as a result, their curriculum was far more demanding. Unlike Earth, where reaching 90 years of age in good health was rare, in Aurora, even a weak civilian with access to basic treatments could achieve it. Supernatural advancements in prenatal care meant a child's brain had already developed beyond Earth normal standards by the time they were born. As for education, it kept up. Specialized subjects like art, science, and engineering weren't locked into departments until university. Before then, everything was modular and broad. Each student picked unit-based courses, 2-unit, 3-unit subjects based on difficulty and credit. This flexible model allowed high school students to build a strong foundation in multiple disciplines before finally narrowing down their field of study later. And it worked. In 20 years, some of what was once university content would likely shift down to high school, simply because the human capacity was rising. The downside: it made exams brutal. Michael didn't slow down. If anything, he sped up. Time ticked on. 1 hour passed. Then 2. Outside, students were sweating, groaning. A few had even dropped out already, disqualified for accessing external aids or failing behavioral checks. It didn't matter the era. Some things were still going to happen because the world didn't lack daring people. Michael remained steady. At the 3-hour mark, the system chimed. Test complete. Thank you for your participation. Michael sat back in his seat, stretching slightly. He closed his eyes briefly and waited for the instructor's signal to dismiss as several thoughts flashed his mind. Michael wasn't just stretching his limbs, he was organizing the flood of information in his mind. As the overhead voice confirmed dismissal row by row, Michael was among the first to leave. He stood and exited quietly. Outside, some students looked dazed. Others were frantic, comparing answers or checking forums. A boy leaned against a railing, muttering, "I only got to question 620. Another girl snapped, "You're lucky. I only reached 450. I blacked out during the logic matrix." Michael didn't linger. He already knew most students wouldn't finish all 1,000 questions. That wasn't the point. The exam wasn't designed to be finished. If you could, good. If you couldn't, just do your best. It was designed to measure you. All you needed at the end of the day was to get a good mark to enter a university. There are 3 different university tracks and how one's score affected them. Liberal academies, for civilians and supernaturals with limited potential. Minimum score was 500. It sounded low, but the difficulty of the questions made it far from easy. Cultivation academies, primarily for cultivators and secondarily for awakeners who couldn't qualify for the elite awakeners academies. Minimum score was 350. Awakeners academies, the top tier. Only for awakeners. The minimum score was also 350. These weren't just names. Your placement determined the techniques, resources, and reputation you'd be exposed to for the next years of your life. A good score could get you into a university. It could even grant a scholarship which was valued by anyone. Michael's steps slowed slightly as he exited into the main courtyard. Thanks to the Supernatural Association forums, he had learned all this even without interacting with people as of late. By the time the exam ended, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The sun had begun to dip slightly westward, casting long slants of golden light across Bright Academy. Michael stepped out, ignoring the noise of students buzzing with questions and self-doubt behind him. According to the officials, exam results would be released later that night, perhaps even earlier if the system's autograding finished ahead of time. More importantly, those seeking entry into a supernatural academy, awakener, or cultivation had been instructed to return tomorrow for the second round of testing. Of course, they needed a good score to even think of coming. Michael didn't know what the second test entailed. Part of him also wondered if this would be the portion broadcast publicly. But for now, Michael had no reason to remain at school. Michael stepped out the school gates. Had this been before his advancement to rank 2, he would have returned home, found a quiet place to lie down, and transferred his consciousness to his body in the land of origin. Even as he walked beneath the clear afternoon sky of Aurora, another version of him, his other self, was currently seated on a crude wooden chair inside the town hall of Thornvale, listening to a long-winded owl talk about shiny things while reading a document with one hand and feeding it fruits with the other. Michael could feel both realities like parallel tracks running side by side. It was subtle, like background music in a different room. But it was constant. Michael ordered an artificially driven cab and gave the address for the local Supers Association branch. Since he had the time, he might as well register his new Awakener rank officially. Doing so would update his records and increase his access level within the association's internal system. It would also open the doors to new information that were previously restricted. And besides, it was better to get it done early. Michael arrived 15 minutes later. The Supers Association branch in Brightgate City was far more pleasing than the one in Woodstone. Inside, Michael headed to the receptionist. The woman at the desk looked up with a professional smile. "Welcome to the Brightgate Supernatural Association. How may I help you today?" Michael returned a polite nod. "I'd like to update my Awakener rank." Her smile brightened. "Of course. Please proceed to the verification terminal at Desk 4. Michael followed the direction and approached a middle-aged man with gray streaks in his short black hair. The man looked up, then gave a casual nod as Michael stood before him. "You here to update status?" he asked, eyes already scanning Michael's appearance. Michael gave a short yes, and added, "I just advanced to rank 2. The man raised a brow, slightly intrigued. "Awakener or cultivator?" "Awakener." That made the man pause for a second. Michael looked young. But he didn't voice that thought. Instead, he leaned back slightly, assessing him with new interest. The man tapped a few buttons. "All right, let me get your ID token." "You have it." Michael passed it over. A short pause. The man glanced at the terminal. Then again. Then squinted. He quickly checked the awakening date. It clearly showed 3 months ago. There was a flicker of disbelief that danced across the man's face before he covered it with a neutral expression. The man let out a low whistle and muttered, "Now that's some speed." Though the man was just a clerk, he wasn't ignorant. He knew what it took to push through 2 ranks that quickly. Unless someone was carrying you, giving you full support, or you had monstrous efficiency. It just wasn't normal. He gave Michael a look that was a mix of admiration and curiosity. "Are you taking the college exams too?" Michael nodded again. The man leaned back and let out a soft breath. "Damn. Guess you're aiming for the Awakeners Academy, huh?" The man scratched his chin. "Well, I suppose it makes sense then." He probably focused everything on rushing his advancement just to meet the benchmark. That would have drained his combat edge, but that's not my place to say. He smiled faintly and didn't press the topic. Still, he couldn't help but marvel internally. 3 months. The man tapped a few more buttons, syncing Michael's ID token with the system. "Well, your request for rank update is valid," he said. "Now, normally, the system can verify cultivation rank directly through internal mana or physical scans. But when it comes to Awakeners," he gave a helpless shrug, "there's too much variability." Michael tilted his head. "Because of different classes." "Exactly," the man said. "Different classes. Different stats. Some can fake power readings. Physical or special type classes barely give off mana at all. So it's hard to measure the rank of Awakeners." He reached under the desk and pulled out a sleek, palm-sized device. It looked like a black box with a glowing silver seal on top. "That's why we require verification from another registered Awakener of at least the same rank. They don't need to know you personally. They just need to confirm your level." Michael frowned slightly. "I didn't bring anyone." "No worries," the man said. "We have standby examiners. It'll just take a few minutes." He tapped a panel beside him. A moment later, a chime echoed across the lobby. "Rank verification examiner requested to Desk 4. Please respond." Michael folded his arms, waiting silently. After about 2 minutes, a side door opened, and a woman in a dark blue uniform stepped through. She was tall, lean, and wore fingerless. Her eyes landed on Michael. "Is this the candidate?" The desk clerk nodded. "Rank 2 Awakener. Needs verification. Please, follow me." Michael followed her through a corridor that led to a private room. The room was sparse, just a single desk, 2 chairs, and a monitor built into the wall. Clean, quiet, professional. But what caught Michael's attention wasn't the decor. It was the man seated at the desk. He looked normal. Late 30s. Clean-cut, wearing a high-collared gray coat with the Supers Association crest on the shoulder. A stack of digital documents hovered beside him, and he was currently reviewing one, stylus in hand, face calm and unreadable. Despite the man's seemingly mundane presence, the atmosphere in the room shifted the moment Michael stepped in. Based on the current situation, this man should be an awakener. "Please sit," the man said, not looking up from his tablet. "You're the new rank 2?" the man asked, voice level. The man tilted his head slightly. "I'll be the one verifying your rank. As a fellow awakener, you know this won't take long." Michael nodded. He didn't use detect on the man. Not because he didn't want to, but because if this man was sensitive to perception probes, then that would be a bad first impression. Not everyone was Teacher Brian. He was also an awakener, after all. Only heaven knew how strong he was. Soon, Michael felt a gaze on him. The man's calm, practiced gaze lingered on Michael longer than expected. At first, his expression was neutral, polite, professional. But then, something shifted. His brow furrowed ever so slightly. Michael didn't move, letting the silence stretch. Then the man finally spoke. His voice was slower now. More thoughtful. "Are you here to register as a newly advanced rank 2? Or to update your rank?" Michael immediately understood what was going on, and couldn't help but smile weakly in his mind. So that's what it was. To most people, a newly advanced rank 2 awakener would be around level 26 at best. That was the standard reward if you completed the bare minimum during your advancement quest. A 1-level boost from level 25 to 26. But Michael was currently level 40. There was nothing newly advanced about that. It didn't add up. Unless you knew the truth. Michael had performed exceptionally well during his advancement quest. So well, in fact, that he had been rewarded with 15 full levels. A feat most would immediately call impossible. To anyone unaware of that, however, it looked like he was lying. Or trolling the association's records. Michael offered a faint, polite smile. "I'm here to do both." The man didn't return the smile. The man finally set down the stylus. He stared at Michael for a long beat, then leaned back in his chair. His fingers tapped absently against the desk as he asked, "What year did you awaken?" Michael answered calmly, "This year. Around 3 months ago." That earned a pause. A long one. The man hadn't asked the question earlier when they went to get Michael. But now that it had been said aloud, he felt the weight of that time frame settle on him. 3 months. That wasn't rapid. That was absurd. He hid his reaction well, but internally, a storm of thought stirred. 3 months. Even if it had been a full 2 years, this level of progress would be considered elite. But 3 months. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. If nothing happened, this youth would undoubtedly qualify for one of the Federation's prestigious Awakener academies. No question. But that wasn't what intrigued him. The man exhaled quietly. He's like me back then. He, too, was an Awakener. But unlike those who awakened at age 16 or 17, he'd only awakened 3 months before his own college entrance exams. Too late to do much. The man exhaled quietly. He's like me back then. He, too, was an Awakener. But unlike those who awakened at age 16 or 17, he'd only awakened 3 months before his own college entrance exams. Too late to do much. And so, he enrolled in a cultivation academy. A slower path, yes. Even now, he was still stuck at comprehending a law. But going there had made him stand out. In a school filled with cultivators, he was a dragon among snakes. He'd flourished there. It wasn't that Awakener academies didn't want every awakened. Far from it. But the Federation had long since put a system in place to balance power. Cultivation organizations still held sway across large parts of the continent. If every awakened individual flocked to the same dozen high-tier Awakener academies, the balance of power would collapse. So, the Federation enforced limits, quotas, admissions rules, special regulations, to ensure Awakeners were still distributed across other academies and institutions. That way, cultivation academies still produce powerhouse talents now and then. While the Awakener academies got the best of the best, others weren't completely left behind. That was the world's compromise. Still, this youth in front of him. He wasn't just some lucky late bloomer. He was terrifying. The man had gone through the records on his side and knew Michael wasn't lying. However, the man was still curious about something. Unfortunately, there were some things he couldn't ask. In any case, he just had to do his job. "All right," the man said at last, tapping the side of his terminal. "Your record's verified. The system's been updated. You're now officially listed as a Rank 2 Awakener." He paused, then added with a rare hint of warmth in his tone, "If you're planning to enter an Awakener Academy, you won't have any trouble. Just don't slack off." Michael inclined his head slightly. "Thank you." Michael left the verification room in silence. The moment the door closed behind him, a strange emotion welled up in his chest. A strange mix of pride, relief, and disbelief. He'd actually done it. A memory came unbidden, Grace's voice echoing from that reception desk in Woodstone City, back when he was just a fresh awakener barely figuring things out. "You're eligible for a monthly stipend now. $15,000, she'd said. But if you don't reach rank 1 in 6 months, it'll get slashed by half. And if you don't reach rank 2 within a year, well, the payments stop." At the time, it had felt like a generous gesture. Free money just for existing. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, Michael couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Reaching rank 1 within 6 months is very possible. But rank 2 within a year? That was a different case. Unless you had powerful backers, got tier efficiency, or an edge like his Undead Legion. It was very hard. It was still possible though, but Michael figured most Awakeners would take their time. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how stingy the Federation actually was. 15 grand a month sounded like a lot. But in a world where gear alone costs tens to hundreds of thousands, that money barely scratched the surface. Michael let out a slow breath as he walked down the wide hallway of the Supers Association building, footsteps echoing softly against the polished floors. He thought back to the first time he killed a monster. It was a slime. Then there was the first undead he raised. A lot happened in about 3 months. I wonder how long it'll take to reach rank 3. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Michael's mood dipped. He had expected it to be difficult, but the reality of now earning only 50 fan tram of normal experience made it feel even more daunting. Fighting monsters above his rank was the only way to gain decent EXP, but even then, the gains were a far cry from the generous boosts he used to enjoy. "Feels like I've switched to hard mode," he muttered. Still, Michael shook the negativity away. For the first time in a while, he had nothing pressing to do, no monsters to kill, no urgent plans to execute. The freedom felt strange. Almost uncomfortable. He stood up, brushing dust off his clothes. "Guess I'll head to Aunt Mia's restaurant. Might as well check in and see how things are going. And after that, I still have that mind-controlling monster to revive. What am I saying? I could do it right now." He smiled faintly. In the land of origin, his other body stirred. Even Wisdom, his owl companion, tilted its head as if sensing the shift. Michael glanced at the document still in his hand, eyes narrowing slightly as he scanned the long list of requests and shortages. It wasn't just a matter of poor management, it was blatant negligence. Thanks to a certain corrupt steward who had been in charge for nearly 2 years, doing whatever he pleased and exploiting the territory's resources for personal gain, the cleanup process was far more difficult than it should have been. Records were either incomplete or deliberately falsified. Supplies had been redirected, guards underpaid, and several of the outer villages hadn't received proper rations in weeks. The previous steward had essentially treated Thornvale as his private gold mine, one where the people were left to fend for themselves while he lived in comfort. Now, that burden fell on Michael. Thornvale needed more guards, disciplined ones, not just bodies and armor. It needed more horses, proper training, better communication between outposts. More food, better distribution channels. Even the roads needed repair. The infrastructure had decayed, and Michael could see that this wasn't going to be a simple fix. He sighed, fingers tightening around the edge of the parchment. There was a long road ahead. He was already a rank 2 master necromancer with a growing army and great power, yet now he had to deal with the most exhausting thing of all, bureaucracy. Michael couldn't help but wonder just how much stress he'd be put through in the coming weeks. Dealing with monsters, he could handle. But dealing with people, that was another kind of battlefield. Still, Michael wasn't without options. In fact, he had already come up with 3 potential solutions. The first was the most obvious: ask for assistance from Duke Evermoon. Michael grimaced at the thought of this. It wasn't that he hated the Duke. On the contrary, the man had been fair, even generous. But the reason Michael had chosen Thornvale was because of its distance from the capital. He wanted freedom, room to grow and act independently. Asking for help now might deepen their ties. And while that wasn't inherently bad, it also meant more attention. Michael was already satisfied with the current relationship. He wasn't eager to promote it unless needed. The second solution was to dip into his personal wealth. Michael still had a little over 5 million gold coins. It was more than enough to get Thornvale back on its feet. This option was far more appealing. He controlled it, and he could allocate resources however he wished. But once gone, it might be difficult to recover. The third solution was the most complex but arguably the most efficient. It was to use the combined logistics of both the land of origin and Aurora. Some materials would take weeks to procure within Thornvale, if they could even be found locally. But in Aurora, thanks to the supernatural association, they were easily obtainable. Likewise, food could also be sourced from his origin world. In the end, barring the first option, Michael would still have to spend a significant chunk of his wealth. But if Thornvale was managed well, it could pay off tenfold. After all, Thornvale wasn't poor. It was rich in resources. The problem wasn't a lack of resources, it was mismanagement. Handled right, it could become a thriving territory. A true power base. A profitable territory. And not just here. In both worlds. Aurora and the land of origin. Michael's eyes flickered. Some people would think Awakeners only used the Supers Association to buy items. But there was another side. They could also sell. Monster corpses were valuable, yes, but rare materials. Priceless. And Michael had plenty of them here. After they were harvested again, that is. Michael could already envision it, using rare materials from the land of origin to sell in Aurora. Establishing trade routes between the worlds. Building networks, forming alliances, and so on. If he played this right, Thornvale could become more than a territory. It could become a hub. Of course, this would need careful planning so he doesn't end up implicating himself. A smile tugged at Michael's lips. Michael folded the parchment and leaned back in his seat. But even as his eyes swept the room, his thoughts weren't here. He hadn't shifted the majority of his consciousness there just to attend to the suffocating bureaucracy of Thornvale. The real reason was unfinished business. One monster. One that had haunted him in the past. The only creature that had made him feel helpless, truly helpless, since awakening. He could still remember the chilling moment. The one time he was closest to death after transmigrating. He could still remember it clearly. His thoughts weren't his. His limbs didn't move when he willed them to. And worst of all, his system, one that he thought then could not communicate and only showed stats, had actually recommended him to commit suicide to avoid death. If it hadn't been for Lucky and Prince who attacked the newly awakened monster, he might have actually died. If that monster had existed in Aurora, in his origin world, he wouldn't have been as disturbed. At least there, he knew it was possible to truly die. But in the land of origin, where he assumed he was safe, it showed him he wasn't. It showed him that death could come anywhere, even in a place designed for growth. He had almost developed a trauma, but fortunately, the monster that caused it was dead. And ironically, it had even contributed significantly to his current growth. Just as Michael was about to stand up and find somewhere he could have a moment to himself, a knock came at the door. The door creaked open, and in stepped Ace and Leah, the two boys who had once tried to rob him back in the capital city. And yet, somehow, they were now his personal assistants. Assistants to a noble. Michael blinked slowly, the irony never failing to amuse him. They had chosen it themselves, of course. After that failed robbery and the series of events that followed, they had followed him across worlds. Michael had developed quite a bit of emotion for them. Now here they were. Of course, it's definitely not because he liked how they worked for him and found himself too lazy to start again with someone new. Though it had barely been 2 days since their arrival, they looked like they'd been through hell. Disheveled hair. Eye bags. Wrinkled clothes. A visible layer of dust and frustration clinging to them like a curse. All this because Michael, Lord Mike, as he was now known in the land of origin, had given them their first assignment: run the manor. Not just tidy it up. Coordinate, record, command. Manage staff. It didn't take a genius to understand what Michael was doing. Anyone with 2 eyes could see it. He was testing them. And they didn't want to fail. They couldn't fail. Because they both knew this wasn't just some errand. It was a chance. A real chance. One they would never get again. But heavens. The manor was a mess. It would have been one thing if the old steward had kept things running properly before Michael detained him. But he hadn't. The man had treated the estate like his personal playground. One that he didn't particularly treasure too. And as Ace had shouted earlier that morning, there's a whole storeroom filled with receipts for nothing. Who the hell keeps a receipt for air? Now, standing in the doorway of Michael's temporary study, the two boys looked like they had aged 5 years. Ace stepped forward first, tone clipped but respectful. Apologies, Lord Mike. We know you're resting, but we need signatures. 5 of them. One for the request to replace 7 cooks, because apparently none of them can cook. One for the pause, Michael said, raising a hand. He gestured toward the seats across from him. Sit. Breathe. Then start again. Leah immediately collapsed into the chair like a dying man. Ace followed, a little more reserved but equally grateful. Michael studied them both. They were tired. But not broken. That was a good sign. Maybe they'd survive this after all. Tell me, Michael said, voice calm. What's the most pressing issue right now? The boys said all they had to, and Michael communicated with them. They stood, bowed awkwardly, half formal, half sincere, and exited without another word as he sent them out. As the door clicked shut behind them, silence returned to the room. Michael took a slow breath and finally stood. He crossed to the corner where Wisdom was perched, the owl blinking lazily from atop a high shelf. "Sorry," Michael murmured. "You're not coming this time again." He reached into his storage space and pulled out a small platter of mana-infused fruits, placing them gently on the table near Wisdom's perch. The owl tilted its head, curious. Michael scratched gently behind its ear feathers and whispered, "Stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll be back soon." Wisdom gave a soft hoot of acknowledgement but didn't argue. It wasn't that Michael didn't want to evolve the beast, even as he had time now and enough evolution points, he just didn't want to bring attention to himself. Not now. It had just been a few hours since the last event. There was a reason he hadn't summoned any of his rank 3 undead. They were strong, frighteningly so. But if anyone caught even a whisper of their presence, it could leave a trail. One that wasn't easily erased. Michael wasn't ready to risk that yet. Just like he wasn't ready to evolve Wisdom. Of course, this was also because he needed a genuine space-type catalyst. He wanted Wisdom to become more than a companion beast. He wanted it to become a true space beast. Who knew how strong it would become at rank 3? Though he still had no idea of the wonders of laws, he knew that a law related to space should not be simple. And to do that, he'd need the right materials. No need to rush. Michael slipped on a black coat. With one last glance at Wisdom, who was already tearing into a mana fruit with clear contentment, he stepped toward the window instead of the door. The late morning sun framed him as he pushed the shutters open. A breeze swept through the room, stirring the loose parchments on his desk. Michael leapt down silently from the second floor, landing on soft grass. It was daytime, but with Michael's speed, he might as well not exist. Half an hour later, Michael stood in a secluded clearing deep within the Everlong forest. He had already scanned the surroundings with his senses. Within a 5,000-meter radius, there were only weak monsters. No strong signatures. Satisfied that no one was watching, he reached into his storage space and pulled something out. A lump of flesh. It was the remains of the mind-controlling taboo monster, the one he had encountered in the ruins he first appeared in when he first arrived in the land of origin. Michael stared at the flesh for a moment, the memories bubbling up uninvited. A near-death experience. The monster that had almost made him kill himself. Now just a husk. He turned the chunk of meat over in his hand. Maybe, when all that was going on was over, he'd make time to revisit those ruins. To see if there was anything he missed. Last time, he hadn't exactly been subtle. He dismantled most of the structure just to harvest materials he could sell in Aurora for cash. Still, there might be something left. Either way, it was worth checking. Michael used Detect on the lump of flesh in his hand. Corrupted ball of dead organ, rank, extraordinary. He stared at the panel. Back then, before his advancement, when he was still dancing on the edge of rank 1, he had believed he wouldn't be able to do anything with this corpse until much, much later. After all, before its death, the monster had been level 43. 3 levels above his current self. And close to 20 levels higher than he had been back then. Not to mention the rank. It had been a solid extraordinary rank monster. It had a bizarre ability to override minds from a distance, whether its target was alive or dead. This alone made it invaluable. But the truly terrifying part was its second ability. The ability to kill an awakener. Permanently. Even in the land of origin. Michael still remembered the message his system flashed back then, urging him to self-terminate to preserve continuity. That alone had scared him more than anything since transmigrating. That was why, at the time, he had made the decision to keep the corpse preserved and hold off until he reached an Awakener Academy. There, he'd learn proper rituals. He didn't want to risk reviving the creature with instinctive methods, not when the cost of failure could be permanent degradation. He had thought his advancement would maybe push him to level 30 if he got lucky. Not level 40. Michael lifted the flesh to eye level, mana lightly coiling around his fingers. Now, the monster was weak. Still dangerous. But compared to his current self, its powers could be said to be a bit insignificant. I don't need to wait anymore, he muttered, mana glowing faintly around his fingertips. Of course, he wasn't reckless. If he failed once, he'd try again. If he failed twice, he'd stop. Any more than that, then it would become truly useless. But this was one of the few monsters he had to have. The potential of a creature that could override minds from kilometers away and kill awakeners in a place where death was meant to be temporary. Michael's expression lit up with anticipation. He knew there were only so many weapons in the world that could match that kind of ability. And he was about to turn one into his own. Still holding the lump of flesh in one hand, Michael narrowed his eyes. He figured, if the monster had the power to permanently kill awakeners in the land of origin, a place where immortality was supposed to be the norm, then it stood to reason it might also have a method to avoid death itself. Of course, it was also possible that wasn't the case. Maybe the monster's effect had simply been an anomaly. A side effect of its taboo nature or some strange interaction between skills. But even if it turned out to be useless, Michael still wanted it. He would rather possess a weapon that others might have than be the one without it. It wasn't like he was actually planning to kill other awakeners. And so far, he hadn't even met one. It had been 3 months since he first stepped foot into the land of origin, and not once had he encountered another awakened from Aurora. Not even by accident. That in itself was strange. Back in his origin world, awakeners numbered in the tens of thousands. With how many had likely entered the land of origin by now, it stood to reason he should have at least crossed paths with one. But nothing. No signs. No traces. Sometimes, he wondered if the world was just that vast. Or if something else was going on entirely. Of course, it was also very possible he had met one, he just hadn't realized it. He wasn't going around with a flashing title that said awakened, and he doubted anyone else was either. Michael himself had encountered countless individuals in this world already. Who's to say one of them wasn't an awakener too? Maybe even someone just like him, hiding their class, building strength quietly. If he was being honest with himself, Michael would prefer not to meet another awakener at all. Because when that time came, when another person from Aurora finally stood before him in this world, it would no longer feel like his place. Right now, there was something comforting in the illusion that he was the only outsider. And he liked that feeling. Michael exhaled slowly. Then, without further hesitation, he knelt and laid the lump of flesh on the grass before him. His fingers moved in practiced precision as he began to trace a small magic circle with mana. A whisper of power flickered between his hands as he activated the skill. Undead Revival, a pulse of dark mana surged. Michael narrowed his eyes, maintaining the channel. The flesh convulsed violently. Moments later, the mana fully settled. The light from the magic circle dimmed and then vanished entirely, drawn into the newly revived creature. Silence returned to the forest. Michael stood and stepped back. It was done. The lump of flesh was no longer just a corpse. It had returned. And as he'd half expected, it still looked mostly the same. This did not bother Michael. All that mattered was that he succeeded. Michael smiled and, with expectation, turned to quickly check the skills of the monster. This was what he was most interested in. Surprisingly, the skills of the creature weren't many. There were only 5 skills. A blue panel appeared before him, projected in cool blue. His lips parted slightly as he read the first one. Parasite, Advanced Mastery, allows the undead to anchor its consciousness inside a host creature, living or dead. Once embedded, it can assume full control. The parasite can leave at any time, and the host may not even realize they were ever compromised. Michael's eyes narrowed. Mind Latch, Advanced Mastery, establishes invisible mental threads with living creatures. Commands can be issued through these threads. Limit is dependent on the user's mental capacity. But then came the most terrifying one. Consciousness Erasure, Advanced Mastery, targets a creature's consciousness. At Advanced Mastery, upon success, the victim's consciousness can be wiped clean, rendering the body an empty vessel. Michael immediately recognized two of the core skills. Mind Latch. Consciousness Erasure. His heart clenched faintly at the sight of them, not from fear, but memory. So that was it. That was how it worked. Reading the detailed descriptions now, it all made sense. Mind Latch was how the monster had manipulated others. As for consciousness erasure, that was what it had used to create puppets. No wonder the system had screamed at him to self-terminate. This skill didn't just kill the body. It deleted the self. The soul and consciousness were often spoken of separately, but in reality, they were deeply intertwined. The soul. It was the source, the anchor that synchronized an awakener's dual existence, the body in the real world, and the projection in the land of origin. It linked both states of being. But the consciousness. That was the mind. The controller. The essence of who someone was. And if either the soul or consciousness was destroyed, then that was it. That was true death. Worse, the system's immortality perk wouldn't even activate in such a case. Because it couldn't. The perk relied on death. On loss. But if the consciousness was erased completely, if there was nothing left to bring back, then what could be revived? A broken body. An empty shell. No. The system could not function without a self to attach to. Michael shuddered slightly at the implication. That was why it had bypassed the system's safeguards. It hadn't killed him the traditional way. It had tried to override him. Sneaky and terrifying. And almost successful. Then there was the other skill. One he had also seen in action. He hadn't fully understood it at the time, but now the memory returned. The image of a grotesque mass of black tentacles that acted as a body for the lump of flesh in the floor. Michael exhaled, the memory darkening his eyes. That was 3 skills accounted for. He looked back at the panel. Memory Harvest, Advanced Mastery. Upon contact with a corpse or stunned target, the user absorbs memories. The fresher the mind, the clearer the details. Michael's breath caught for a moment. Memory Harvest. He hadn't seen this skill being used before, but it was certainly interesting. The last skill flickered into view. Mind Nest, Advanced Mastery, generates a psychic field. Those within the field experience gradual focus degradation, lowered mental resistance, and emotional disruption. Extended exposure induces fatigue, poor judgment, and suggestibility. Especially effective on groups, amplifying paranoia or fear. The effect is subtle and builds slowly. Can be suppressed or concentrated on specific targets. Michael whistled softly. It was beautiful. In a horrifying way. A weapon of erosion. Michael stepped back from the floating interface and looked down at the creature on the ground. He studied it in silence. Based on its abilities, its history, and the fact that its race rank matched that of his highest level undead, Michael figured it deserved a name. But before that, he cast Undead Summoning on the lump of flesh. Only after the spell succeeded did his thoughts return to the topic he'd been considering earlier, while conveniently ignoring the fact that he could also evolve it. And then it came to him. Michael said it aloud, letting the sound settle into the forest air. Yes. That was it. Unpredictable. Unsettling. Possessing too many personas, or none at all. A creature that could smile as it hollowed out your mind and left nothing behind. It fit perfectly. The erratic nature of its abilities. The mental manipulation. The way it crept into others without warning, dancing through minds like a performer in a macabre show. It wasn't majestic. It wasn't noble. Michael exhaled quietly, his gaze locked on the creature that now responded to the name. A soft pulse flickered across its surface, almost as if it understood. Undead named, Clown, he nodded, satisfied. Puppeteer could have worked too. If the monster had a class, that would surely be it. Now that he was done with Clown, whom he had just sent to the Netherworld, Michael figured he finally had the time to check the effects of his class item. At the thought, he reached into his storage space and pulled out a coffin-like object. Damaged Coffin of the Forgotten, Effect 1, Eternal Call, summon an undead from the Netherworld. The summoned creature will be one rank lower than the user's highest contracted undead and will remain for 24 hours or until destroyed. Requires massive energy consumption depending on the summoned creature level. Effect 2, Gate of Death, laying within the coffin allows the user to transfer their consciousness to the Netherworld. Effect 3, Gravekeeper's Claim, passive if the user is killed, the coffin anchors their soul, allowing resurrection after 10 years in a random location in the Netherworld. Usable once every 100 years, and after the second resurrection, the item will be destroyed. The item was certainly worthy of its rank, its effects alone made that clear. However, no matter how impressive they sounded, Michael wanted to test them now rather than be caught off guard later. He had some speculations about Effect 1. A rank lower than his highest undead, which was currently a 3-star extraordinary rank, could mean either a 2-star extraordinary undead or a 3-star rare one. If it was the latter, then the effect would be nearly useless to him. He didn't exactly lack high-rank undead anymore. But if it was the former, and especially considering the description mentioned the word consuming, then the item might allow him to choose what kind of undead to summon within that limit. If that were true, then the effect was still quite valuable. Without wasting any more time, Michael decided to try it out immediately. He placed his hand on the coffin-like object and activated the effect. The object of consumption, Michael decided, was his own mana. He didn't hesitate, he pushed in at least 80 fan tram of his total pool. And one shouldn't underestimate what that meant. Maybe he needed a direct comparison to truly understand, but Michael was confident that this amount of mana already far surpassed what most rank 2 mages could produce in total. His mana pool had always been abnormally high, and with the recent evolutions and boosts from his class advancement, that gap had only widened. So when the item responded, its surface glowing with layered runes and pulsing softly like a living heart, Michael stepped back slightly, eyes fixed on the result. Now, he just had to see what it would create. The Netherworld. It was a realm of death. The sky above was a stagnant sea of swirling gray mist, thick like oil and churning without wind. The land below was uneven and jagged, formed of black stone and bone-white ash. Monolithic structures, broken statues, skeletal trees, and rotting ruins jetted from the landscape like forgotten grave markers. And the creatures. Ghosts drifted without destination, translucent and whispering. Skeletal beasts stalked through the fog, locked in silent battles or simply existing. Giant centipede-like horrors slithered in the far distance, dragging mounds of flesh behind them as offerings to something unseen. And amidst it all were undead. Thousands, millions. Some were mindless, hunched over in endless procession. Others stood tall, regal, remnants of long-dead kings and generals, their souls too stubborn to fade. This was the Netherworld. A place for the dead. In a certain region of the Netherworld, where the mist curled lower and the ground cracked with every silent step, an event unlike any other occurred. A gate appeared. It did not roar or tear reality apart. It simply opened. A shimmering tear in space, black at the center and lined with slow-turning runes. It hovered inches above the ash-covered ground, pulsing with the rhythm of a heartbeat that didn't belong to this world. The moment it did, everything changed. Undead, scattered across thousands of miles, froze. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, they turned. Some were beasts, hulking abominations of bone and sinew. Others were soldiers, still wearing rusted armor from wars long forgotten. Even the floating wraiths that had no true form seemed to hesitate, and then drift forward, toward the gate. A compulsion surged through the netherworld like a silent bell only the dead could hear. It was like a summon. Millions began to move. Stumbling, gliding, crawling, marching. An endless tide of death converging from every corner. But not all responded. In the shadow of a crumbling obsidian fortress, a figure stood unmoving, his long white hair fluttering in defiance of the stagnant air. His skin was pale. His eyes were dim coals. Dead. And yet thinking. Among the countless dead, he was different. He remembered. A fragment of a life long past still clung to his spirit like a dying ember refusing to go out. He did not move toward the gate. He simply watched. An anchor has opened, he muttered. His voice was hoarse, dry as wind over tombstones. So, someone dares to breach the world of samsara. He didn't move. Not yet. But his fingers, long since dulled to sensation, curled faintly at his sides. 100 years. He hadn't kept count at first. But over time, the emptiness of the netherworld had turned into something familiar. Something quiet. The silence dulled the memories, but never enough to erase them. The sect that hunted him down like a beast for what they called a sin. Was it really so hateful? He said under his breath, eyes never leaving the pulsing rift in the distance, to kill me just for killing their holy daughter. His lips curled. Not in a smile. Something smaller. A twitch of restrained madness. After having a taste. The memory flickered like a dying lantern flame. Moonlight. Her fingers in his hair. The promise of eternity. They pretended I stole her purity, he whispered. But she was the one who begged for it. He chuckled. A hollow, bitter sound that echoed faintly through the broken ruins around him. They always rewrite the story once the blood dries. The rift pulsed again, stronger this time. A tug, subtle but firm, brushing against something deep within him. Li Yang stared at it. The gate wasn't just any portal. He could feel it. This one. It might lead back to his world. His real one. Xianyan Great World. A place of spirit rivers and sky-reaching sections. Of divine beasts and golden palaces. If the gate truly linked to Xianyan, then the world had just made a mistake. Because he was here. To those self-righteous bastards at the heaven-lit Lotus sect. Li Yang whispered, his voice rich with ancient venom, pray your foundations haven't crumbled yet. His hair rose slightly, caught by unseen wind. Because if I make it back, I will bury you beneath them. Li Yang took a step forward. Then another. The moment the coffin began to glow, a strange tension filled the air. Michael's brows furrowed. The coffin pulsed once. Then again. Then the lid cracked open. A low hiss escaped from within. Michael narrowed his eyes and instinctively cast, detect, the moment the lid opened. A blue pane snapped into existence. Evil Cultivator, LV. 49, rank, 2-star extraordinary rank. Michael's expression froze. So it really was a 2-star extraordinary rank. Exactly what he had hoped for. He let out a low breath. So my guess was right. But even so, based on what he'd just experienced, based on the presence that had emerged from the coffin, Michael quickly realized something else. The energy consumption didn't scale the strength linearly. Dumping 80 fan tram of his mana hadn't guaranteed this level of undead. It had simply given him a greater chance to summon something at the highest end of the range. He was sure of it. The skill wasn't the more you put in, the stronger it is. No, it was a lottery. A rigged one, yes, with better odds the more he invested, but not a promise. Michael narrowed his eyes. A risk-like item, then. One that could burn him out without even delivering something useful, if luck wasn't on his side. And his luck. Well, he wasn't disappointed. Quite the opposite. Because there was one more thing he noticed. A faint tether, from the bond he shared with the coffin. I could summon it again, Michael realized. And next time, it wouldn't cost nearly as much. It wasn't a permanent contract. Not like his Undead Legion. But it was an imprint. A marker. Something the coffin had carved into the netherworld when it pulled the undead out. As long as the item remained intact, Michael had the option to recall the same undead again. Still, he hesitated. Evil Cultivator, LV 49, Evil Cultivator. Sounded a bit too shady. Liang opened his eyes. The transition was jarring. To him the world was still shades of white and black. But this world was filled with an abundance of energy. His breath stilled. He inhaled deeply, and his already dead nerves tingled faintly, almost like they were remembering how it felt to be alive. The very air in this place was rich and dense. Alive with spiritual energy. It rolled across his skin like silk and soaked into his very bones. If he still had a beating heart, it would have thundered in awe. This, he muttered, eyes narrowing, is ridiculous. The spiritual energy here was so thick, it felt like the entire realm was built atop a spirit vein. No. Not a vein. Even in the Xinyan Great World, sacred lands this saturated were rare, and fiercely guarded by ancient clans, sects, or divine beasts. To a cultivator, even a demonic one like him, this was paradise. Liang chuckled, almost forgetting his current state. If I'd been born here, I might have become a god. But just as that thought blossomed, just as a trace of twisted hope dared to spark, his spiritual sense reached inward, scanning the condition of his spirit. And everything changed. His smile vanished. Inside his spirit sea was a chain. A thin, silvery tether. Barely visible. But real. Anchored. And it pulsed faintly with foreign energy. Liang's expression darkened. He followed the chain's flow, and like ice plunging into hot blood, realization struck. This isn't possession, he growled. It's control. Someone had pulled him from the netherworld. Someone had bound him. His eyes snapped to the figure before him. In the grand tapestry of the universe, there were countless paths to power, innumerable systems that mortals, immortals, and everything in between used to claw toward the peak. Mages, witches, wizards, shamanic bloodlines, aura warriors, elemental hosts, spiritual refiners, mentalists, summoners. Each path was different. Some shallow, others deep. Some weak but easy, others vast but treacherous. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Some born of nature, some from science, and others from sheer will or divine inheritance. But among them all, Tao cultivation remained one of the most endless. Not just in scale, but in truth. And Liang came from one of the most ancient and powerful of such realms, the Xinyan Great World. It was not something a realm like Aurora could compare to. Aurora was new. A baby clawing at the edges of power. Had it not been for the backbone of technology, the first awakeners, and the handful of early cultivators who somehow bridged the gap, this world would have already become a vassal to a greater one. Realms were not peaceful neighbors. They were greedy. Wars between them were not uncommon. Power systems clashed. Races clashed. Resources were stolen. It wasn't always hatred, sometimes the reason was simple. Civilization didn't grow through fairness. It expanded by force. Liang was not some second-rate rogue cultivator. He had been a true Tao path cultivator at the Golden Core stage. He had lived over 300 years. And during those centuries, he had done more than cultivate. He had learned. He was not unique in that. All cultivators who reached the Golden Core stage, at least in a true cultivation world, shared a similar depth of knowledge. It wasn't a gift, it was a consequence of age. Of longevity. Of having lived long enough to see a lot. The only exceptions were the supreme geniuses. Monsters born once every few generations, who broke through realms like they were nothing, racing from foundation to nascent soul in mere decades. They didn't have time to learn because they didn't need to. Power came to them as if the universe itself were handing out favors. Or there were the heavens' children, not always cultivators. They were simply fated. Those ones didn't cultivate in the traditional sense. They didn't meditate for decades or temper their bodies in spirit fire. They killed. Every time they destroyed an enemy, they grew stronger. Their path was one of slaughter. If it wasn't that at some point, they no longer needed to only kill to gain power, they would have been killed from young just to prevent calamity. Liang had fought one. They were truly favored children of the heavens. In any case, it was Liang's vast knowledge that made him realize just how abnormal his current situation was. The chain in his spirit. And the coffin he sat in. And that was when he understood something else. "I'm not in Xianyan," he said softly. It wasn't just the air. Not just the energy. It was the summoning method itself. The techniques used. The unnatural interface that flashed briefly in the void of his vision when the bond was formed. Everything about it screamed of foreign systems. Liang's eyes slowly swept across his surroundings, this new world, this new realm. Yet, undeniably rich in power. But he wasn't deceived by comfort. Not even for a second. He didn't care about the air, the energy, or the so-called summoner who stood nearby. What mattered was the chain inside him. It was crude, shallow, and temporary. Surface-level refinement and use of such a powerful tool, Liang muttered, sneering under his breath. "TCH. You've pulled me across realms and dared to bind me. But you don't even know what you're holding." A flash of killing intent flared in him. He wasn't here to be some corpse soldier on command. He wasn't a tool. He had ruled as a king in the netherworld, even while dead. This bond, this summoning, was nothing. If the youth had thought he'd summoned a mindless beast, he was wrong. Liang had no intention of obeying. He turned inward, tracing the spiritual chain. It was like someone had tried to place a leash on a dragon using straw rope. Foolish, he thought. Then, with centuries of experience behind him, Liang began to attempt breaking the chain. It would only take a few seconds at most. In the gap of that time when his summoner did not command him, he cast a body protection spell on himself. Michael's gaze narrowed as he studied the new undead. Something about this one was different. It reminded him of Spartan. No, more than Spartan. This thing radiated a certain presence. Michael extended his senses through the bond he shared with the damaged coffin of the forgotten, to see if there was anything wrong with this undead when suddenly, Michael's body stiffened. Warning, summoned undead is attempting to sever control link. His eyes snapped to the creature. The undead, this so-called evil cultivator, was already weaving something around itself. Thin, silver lines of energy, so faint they were almost invisible, spiraled around its form, wrapping around its spirit like armor. A self-cast spell. Michael muttered, his expression darkening. He could see the intent bleeding through the bond. This wasn't just some random energy circulation. No, This was precise, deliberate, like it was actively trying to cut through the coffin's connection. Michael clenched his jaw. Undead weren't supposed to do that. A low pulse traveled through the coffin again, almost as if warning him that the link would snap if he didn't reinforce it. Michael's mana surged reflexively, flooding the chain to strengthen it. Not on my watch, he growled inwardly, pushing his control tighter. But as he did, he felt something strange. The undead wasn't fighting with brute force, it was unraveling the bond from within, as if it understood the mechanism of the summoning itself. Michael's eyes narrowed dangerously. You're not just intelligent. You know what you're doing, don't you? For the first time, he considered the possibility that this undead wasn't like his others, not a hollow shell of memories, but something with its own history. The spell it was casting flared briefly, a protective layer of energy fused into its dead flesh, as if to shield its body and spirit. Michael's grip on the coffin tightened. He would have to decide, right now, whether to tighten control further, or risk letting this thing see how much freedom it could take. He chose none and commanded the coffin to undo the summoning. It's not working. It's not working. Michael was just about to go with the next best option, smashing the creature's skull with all his strength, when a thought struck him. This undead. It wasn't mindless. It had consciousness. Intelligence. So why not try something else? While still gathering power into his right hand, Michael summoned one of the newest additions to his legion. Jester was a unique creature, one with a set of skills Michael had to admit were formidable. He wanted to try something. Naturally, he only dared because he had the strength to back it up. If things got out of hand, he wouldn't hesitate to summon a bigger threat. Leaving traces wasn't a concern right now, this was more important. Jester, take over, he ordered calmly. As expected of a taboo-born entity, even with its freshly awakened intelligence, Jester understood instantly. Moments later, Michael watched as the lump of flesh on the ground began casting multiple skills in rapid succession. Parasite, Advanced Mastery, allows the undead to anchor its consciousness inside a host creature, living or dead. Once embedded, it can assume full control. The parasite can leave at any time, and the host may not even realize they were ever compromised. Mind Nest, Advanced Mastery, generates a psychic field. Those within the field experience gradual focus degradation, lowered mental resistance, and emotional disruption. Extended exposure induces fatigue, poor judgment, and suggestibility. Especially effective on groups, amplifying paranoia or fear. The effect is subtle and builds slowly. Can be suppressed or concentrated on specific targets. Consciousness Erasure, Advanced Mastery, targets a creature's consciousness. At Advanced Mastery, upon success, the victim's consciousness can be wiped clean, rendering the body an empty vessel. However, the last one made Michael frown a little. Memory Harvest, Advanced Mastery, upon contact with a corpse or stunned target, the user absorbs memories. The fresher the mind, the clearer the details. However, before he could react, a change suddenly happened. The sitting undead, the evil cultivator, stirred. Its body flinched once. Then convulsed, as if something foreign had been injected into its spine. Michael's eyes sharpened. Jester had succeeded in disturbing its mind. You dare. Liang hissed, feeling an unfamiliar presence tapping at his thoughts, light, playful, chaotic. Jester didn't speak, but the impression it gave was eerie. Like a doll humming in the dark, tugging at the curtains of Liang's mind with puppeteering hands. It wasn't a full takeover. But it was enough to disrupt his concentration. The spiritual chain binding him flared with power once more. Michael used the moment of distraction to act. He vanished from where he stood. And reappeared behind the undead, hand drawn back like a coiled hammer. With that single word, Michael struck. His palm slammed into the back of Liang's head with force so precise, so overwhelming, that it shattered the air around it. A ripple tore through the space like a shockwave. The undead's protective spell shattered like thin glass. Its head didn't explode, though it nearly did. Moments before impact. Inside the spiraling chaos of his mind, Liang was losing control. And he hated it. His spiritual sense twisted. Foreign thoughts brushed against his soul like cobwebs, light, teasing, almost childlike. Yet impossibly invasive. What is this madness? He growled internally. The sensation was not sharp. But it was persistent. The thing had no true voice, but its presence dripped mischief. It wasn't attacking, it was playing. You think you can toy with me? Liang snarled aloud, clawing at the invading mind with sharpened will. He tried to flare his cultivation, to draw upon the vestiges of his golden core experience, but the energy didn't obey. The chain inside him pulsed violently, anchoring him to the summoner. To that brat. Even though this brat had no true control over the great tool that had brought him here, he still had some control. And that alone was troubling. Liang's ability to even attempt breaking the chain was due to his surface-level refinement. In the Xinyan Great World, any foundation-building cultivator would have rendered him helpless from the start. Yet despite that flaw, despite the sheer weakness of flawed control, it still held. He could feel it tightening when he pushed. Responding to resistance. Clamping down like a trap with teeth made of spiritual fire. This boy, Liang muttered internally, grinding his spectral teeth, he's unskilled, but not powerless. You really think you've won just because you landed one trick? Unfortunately, the thought came too late. Liang's thoughts shattered for a heartbeat. Then returned, frayed, flickering. Fading. So this is it, he thought vaguely. His last thought, before darkness swallowed him, was unexpected. Maybe I should have used a pseudonym when I killed that girl. Then silence. Michael had held back at the last second, controlling his strike just enough to preserve the body. But even so, the impact bent the creature's neck at a horrifying angle. Jester vanished at some point. Michael stepped back, breath steady but heart-pounding. Damn. I almost overdid it. His recent advancement had pushed his strength past the point he could instinctively manage. He needed to recalibrate, or next time, there might not be a corpse left to raise. Still, it worked. The mental resistance was crushed. The coffin pulsed softly in satisfaction. The bond had disappeared. The evil cultivator no longer existed. But its body did, though. Michael exhaled and muttered under his breath, "Welcome to the Legion." Immediately, a system notification blinked into view. Jester has successfully absorbed fragmented memories from target, evil cultivator, Liang. The first notification was something. But the second wave of notifications made his expression shift. Jester has gained the following skills: Soul-Searing Palm, Intermediate, Crimson Lotus Steps, Basic, Thousand Vein, Basic, Nether Bind, Basic, Dark World Meditation, Basic, Formation Casting, Intermediate, Spiritual Cage Technique, Basic, Ghost Chi Conversion, Basic, and so much more. Spirit Refinement Arts, Intermediate, Mind Imprint, Intermediate. Michael's brows drew tighter with every line. Most undead. They came with a handful of skills at most. Jester had just devoured a library. Michael felt both awe and worry creep up his spine. This guy was no ordinary undead, he muttered. Which brought him back to the earlier thought. This was the second time. The second time he had an undead too intelligent for comfort. First Spartan, who could have severed their bond had he tried seriously. Michael glanced at the coffin. The damaged coffin of the forgotten. The item had potential. Incredible potential. But it wasn't as reliable as he'd once believed. Its first effect, summoning a powerful undead from the netherworld, wasn't fixed. The more mana he poured in, the higher the odds, but that was all they were, odds. And its binding effect. Also unreliable. The creature that emerged still had a will and was able to fight back. Had his means not been enough, he might have failed. Michael exhaled sharply and turned his gaze to the twitching corpse in the coffin. Right now, Jester was somewhere in its head. That was the other problem. Though the other skill had worked, Erasure, Mind Harvest has also worked. This meant Jester was still able to absorb a portion of the evil cultivator's memory. Michael didn't know whether to call this a good thing or a bad thing. Will there come a time when Jester became aware? Truly aware. And if it did, what then? Would he still be in control? Or would he one day wake up to find that Jester had become something else entirely? The thought unsettled him more than he expected. I need to be more careful, he muttered. His contract slots at least came with hard rules. The undead bound by them could not resist unless they were close to 2 full ranks above him. And even then, the bind still existed to a certain extent. Those rules gave him certainty. But these two summons, Jester and Spartan, were wild cards. But unpredictable. He stared down at the corpse. I hope you're still mine, he whispered under his breath. Michael froze. A voice appeared in his mind. The voice was soft. Childlike. But not childish. There was clarity in it. It sounded young, but laced with an unnatural maturity. The kind of voice that had seen things far beyond its apparent years. It was excited. Curious. Eager. Michael's brow furrowed. Jester. Yes. The voice chirped, almost too cheerfully. I'm here now. You let me in, remember? You said take over. So I did. Michael exhaled slowly, composing himself before turning his attention towards the coffin. Inside, the silver-haired undead sat motionless, body limp, head drooped forward unnaturally, neck still bent at that grotesque angle from the earlier blow. Despite that, its body hadn't collapsed. Michael stared at the figure for a few moments, then asked aloud, "Can it move?" Jester responded instantly, his cheerful tone as sharp as ever. "Nope. You hit it too hard, Master. Its motor functions are let's say scrambled." A faint giggle echoed in his mind. Usually, this wouldn't matter. Most undead can still move even if they're a pile of bones and slime. But this one. Michael frowned. This one's different. I don't know why though. The memory I absorbed isn't quite complete. Michael went quiet at that. You could have wiped him clean, Michael murmured. Why didn't you? I wanted to know what he knew, Jester replied, without guilt or hesitation. And now I do. His memories aren't perfect, some are fuzzy, others buried, but I saw enough. Michael didn't reply immediately. That statement carried weight. And implications. It almost sounded exactly like what he thought a parasite would sound like. A moment passed before he asked quietly, Jester. What did you learn? Then Jester answered. His name is Liang. He came from a world where people cultivated to gain power. Xianyan. A place where flying through the skies and splitting mountains is basic. A place where humans live for centuries. Michael's lips tightened. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept of other worlds, so the revelation didn't shock him. What unsettled him was how confidently and casually Jester spoke about it. If not for the bond they shared, he might have already considered destroying it, or sealing it away in his storage space, where time stood still, until he figured out what he was truly dealing with. Michael shook the thought away. Now wasn't the time to spiral. He stared at the silver-haired body, still seated inside the coffin. Do you need a new body? He asked, his voice low. Yes, Jester replied immediately, no hesitation. A new vessel would be better. Preferably a living one. Human. With a spirit root. Michael raised a brow. Why? So I can put what I know to use. This body is broken. It limits me. I'm not saying it's necessary. But if you want me to be stronger, that's the way. Michael narrowed his eyes. You're saying if you had a live host, one with a spirit root, you could cultivate. MHM. Not just cultivate. Adapt. Create. Apply what Li Yang knew instead of just remembering it. Jester's tone was disturbingly cheerful, but Michael didn't miss the hunger beneath it. A living host. One with potential. A spirit root. Michael's thoughts briefly flickered. He didn't know what a spirit root meant exactly, but he could guess it was likely some kind of energy conduit, a requirement for cultivating in that world. He exhaled slowly, then looked back at the coffin. Michael crossed his arms. How many skills did you absorb from him? From Li Yang? Hard to say, Jester mused. The number's a little fuzzy, but it's definitely over 100. Michael's brow twitched. Over 100. I could count if you like, but we might be here a while. The man's mind was a mess, but filled to the brim with techniques, rituals, and methods. Some incomplete. Some forgotten. Michael already had access to the skill list, but he hadn't scrolled to the end yet. There were rows. Dozens. Maybe more. Jester continued, tone growing more curious. Also, if I'm allowed to experiment, I could recover even more. Or create new ones from fragments. Michael stayed quiet for a moment, absorbing that. Michael rubbed his temple. Damn it, he muttered. You're too valuable to waste. But too dangerous to trust. In the end, Michael had Jester return to his usual form, but instead of sending him back to the netherworld, he slipped the small undead into his pocket. This was the first undead Michael had ever owned that displayed such high intelligence, and that alone made him curious about many things. Thanks to Li Yang's memories, conversing with Jester was surprisingly enlightening. But what Michael valued more than personality or conversation was knowledge. And Jester, unfortunately or not, was brimming with it. From their exchange, Michael could already tell that Li Yang's cultivation world was technologically inferior to Aurora. But that didn't mean it was primitive or lacking powerful inventions. Quite the opposite. The world was terrifyingly strong, just in a different way. Still, Michael wasn't in a rush to compare his world to theirs. After all, he didn't fully understand the extent of that world's power. At least, that was his stance, until he heard about the children of heaven from Jester. As an awakener himself, Michael was intimately familiar with what defined his kind. But hearing about them shook his assumptions. With history far older than Aurora, that other world had depth. And Michael couldn't help but feel that, in the grand scheme of things. His own world might be the weaker one. How weak exactly, though, that he didn't yet know. Another revelation struck Michael later, back in the quiet of his manor study in Thornvale. It was something Jester had casually mentioned, something that hadn't fully registered in the heat of earlier events. He had been reviewing the absurd list of skills Jester had absorbed when he found himself muttering aloud, half joking, half curious. I wonder if I could learn any of these. To his surprise, Jester answered immediately, with far too much enthusiasm. Oh, you can. I can teach you. Michael blinked. Well, not me, technically. My original skills weren't designed for teaching. But he, Li Yang, had plenty. Dozens of methods to transfer knowledge. Some required spirit roots, but not all. It's general knowledge in his world. Michael stared at him, stunned for a few seconds. That changed things. If true, this meant Michael had access to more than just an undead with many skills. He had access to the legacy of a powerful being that had lived for centuries. all bundled up in the form of a small undead in his pocket. He leaned back in his chair, gazed distant as possibilities unfolded in his mind like a map. "Could you really teach me?" he asked slowly. "Even if I don't have a spirit root?" "We'd need to test, but yes. Some techniques work without it. It's about how you channel internal energy. Your mana might function similarly." Michael's mind raced. If even a portion of those techniques were compatible with his system, that would be great. Immediately, Michael decided to test his luck and rattled off a few things he figured he needed. "Do you have a cultivation skill that can increase my mana? If it improves my physique too, that's a bonus, I'll take it." Oh, this one. Something else suddenly came to mind. Something far more important to him. "Do you have any skill that can connect my soul to something, or someone?" Maybe a refinement art." "Refinement art?" Michael echoed, raising an eyebrow. Michael leaned forward slightly. "So, like evolving an item?" "Not quite. This is different. Think of it like bathing something in your essence over time. You give it your soul's flavor. That makes it yours in a way no one else can replicate. Some cultivators even refine swords to such a level they become pseudo-living extensions of themselves." Michael muttered under his breath, "A spiritual bond." "Exactly. And it's not limited to tools. At more advanced levels, you can refine many things. There are 3 primary branches of refinement arts. First, object refinement. This is what we just talked about, anchoring something to your soul. Second, self-refinement. You refine your own soul and mind, sharpening focus, boosting memory retention, and increasing resistance to mental attacks. Third, symbiotic refinement. The rarest. You refine a connection between your soul and another's, living or dead. It's used for dual cultivation or mutual strengthening. Michael's expression turned serious. "That last one. Can it be used on undead?" Jester paused for a moment. "Not normally. Undead don't have real souls. But you're different, Master. There's some spirit. Well, I'm using myself as an example, so if your other undead are like me, then yes." Michael exhaled deeply. "I want to try all 3, he said calmly. Object, self, and maybe the symbiotic one later." There was a reason Michael wanted to try all 3. The first, object refinement, was directly tied to his talent. The second, self-refinement, was a necessity born from experience. If he didn't start defending his own mind, it was only a matter of time before he encountered something he couldn't block out. The third, symbiotic refinement, was the most uncertain, but also the most tempting. Maybe it could fix the issue he had with taming. "How exactly would you teach me?" Michael inquired. "Simple. I'll just push the knowledge into your consciousness," Jester replied cheerfully. Michael blinked. "Wait. You can do that?" "Of course. I did say Li Yang knew many methods. Some involve this." Jester's tone practically buzzed with glee, direct memory infusion. Michael then thought of something immediately. "If you can do that, then does that mean you can do the same to anything else? As long as it has a hint of awareness." There was a pause. "Yes," Jester answered slowly, tone more thoughtful this time. "That's the theory, at least. If something has the capacity to comprehend, even on a basic level, then yes, I can teach it. Push knowledge into it." Michael's mind reeled at the potential. "So, if I gave you an undead with just a little bit of intelligence, you could—" Michael clenched his fists, a surge of anticipation running through him. The taming skill, for all its benefits, came with limitations. Teaching or copying a skill took days to cool down, success rates were inconsistent, and most importantly, it weakened his control over the creature if they were previously his undead. a risk that only compounded the more intelligent the tamed creature became. But now, if Jester's memory infusion technique worked, he wouldn't need to rely solely on taming anymore. None of his undead would have to be tamed to learn. Michael's eyes lit up. That it was a game changer. With Jester, he could potentially bypass every weakness of taming. He wouldn't have to gamble his control just to pass down one skill. He wouldn't have to wait a full week for a cooldown that might fail anyway. Because now, there was another path. Jester could teach. If he could push knowledge into any creature with a hint of awareness, then undead like Spartan, Lucky, Gale, or even Lily could receive skill sets far beyond their innate build. All without losing their loyalty. Without risking a bond break. Michael's mind began to race. And yet, even as excitement surged through him, Michael didn't allow himself to get carried away. This wasn't the time to lose perspective. Because as revolutionary as Jester's memory infusion was, it wasn't without flaws, and it didn't render taming obsolete. Not completely. In fact, comparing the two side by side revealed everything Jester could not do. Unlike taming, which offered Michael precise control and access to his own skill pool and those of his tamed beasts, Jester's teaching method was entirely limited to what he had already absorbed, or might absorb in the future. If Michael wanted to pass along a unique skill he possessed, like Undead Revival or Phase Shift, he couldn't rely on Jester unless Jester had also learned that skill. Jester couldn't copy. And worse, he couldn't teach anything outside his catalog. If Michael needed a skill passed on urgently, and Jester didn't know it, then he was useless. That was where taming still held a razor edge. Also, Jester needed minds to harvest. And how many of those would Michael find lying at his feet? Worse, mind harvest could never be used on Michael's own forces. Not on Lucky. Not on Gale. Not on Wisdom. Not even on Michael himself. Jester had no way of expanding his skills from the inside out. It had to come from external prey. So while Michael now had a second path to educate and empower his army, it also had issues. Jester might teach, but he couldn't copy. Jester might grow, but only if fed. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose, mind racing with the implications. And in the end, Michael realized, at least for now, he couldn't discard taming. He still needed it. The thought made him sigh. Still, Michael couldn't deny the opportunity he'd been given. Jester could teach. So long as he stayed loyal, it was a valuable undead. As Michael was about to ask Jester to start the memory infusion, he hesitated. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and his voice dropped into a low, careful tone. Is this safe? He wasn't about to blindly throw himself into something that might shatter his mind or worse. So, he asked the one question that had been quietly pressing against his thoughts since Jester suggested it. Are there any dangers to this? The silence that followed wasn't reassuring. Jester's tone, when it finally came, was calm but unsettlingly casual. I don't know. Michael's brows furrowed. You don't know? Not exactly. But I'm confident you won't die. Jester added with an unsettling cheerfulness, as though that alone should have been enough reassurance. There might be pain, though. A lot of it. I can't say for sure. Never tried this before. Michael exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair, his jaw tightening. Pain didn't scare him. But the way Jester phrased it, never tried before, was not comforting in the slightest. Jester's ability was powerful, potentially groundbreaking, but its untested nature made it unpredictable. Unlike his taming skill, which at least had clear, defined risks and limitations, this memory infusion was entirely alien. Jester was confident enough to attempt it, but confident wasn't the same as safe. Michael remained silent for a moment before reaching out to ring the small bell on his desk. The soft chime drew the attention of Wisdom, who had been keeping a cautious distance ever since Michael entered the room. The owl turned to look at him but still refused to come closer, no doubt because of the certain being nestled against his body. Michael could only offer a wry smile, silently praising the mutated beast's sensitivity, while he thought of what to do next. A soft knock came at the door a few moments later, followed by the creak of wood as it opened slightly. A young maid stepped in with practiced grace, head bowed. "My lord, you rang." When she looked up, however, her composure wavered. Michael sat behind his desk, the flickering light from the windows casting shadows across his face. His long dark hair shimmered faintly under the glow. His green eyes, sharp and unreadable, met hers for only a brief moment before drifting back to the desk in front of him. The maid's cheeks turned pink. She quickly straightened her posture, subtly puffing out her chest as if that might draw his eye. A slight tilt of her head, a curl of her lips, small, calculated motions born from hope. But Michael, who was as emotionally oblivious as a brick wall in winter, didn't notice. He glanced up only to nod politely. She cleared her throat softly, trying again. "Is there anything you require, my lord?" Michael, still not noticing the faint tremble in her voice or the hopeful way she leaned forward ever so slightly, nodded again with polite indifference. "Yes. Call Ace and Liao to my office," he said, his tone calm and direct. "I need them both." The maid blinked, clearly caught off guard by the complete lack of response to her silent efforts. She lowered her gaze with a quick nod. "Right away, my lord." And with that, she turned, cheeks still warm, and left the study, her footsteps quicker than before. Michael didn't even glance at the closing door. He was already lost in thought again, fingers drumming against the desk. Yes, Michael indeed planned to use the two boys as test subjects. That had always been the idea. Originally, it was to test the limits of his taming skill, specifically, whether it could be applied to intelligent beings. He never got the chance to find out. Back then, it was just theory. Idle thoughts he hadn't followed through with, not because of morality, but because timing hadn't allowed it. Now, the situation had shifted entirely. Though the path had changed, the destination remained oddly familiar. Ace and Liao were still headed straight into the role of experimental pigs. Only this time, it wasn't about taming. This time, it was about Jester. Memory infusion. Knowledge transfer. Michael tapped his finger against the armrest of his chair, eyes gleaming. Yes, the risks were unknown. Yes, it could hurt. Yes, he didn't even know if it would work on people like them. But wasn't that why they were perfect for this? They always wanted strength but weren't fated with it. This was their chance. They were both loyal as well. And more importantly, they were both his. If anything went wrong, he could fix it. Probably. Michael's smile thinned. So, not quite taming, but close enough. The method was different. The consequences different. But the outcome. He still wanted to see what would happen when raw knowledge was pushed into a living mind. Not his first, just in case. Not yet. He wasn't ready to test this on himself. They would do. Jester stirred slightly inside his pocket, clearly picking up on the flicker of decision in his master's mind. Michael's fingers paused mid-drum on the desk. "Jester," he said, his voice low, thoughtful. "Can you tell if someone has a spirit root?" The reply came immediately, though this time it was more subdued, almost amused. Michael raised an eyebrow. "Even in your current form?" Jester gave a faint wiggle in his pocket. "My current form limits what I can do physically. I can't unleash spells or fight properly yet. But my senses still work just fine." There was a pause, and then Jester added dryly, "Would you like me to check those two boys?" Michael didn't answer right away. Jester took his silence as a yes. "I'll remind you, though." Don't get your hopes up. Spirit roots are rare. And even among those who have one, a good spirit root, one with actual potential, is even rarer. Listening to Jester stirred Michael's curiosity about the cultivation world and its power system. In Aurora, the two dominant supernatural paths were the Knight and Mage systems. Each followed a 7-stage progression: Apprentice, Elite, Commander, Master, King, Emperor, and Demigod. Meanwhile, in the Lionheart Kingdom, the stages he was familiar with were Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Grand, Great, Legend, and Saint. Though named differently, he figured the two systems were roughly equivalent in strength. When compared to the Awakener system, Michael had already noticed a pattern. Only from the Grand Stage in Lionheart or the Master rank in Aurora did they begin to align with Rank 2 in the Awakener path. From what he'd observed, Rank 2 Awakeners matched Grand, Lionheart, or Master, Aurora. Rank 3 aligned with Great Tier or King rank. Rank 4 matched Emperor or Legend tier. Rank 5 corresponded with Saint or Demigod level. Rank 2 spanned levels 25 to 50. Each subsequent rank seemed to cover another 25 level gap, Rank 3 from 50 to 75, Rank 4 from 75 to 100, and so on. In any case, from Rank 3 upward, the strength these stages represented was on a different plane entirely, far beyond Michael's current capabilities. And that made him wonder, just how strong was this cultivation world Jester spoke of? And how did it compare to what he knew? How strong is the cultivation world? Strong, Jester said. Very strong. Jester obliged. The cultivation system begins with the most basic stage, chi gathering. This is where mortals first learn to sense and draw in natural energy. After chi gathering comes foundation building. One can live 200 years with a solid foundation. It's the first true step toward becoming more than human. Then comes the golden core stage, Jester continued, where you condense all that gathered chi into a core, your own miniature sun of power. Cultivators at this level can crush mountains with a palm strike, fly on swords, or burn armies to cinders. That was the stage your undead, Liang, had reached before you ended him. Michael's eyes sharpened. The cultivation world power system was a bit mysterious. Jester's explanation did make things a bit clearer. If chi gathering was equivalent to unranked like the primary stage in Lionheart and this part of the Land of Origin or apprentice stage in Aurora, then foundation building would match rank 1. And golden core. That lined up with rank 2. Jester went on. Above golden core is the nascent soul realm. A cultivator births a second soul, a stronger one that can survive the destruction of the body. It can fly independently, enter spiritual realms, and command forces beyond comprehension. Michael nodded in expectation. If his comparison was correct, this should indeed match rank 3. The mysterious description alone was enough reason. Then comes soul transformation, divine sea, immortal ascension. Jester's voice trailed off, thoughtful. Well, beyond that, I don't know. As for whether it's due to Liang's lack of knowledge or fragmented memory, I can't really tell. Michael exhaled slowly, absorbing it all. The cultivation system did sound powerful. As for how powerful it was compared to Aurora, Michael didn't bother to think about it. These matters were beyond him at the moment. There's also something else. Body cultivation. Michael perked up at that. While chi cultivators refined energy, body cultivators refined flesh. They turned their muscles into steel, bones into jade, skin into armor. They could walk through fire, tear apart giants, or survive fatal wounds. Then there are professions too. Formation masters. Spirit talisman makers. Alchemists. Michael's brow twitched. Alchemists. He suddenly thought of someone from his past, someone with a strange class. A classmate. Her class had been exactly that, alchemist. And now, it seemed likely that it was related to this world. If that were true, then her class should be quite powerful. Michael couldn't help but think of her, Mia, and wonder how she was faring in the ongoing college exams. Had she already reached rank 2? And if so, how far into it was she? He doubted she was stronger than him. But if she was a different kind of monster. Michael tapped the desk slowly, thoughts falling into place. In any case, there was so much to explore. Spirit roots. Chi. Body refinement. Professions. If Ace or Leah had even a trace of that potential, it could very well change everything. Not just for him, but for them as well. Michael's thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. He wasn't startled, he'd already sensed their presence before they arrived. "Enter," he called calmly. The door creaked open, and Ace and Leah stepped inside. Compared to how they looked just an hour ago, lost, anxious, worn, they now held themselves with more confidence. Their hair had been combed, their clothes looked fresh, and even their expressions had steadied somewhat. It seemed they'd taken the time to clean up. Perhaps they were trying to make a good impression. Or maybe they simply wanted to look presentable in front of their lord. They assumed he'd summoned them for some manor-related task, and tension crept back into their shoulders. Michael said nothing for a moment, simply staring at the two. Then, finally, he asked, "Do you want power?" Both boys stiffened. How could they not want it? Setting aside the allure of supernatural abilities, the speed, strength, healing, senses, there was also the promise of long life. Power meant a lot of things. And in their case, power meant revenge. Their sister's death had never truly healed. Not in their hearts. They didn't talk about it much anymore, but the noble who caused it still walked free, protected by his name and influence. Power was the only thing that could change that. Power was justice. But even with all that desire, they hesitated. Not because they didn't want it, but because they didn't think they were qualified to reach it. Leah's fists trembled slightly, nails digging into his palms. "It's not that we don't want power," he said quietly, voice strained. "We do. But..." He looked down, struggling to find the words. Ace stepped forward, bowing his head slightly with more composure. "During our time in the capital, training in the dojo, we learned just how weak we are. Just how little talent we really have." He lifted his eyes, meeting Michael's gaze. "It's not that we've given up. We're just aware now of our limits." Michael leaned back in his chair, watching them both with a neutral expression. Then he spoke, voice low but firm. "What if I told you I could give you power?" The room fell silent. Ace blinked. Leah's eyes widened. Michael didn't smile. He simply let the weight of his words settle in the air. "There are risks," he added, finally breaking the silence. That single phrase instantly cooled the sparks of excitement that had lit up in the boy's eyes. Caution replaced hope. Doubt crept in. Ace hesitated, his brows furrowed. Leah looked down, his hands tightening into fists. The flicker of eagerness that had begun to bloom in their expressions faltered. But not for long. Leah stepped forward. It wasn't dramatic. He didn't raise his chin or puff out his chest. He just moved, lips pressed into a hard line, eyes shining with a grim, quiet fire. Because for him, this wasn't just about revenge. It wasn't pride or ambition. It was personal. His blood sister had died. It wasn't some far-off tragedy or story he'd heard in the slums. It was his story. He had lived with that loss, watched Ace carry it too, like a second spine, but unlike Ace, she wasn't adopted in his heart. She was his. Flesh and blood. If he didn't have the guts to risk everything for power now, then what right did he have to curse the nobles who'd stolen her life? Leah gritted his teeth. I'll do it. Michael's eyes flickered with a glint of approval. Ace looked at Leah, stunned. A moment passed. Then he stepped forward too, slower, more reluctant, but with resolve nonetheless. Then so will I, he said, voice steadying as he glanced at his friend. I can't let you carry everything alone. Michael's gaze lingered on them both. Willing to walk into the unknown, just like he'd hoped. Michael's impression of the two deepened into something close to respect. They weren't talented, but they were willing, and that, in his eyes, held more value than raw aptitude. He made a silent promise. Even if neither possessed spirit roots, even if they were entirely ordinary, he would train them. The night system of Aurora didn't rely on spiritual roots like cultivators did. With enough resources, it was possible to power feed someone into strength. Not to the peak, but far enough to have good strength. There was only so much resources could do. Still, there was no harm in checking. As the boys waited in silence, Michael mentally linked with Jester through their spiritual bond. Check them. See if either of them has a spirit root. I suppose I can try. Don't expect much, though. A moment passed. Jester's aura pulsed faintly, an invisible sweep like sonar rippling out. Then, Michael straightened. What? I didn't expect this, but... The blonde one, Ace, has one. Michael blinked. He does. Mid-grade. Wind attribute. It's not amazing, but it's not bad either. In the cultivation world, a mid-grade root is enough to be taken in as a proper disciple by a powerful sect. He could cultivate if given a path. Michael's gaze sharpened as he looked at the boy. Mid-grade wind spirit root. That changed things. There was a pause. Jester's tone turned flat. Nothing. He's just a mortal. No root at all. Michael sighed inwardly. Still, it didn't change what he'd already decided. Power could come in many forms. Even if Leah couldn't cultivate in the cultivation way, there were other paths. With effort, and a cheat like him backing them, it might still be enough. He looked at the two boys again. Ace's face was drawn, serious, still digesting the idea of what lay ahead. Leah's was more defiant, a subtle edge in his posture. They didn't know it yet, but this moment would change their lives. Michael leaned forward slightly. Jester, he said, since Ace has a spirit root, do you have a cultivation technique that suits him? Oh. A fair question. Let me check. After a moment. Yes. In fact, Li Yang had one. A fairly refined wind element chi cultivation technique. It should work with his root. Not a top-tier one, but solid. If Ace follows it properly, he'll lay a good foundation. Michael nodded. Good. And what about weapon skills? When I was going through your skill list earlier, I saw a few. Naturally, Jester replied, sounding pleased. Li Yang was a golden core cultivator, after all. Someone like him has some decent martial skills. A wind shadow blade style, and a basic but brutal fist technique that uses controlled bursts of force. Michael's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Assign the blade style to Ace. The fist art to Leah. Understood, Jester replied smoothly. But before I start, you should know, pushing knowledge directly into a mind, especially something as complex as knowledge, can be disorienting. Not dangerous, I believe, but jarring. They might pass out. Or scream. Michael raised an eyebrow. Will it cause any permanent harm? It shouldn't. Unless they resist. If they fight the memory infusion out of fear, or their will wavers, it could backlash. But nothing fatal. So they need to be mentally prepared. Michael stood up from his chair slowly and walked around the desk. The room had grown quiet, with the air thick with anticipation. He stopped in front of the two boys and gave them a strange, unreadable smile. Ace. Leah. His voice dropped to something almost theatrical. Before we begin, understand that what's coming isn't something you've experienced before. The two boys stiffened again. Michael's expression turned serious. There will be pain. You may have to scream. You may feel like you're drowning in something too vast to grasp. You might pass out. But if you endure it, you'll wake up changed. Ace swallowed hard. Leah's brows furrowed. Michael didn't offer comfort. He only gestured toward the open space in the room. Sit. They obeyed immediately. Michael nodded toward his pocket. Begin. There was a subtle rustle as Jester stirred, and then a flicker of ethereal light flowed from Michael's shadow like mist, forming a barely visible silhouette. A disembodied whisper began to resonate, almost like humming, except it wasn't heard with the ears. It was felt in the back of the skull. Ace's eyes glazed over first. His body stiffened, then trembled violently as the cultivation method and wind shadow blade style were injected into his consciousness. He didn't cry out, but sweat broke across his forehead, and his breathing turned shallow. A moment later, Leah stiffened in the same way. Jester had begun feeding him the fist technique. Unlike Leah, Ace did scream. A hoarse, involuntary sound. His body shuddered, hands clawing at the floor as the unfamiliar knowledge drilled itself into the very essence of his mind. Michael watched silently. Not coldly, but with a kind of detached curiosity, like a scientist observing an experiment. Jester's voice flickered into his mind. It's going well. The one with the black hair is adapting faster than expected. His mind is surprisingly orderly. Michael hummed. And the other. Rougher. But he's holding on. I think he'll make it. 5 minutes passed. Finally, both boys collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily, sweat-soaked and unconscious. Michael walked over slowly, crouching between them. He looked at their exhausted expressions, then reached out and gently tapped each of their foreheads. Well done, he murmured. Sleep for now. He stood again and turned toward his desk, where Wisdom had hopped closer at some point, silently watching everything. Michael smiled faintly at the owl. He then turned his mind to the boys. Now he just had to wait for the two to wake up. In the meantime, Michael figured he might as well prepare the night cultivation method for Leah. It wasn't some great secret. Just the general, publicly available version used by most high school students in Aurora. Even if the memory infusion hasn't been confirmed to have worked, it didn't hurt to make plans ahead. With a practiced hand, Michael picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and began to write across the parchment. His strokes were clean. Suddenly, Jester's voice slithered into his mind. Michael didn't look up, but he felt the tone shift. It was different. Expectant. Almost. Eager. What is it? Jester paused, though it felt less like hesitation and more like choosing how best to phrase something he thought was completely reasonable. Since the blonde one has a spirit root, why not give me his body? Michael's quill froze mid-stroke. As for his consciousness, I could wipe it clean. Leave the body intact, perfectly usable. Like I said, spirit roots are rare. And who knows when I'll find another compatible one I can use without objection. Before doing anything significant to anyone, tell me first. Michael's voice was cold and commanding. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Thanks to Jester's high intelligence, only further amplified by absorbing Li Yang's memories, Michael had nearly forgotten the nature of what this creature truly was. A parasite. The words it had spoken earlier had sent a chill crawling down Michael's spine. And while what Jester said wasn't exactly wrong, Even Michael could admit that it would be far more useful to him than the two youths. Suggesting to kill one of them was crossing a line he wasn't willing to budge on. "Yes, master," Jester responded without hesitation. But there was a tinge of disappointment in its tone. It didn't think it had done anything wrong. It didn't even sense that Michael might now be more cautious of it. In Jester's mind, its master simply had a different plan. It was a pity. As Michael's warning settled into silence, Jester withdrew its consciousness without another word. The room remained heavy, and Michael finally let out a slow breath. He looked down at the two unconscious boys, Ace and Leah. They had no idea what had nearly happened. A few minutes passed. Michael's eyes flicked up instantly. Ace stirred first. The boy's hand twitched, fingers digging into the wooden floor as his body slowly curled in on itself. He gasped sharply, chest heaving as he sat upright, wild-eyed and sweating. Leah wasn't far behind. He woke with a sharp inhale, bolting up halfway before a wave of disorientation knocked him back down. Michael said nothing at first. He simply watched them. Ace blinked rapidly. His gaze shot around the room, panicked, before finally landing on Michael. And then, for a brief moment, he just stared. And the expression in his eyes wasn't fear. It was awe. Like he was looking at something divine. Something sacred. Michael raised a brow slightly but said nothing. Then Leah, having steadied himself with a few deep breaths, also turned, and the same look crossed his face. Michael could already guess why. The new memories. They'd come from him. Or so they believed. After all, they had no idea Jester existed. They had no knowledge of what had truly happened. What Michael didn't know was that to them, Michael had gifted this knowledge directly. He looked like a god in their eyes. Michael decided to test the waters subtly. "How do you feel?" he asked. Ace swallowed, blinking again. I don't know how to describe it. It's like something in me woke up." Michael gave a small nod. "Can you recall anything?" Leah nodded slowly, his face still pale but composed. "The movements. I remember them. Not all. But enough. It's like muscle memory I never had." Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, eyes sharpening. "So, no discomfort. No pain in your head. Nothing. Strange." They hesitated. Then Ace shook his head. "Nothing strange, my lord. Just new. Everything feels new." Michael narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. It wasn't that he didn't believe them, but he wanted to see if there was anything off. Jester's technique was invasive, after all. If either of them exhibited signs of fragmentation, split perception, hallucinations, instability, it would mean Jester's method wasn't perfect. But so far, they looked stable. Leah's breathing had slowed, and he sat straighter now. Ace, though not as composed, was no longer trembling. Michael spoke. His presence alone caused both boys to straighten unconsciously. "Ace. Leah. You've taken the first step." Their eyes widened a little. "But this isn't a gift." The air shifted. "What you've been given must be earned. If you fail, you'll lose more than just the opportunity. You'll lose my trust." That struck a chord. Ace lowered his head. "We won't fail." Leah echoed him. "We swear it." Michael gave a faint nod of approval. They were ready. Or at least, ready enough. Before sending them out, he handed Leah his cultivation method. The door closed behind them with a soft click. "They'll serve you well, master. Especially the blonde one. He's useful." Michael's eyes narrowed. "I told you already, didn't I? Yes, yes. I won't touch them unless ordered." "I understand." The response was obedient, but not apologetic. Michael let it drop for now. Now, let's talk about. Outside the door, Ace and Leah stood in silence. The hallway was quieter than usual, but the tension in the air was heavy, almost suffocating. Several maids passed by, eyes lingering longer than they should have. One even stopped outright, staring at them as if she expected a bruise or a missing limb. They had heard the screams. One could only imagine what kind of rumors were already beginning to circulate. A young servant whispered to another in a corner alcove, poorly hiding the glance she threw their way. Another maid, older, kept her distance entirely, clutching a basket to her chest with nervous fingers as she avoided eye contact. Leah shifted uneasily. The weight of their stares was heavier than he expected. He clenched his jaw, but it wasn't embarrassment that made him restless, it was anger. Rage that they could look at him like that. That they could assume things. Ace, by contrast, remained motionless. He stared straight ahead, face calm, but his fingers twitched slightly at his side. "They think we were punished," Leah muttered bitterly under his breath. Ace didn't respond immediately. Then, with a low, measured voice, he said, "Let them." Leah turned to him, confused. "What?" Ace's eyes were unreadable. "Let them think whatever they want." "Easy for you to say. You didn't scream like a dying rabbit. Now that I think about it, I kind of hope the rumors end up being we were punished and not something else." Ace raised a brow and did not understand at first. It was only a few seconds later his face paled. "Let's just not think about this and something else instead. Like what just happened. Let's just not think about this and something else instead." "Like what just happened," Leah muttered, rubbing his temples. "It's like. I can remember things I've never done." Ace flexed his fingers slowly, watching the movement. "Yeah. Same here." He glanced down at his hand, then clenched it. "There's something inside me now. I can feel it pulling through me if I concentrate." Leah tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. "Do you think it was really him? Who gave us these memories?" Ace's fingers stopped moving. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But I saw him. Standing there. Not moving. And yet. It felt like something was entering my head from him. Like his shadow wrapped around my spine and poured it in." He shivered slightly, but not from fear. "Whatever it was. I felt him. Even when my eyes were closed." Leah nodded slowly. Ace turned to him. "Do you regret it?" Leah snorted. "Do I look like I regret it?" They both grinned, tight, tired smiles. A shared understanding passed between them. "I wonder how far we'll go," Leah whispered. Ace looked ahead toward the corridor leading deeper into the manor, eyes calm. "Farther than we ever thought possible." They stood again. And walked away. Back in the manor study, just as Michael was about to ask Jester to begin imparting the knowledge of refinement arts, he suddenly paused. "Yes, Master. What's the name of the technique you use to impart knowledge?" "Memory infusion, Master." Michael hummed thoughtfully. You can teach me, right?" It was only now Michael truly considered it. There were some clear differences between using his taming skill and relying on Jester to teach skills. For one, his taming skill didn't have a 100 fan-tram success rate. It also came with a long cooldown when copying or teaching skills, at least until the skill advanced in mastery level. Another problem was control. If there was a specific skill Michael wanted to teach someone, but Jester didn't have it, then he couldn't make use of Jester's infusion. That lack of flexibility was a limitation. But then, a new thought struck him. Why did it have to be Jester? More importantly, what if his own undead, his primary concern for wanting this teaching skill in the first place, could also do what Jester did? What if they learned memory infusion too? What if his undead could teach him? Or each other? Wouldn't that replace some of the core importance of taming altogether? Of course, things might not go as smoothly as he hoped, but it was a good start. Yes, Master. I can teach it to you. Memory infusion isn't a technique that requires a spirit root. That's why I can use it in the first place. That simple clarification changed his initial plan. Michael set down the quill he'd been holding. I want it, he said, eyes narrowing. Teach me. This was exactly what he needed. If he could master this skill, then all his high-intelligence undead could be trained in it as well. Skill training would no longer be limited to natural talent, through learning, and through taming. Jester was quiet for only a moment before responding. Are you ready? Michael, who had just stood from his seat, nodded instinctively. Yeah, then he paused. Wait. Will it hurt? That gave him a brief moment of hesitation. His thoughts raced. If it does, I'd rather go somewhere isolated first. I can't risk screaming in here. People will notice. Though the manor was his, the walls still had ears. Too many servants. Jester, as usual, had no idea what his master was thinking. If you had asked me before the experiment on the two boys, I wouldn't be certain. But now, given your mental strength, Master, far above theirs due to your power and cultivation, the worst you should feel is headache. Michael relaxed slightly at that. Good, he muttered. Then begin. As you command. Michael took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. And then it began. A ripple sensation overshadowed his mind. Like a droplet falling into a still pond. Suddenly, there was something in him. A thread of thought that wasn't his. The memory flowed into him. Michael felt it, the structure, the logic, the process of memory infusion. He could see how Jester carved a pathway into another's consciousness. How it unraveled mental resistance and rebuilt understanding. How it anchored memories in place so they didn't fade or distort. It wasn't something you used like a spell. It was something you performed like surgery. Michael gritted his teeth. A faint throb began to build behind his eyes, but it was manageable. He focused, absorbing every detail. He opened his eyes. Done, Master. You've inherited the technique. Michael exhaled slowly. He felt clear. A bit tired, but more from mental exertion than anything else. But the knowledge was there. In fact, the system had already notified him. The skill was currently at the peak of basic mastery, but he could feel it. If he digested the memory thoroughly enough, he should be able to elevate it to intermediate mastery. Michael gave his skill panel a glance. The new technique was already recorded under his skills. Memory infusion, basic mastery, a technique that allows the user to implant structured memory fragments into another sentient being. Effectiveness depends on mental compatibility, intelligence, and resistance level of the target. Risk of backlash or memory rejection is present at low mastery levels. He nodded to himself. So far, so good. There were no lingering headaches, no dizziness, and no foreign thoughts clawing at the back of his mind. Just the technique, settled in his head like a book he'd read and could quote from memory. Still, he double-checked his limbs, vision, pulse, and breathing, just to be safe. A precaution, not paranoia. All seemed normal. Despite the growing itch to test his new skill right away, he curbed the impulse. Jester, Michael finally said, steadying his tone, follow the original plan. Begin infusion of the refinement art next. Of course, Master. Jester's voice echoed smoothly in his mind, eager, obedient. Michael could almost feel the anticipation behind the words. This next memory was something Michael was looking forward to since there was a possibility he could tie to his talent. After all, evolution was the foundation of his power. Whether it was the evolution points he spent or the advancements of his undead, everything he was building relied on his talent. If there was a method out there to further utilize it, he wanted it. Michael sat back down, fingers tightening briefly around the armrest of his chair. As Michael's body in the land of origin sat immersed in a silent exchange of knowledge. His other self, back in Aurora, stepped out into the warm evening air, leaving the soft chatter and clinking cutlery of Mia's hearth behind him. The sign was new, only a few weeks old, but it already felt lived in, like it belonged. Aunt Mia's dream had always been simple, to own her own restaurant. A few months ago, she didn't seek a grand establishment in her dreams, just a place with her name on it. Michael had helped her secure the building, a solid space nestled between a glassmaker's shop and a small flower boutique in one of the city's quieter, more artistic districts. The location had potential with just enough traffic for good business. He had also contributed most of the funding, the capital, ads, an exclusive site and so on to make everything smooth for his aunt because he cared. And because it mattered to her. Still, money was just one side of things. Managing a restaurant was a different beast altogether. Handling suppliers, managing staff, inventory, marketing, customer service, it was a lot. Aunt Mia had no prior experience running a business, and Michael had quietly prepared for the possibility that she might need extra help beyond finance. But, surprisingly, she hadn't. The restaurant hadn't just opened, it had flourished. Despite being just a few weeks old, Mia's hearth had begun building a regular clientele. The place hadn't yet paid back the full investment, of course. Not yet. But judging from the current trend, it wasn't just viable, it was thriving. And that made Michael happy. His aunt finally had something that was hers. Also, why did he leave the restaurant? She kicked me out, he muttered, almost laughing. Apparently, his mere presence had become a problem. Or rather, he wasn't the problem. It was her staff. For some strange reason, the servers and kitchen assistants had been getting distracted, dropping plates, peeking from behind counters, whispering, all while Michael just sat quietly in one corner, minding his own business. Eventually, Mia had marched over and scolded him like a child. "You're ruining my flow," she'd said, waving a spoon at him. "Go home. Go do your necromancer thing." He hadn't argued. Just smiled faintly and stood. And now, here he was, making his way back home under the night sky. Aunt Mia's dream was alive. That, in itself, was something worth protecting. As he entered his home, Michael paused just past the doorway. The house was quiet. For the first time in what felt like ages, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Just silence. Michael let out a slow breath, walking past the central hallway and into the sitting room. He dropped onto the nearest couch, resting one arm across the back. His fingers brushed over something. A faint buzz tickled his palm. He pulled it out slowly. A name he hadn't seen in a long while appeared on the screen. Michael blinked. A former classmate and fellow awakener. He had just even thought of her. What a coincidence. The message read, "Hey. Just checking up on you. Today's your first day for the college exams too, right? I know we haven't talked in a while, but good luck. Also, would it kill you to respond to my messages?" Michael stared at the screen for a second longer than necessary. A part of him had just been thinking of responding later, but the last sentence in the text. It's truly not a good habit to leave others on read. Michael finally admitted and responded to the text message. He typed out a simple reply. "Thanks. I'm doing well. Hope you're not failing the written exams yet." Almost immediately, a notification popped up. "Fail. Me. Please. I've already reached rank 2, by the way. So if you haven't, then guess who's no longer the strongest?" That's right, you. Bow when you see me. Michael stared at the message. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It was silly. Childish even. Like watching a 3-year-old girl proudly show off a drawing of stick figures with too much crayon. Still, it made him feel lighter. He shook his head, replying, "So you advanced too? Congrats." 3 dots blinked on the screen. That's more like it. Now, what about you? What's your level right now? He chuckled and didn't respond. Let her wonder. He had his secrets, and he was fine keeping it that way for now. He set the phone down, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. So Mira had reached rank 2. This reminded him he couldn't afford to slow down either. No matter how far ahead he was, this world didn't wait. And now that the land of origin was giving him a whole new dimension to grow in, he wasn't just aiming to stay ahead. He wanted it to remain that way. Michael never knew he was also a competitive person. That reminds me. I wonder if Lillian too has advanced to rank 2. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, Michael shook his head a few seconds later and redirected his focus fully to his body in the land of origin. By now, he had already digested the massive amount of information Jester had imparted to him. Putting aside the memory infusion skill, Jester had also passed on 3 refinement arts. The first was object refinement art, whose purpose was to anchor an item directly to one's soul. The second was self-refinement art, which focused on refining one's own soul and mind, sharpening focus, boosting memory retention, and increasing resistance to mental attacks. With his intelligence stat already so high that Michael suspected it was no longer within the rank 2 bracket, he reasoned that if he could actively make use of the aspects related to that stat rather than relying on it passively, then even if he faced another monster like Jester, as long as it was within rank 2, he would be immune, or at least nearly so. Of course, he could also rely on equipment, and he wasn't planning to stop doing that. But one could only be truly confident in their own power. Why rely on one when you could have 2? Together with object refinement, Michael valued self-refinement just as much. The third was symbiotic refinement, something Michael was still trying to fully understand. According to Jester, it was a method of refining the connection between his soul and another's, living or dead. It was often used for dual cultivation or mutual strengthening. Michael leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. So this was memory infusion. It was almost frightening how clean it felt. He couldn't help but wonder, was this commonplace in the cultivation world Liang came from? Were there organizations where techniques like this, together with knowledge, were handed down casually, refined for generations until they were perfect? If so, then the depth of that world's knowledge was immense. Michael thought briefly of the Awakeners Academy. Did they have anything even remotely close to this? He hoped so. If the Academy's quality matched even a fraction of what he'd just experienced, he would be very impressed. For now, though, he would be content with this. Knowledge had always been valuable, but never had it tasted quite this sweet. If students back in Aurora could access something like this, there wouldn't be a single dull child left. In fact, dull might become something terrifying. The thought made Michael's lips curve faintly. Perhaps he really should look for a body with spirit roots for Jester after all. That way, Jester could focus on gathering the knowledge while he handled the receiving. A perfect cycle. Curiosity prickled at Michael, and he pulled up his system panel. The 3 refinement arts now sat neatly in his skills list, their descriptions glowing faintly. Object refinement art functions as both an anchor and a storage space. Infuse an item with your soul signature to bind it. This grants the ability to summon or dismiss it at will, regardless of distance, and allows a more comprehensive degree of control and compatibility with the item's abilities. Self-refinement art refines the user's soul and mind, sharpening focus, boosting memory retention, and increasing resistance to mental interference or attacks. Repeated refinement improves results, with effects scaling alongside the user's mental strength. Symbiotic refinement art refines a connection between your soul and another's, living or dead. Allows mutual strengthening, energy sharing, and so on. All three were at basic mastery. And just like with memory infusion, Michael could already tell that with enough time and focus, it wouldn't take long to push them to intermediate mastery. However, Michael's mind was on something else. The thought of having yet another way to leverage his talent stirred a spark of excitement in him. His gaze settled on one of the three arts in particular, object refinement. At basic mastery, it only allowed for 2 bound items. Quite limiting. But workable. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. He sank into thought for a moment before reaching into his storage space and drawing out a weapon. Venomfang Spear, rank, rare, type, poison spear, inflicts a potent poison on the target, dealing continuous damage over time and weakening their defenses. This weapon had been with Michael for more than 2 months, accompanying him through its fair share of battles. Unfortunately, even back when he was still at the peak of rank 1, it had already begun to feel like it was holding him back. Now that he had not only advanced to rank 2, but was already well into this rank, the gap was glaring. The spear was no longer suitable for him. It wasn't a matter of sentiment, Michael simply had no choice. If he wanted to keep using his physical advantage, it would have to be replaced. As his fingers tightened around the shaft, a faint smile touched his lips. It seemed there was still a chance for this old companion to continue its journey with him. Not in the same way as before, no. But if object refinement worked the way it was described, then perhaps this spear could yet be reborn. Michael held the Venomfang spear across his lap, letting its familiar weight settle into his palms. He closed his eyes, drawing in a slow, steady breath, and willed the object refinement art to activate. The response was immediate. A faint warmth stirred in the depths of his soul, rising like a tide and spilling down his arms into his hands. The air around him grew heavy, faint motes of light flickering at the edges of his vision. The spear reacted. Its surface shivered, not physically, but in a way that resonated in his mind, as if some invisible thread had been plucked. Michael focused, letting a strand of his soul signature unravel and flow into the weapon. It was nothing like channeling mana, this was deeper, more intimate. He could feel the venomous core of the spear. There was resistance at first. But Michael persisted, letting his presence seep into every fiber of its being until resistance gave way to recognition. Michael's eyes opened slowly. The connection was immediate and undeniable. He could feel the weapon's balance as if it were an extension of his own arm, the way one might feel the curl of their fingers. A faint grin tugged at his lips. The first thing Michael did, naturally, was check if he could now channel his talent into the spear. As he'd suspected, he could. A surge of excitement coursed through him, but he didn't immediately rush to evolve it. After evolving hundreds of times, it wasn't that the thrill was gone, only that it was no longer the same impatient, reckless urge he once had. Back then, he would have evolved at the instant he discovered the possibility. Now, simply knowing the spear could be evolved was enough. That knowledge settled into him like a quiet assurance, allowing him to set the thought aside and focus on other matters, for the moment. He shifted the Venomfang spear in his hands, rolling the familiar grip in his palms before focusing on the next aspect of the object refinement art, storage within his soul. If the skill functioned as described, the spear could rest within him, accessible in a thought, ready to manifest in an instant. Michael closed his eyes again, letting his awareness sink into the newly forged bond. This time, his intent wasn't to deepen the connection but to draw the weapon inward. The sensation was strange, like pulling a limb back into the body when it had somehow been outside. His soul tugged, and the spear responded, dissolving into a cascade of faint green motes that sank into his forehead. A heartbeat later, the weapon was gone. Michael drew his consciousness into his soul space. There, beyond the dark expanse that seemed to stretch without limit, rested two objects. One was the cauldron, the representative image of his talent within his soul. The other was a new addition, a spear. Michael spared the cauldron only a passing glance. Right after his advancement, he had already checked it, hoping for some change to match his physical transformation. When he found none, he simply moved on. Now, his focus was entirely on the spear. It looked exactly as it had in the physical world, yet here, he could feel it. Or perhaps see its very essence. He wasn't sure if it was right, but a gut feeling told him that if he studied it well enough, he might uncover ways to push it beyond what it had originally been designed to do. However, there was no time for that now as something else pressed at his thoughts. Can I evolve my spear here? And if I could, would I get any feedback? Both possibilities intrigued him, though he was almost certain the latter wouldn't work. After all, the spear had no levels, only a rank grade to determine its power and quality. Michael hesitated only for a moment before deciding to try it. The instant he sensed anything amiss, he would yank the spear out of his soul space and shove it into his storage. He doubted anything bad would happen, but if it did, he was fully prepared to bolt from the manor with his spear in hand as fast as possible. Just like with his undead, it took only 25 evolution points to push the weapon from 1-star rare rank to 3-star rare rank. Like always, it began with the evolution target releasing a burst of bright light. But since it wasn't a living creature, there were no screams, only the violent thrashing of the spear in place. Michael also noticed something different this time. With no mana in the air for it to draw upon, the process instead siphoned what he suspected was his own soul energy. A wave of mental weakness washed over him, but after a moment of alarm, and confirming there was no hidden danger, he relaxed. The consumed energy would recover passively on its own. In any case, the amount taken was too small to cause any real harm. What amazed him even more was the speed of the evolution. It was far quicker than when he evolved a 1-star rare undead to 3-star rare. Whether this was due to the nature of the item or the type of energy consumed, Michael couldn't say. But it made him deeply curious. After all, this was tied directly to his talent. As several thoughts flashed through his mind, he turned to check the spear's details. Venomfang spear, rank, rare, type, poison spear, inflicts an extremely potent poison on the target, dealing continuous damage over time and severely weakening their defenses. Michael's brow rose slightly. The name was unchanged, the description barely different, yet every word now felt heavier. The shift from potent to extremely potent was no idle embellishment. He could feel it, even without testing the weapon. Now, for any ordinary newly advanced rank 2 awakener, a weapon of this caliber would have been a treasure, something they could rely on in battle for a long time. But for Michael, at level 40, already nearing the peak of rank 2, with his actual combat ability possibly surpassing it, this spear was far too lacking. And since he could do more, he did. The interface shifted again, the familiar prompt appearing before him. Upgrade, rare extraordinary, cost, 125 evolution points. Michael didn't even hesitate. The moment he confirmed, the spear erupted in a blinding white radiance. The thrashing from before was nothing compared to this. It spun violently in place within his soul space, releasing waves of pressure. A deep hum reverberated through him. This time, the energy drawn wasn't just a trickle, it was a steady siphon, pulling from his soul and mind alike. A faint ache bloomed behind his eyes, but it wasn't unbearable. Then, the light condensed and burst outward, peeling away to reveal something entirely different. The Venomfang spear had shed its former look. Its shaft was now a sleek obsidian black, etched with faint, serpentine runes that pulsed with toxic green light. The spearhead was longer, more slender, and forged from a gleaming black metal with edges that shimmered faintly like venomous mist. At its base, just above the grip, a small serpent-shaped ornament coiled around the shaft, its gemstone eyes glowing faintly as if alive. Michael's attention snapped to the updated details. Venom-Fang Spear, rank, extraordinary, type, poison spear, effect, inflicts an exceptionally virulent poison on the target, dealing severe continuous damage over time and drastically weakening their defenses. Skill, Serpent's Lunge, instantly extends the spear's reach by up to 10 meters in a straight line, striking with 150 fan-tram attack power and injecting a concentrated dose of venom. 30-second cooldown. Up to 3 times use with a 7 days cooldown. Michael exhaled slowly, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Extraordinary rank was where weapons stopped being passive tools. Below this tier, a weapon was defined entirely by its effect, the material and the power of the two matched together. But now, it had a skill. A true, active ability. Now we're talking, he murmured, his fingers itching to test it. But he didn't take it out. Michael felt he could still do more. He still had more than enough evolution points remaining, enough for one more evolution, so he did it. He evolved it again. Michael didn't hesitate. The moment the prompt appeared, he confirmed. Upgrade, extraordinary, cost, 625 evolution points. The soul space lit up once more. The spear pulsed with an ominous rhythm, each beat sending a faint shockwave through his mind. The pull on his soul energy grew stronger, sharper, until he could almost feel the threads binding his consciousness being stretched thin. Yet, rather than resisting, Michael allowed it. He felt he could still hold on. The obsidian shaft darkened further, the etched runes flaring brighter before settling into a steady, venomous glow. The spearhead took on a faintly translucent sheen, as though it was forged from crystallized poison rather than metal. The serpent ornament at its base shifted, no longer a mere carving, but a miniature construct with scales that gleamed and gemstone eyes that swirled faintly with green light. Venom-Fang Spear, rank, extraordinary, type, poison spear, effect, inflicts a lethal grade venom on the target, dealing devastating damage over time, crippling movement, and drastically weakening defenses. Skill, Serpent's Lunge, skill, Fawnbreaker, upon striking a poisoned enemy, detonate the venom within their system, dealing immediate burst damage equal to the accumulated damage over time, and stunning the target for 2 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Michael's gaze lingered on the second skill. Burst damage and a stun. A brutal synergy. A smile spread across his face, but he no longer lingered in his soul space. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was dead tired. Drained from the spear's evolution just now, Michael knew he couldn't continue. In this state, if he pushed himself again, he might actually die from overexertion. His mind was so blurry he felt he could faint at any moment. Jester, I'll sleep for a while now. If anybody tries to harm me, protect me. Yes, Master. The moment he heard the voice, Michael lost consciousness. But even before he didn't panic. Though Jester didn't have a body, it didn't limit his lethality. The cultivation methods acquired from Liang were what made a body truly valuable to him, but even as nothing more than a lump of flesh, Jester's danger level was absurd. After Michael's 5 rank 3 undead, it wasn't an exaggeration to say Jester was almost top 1 among them. He was that dangerous. Of course, no one was perfect, not even Jester, but Michael had no time to regret exhausting himself into unconsciousness now. Not only in this body in the land of origin, but also the one in Aurora. When Michael's eyes snapped open again, it wasn't his study room in the land of origin that greeted him. It was a sudden, icy splash of water to the face. He flinched hard, sputtering as the cold hit him, sharp enough to jolt every nerve awake. Droplets clung to his lashes, blurring the room into vague shapes until he blinked rapidly, forcing his vision into focus. Standing before him was his aunt, Mia, her posture tense despite the casual way she held the metal bucket in both hands. The rim still dripped steadily, leaving small dark spots on the polished wooden floor. From the faint crease between her brows, Michael guessed she'd been calling his name for a while. He turned his head slowly, still fighting off the haze clouding his mind. The first thing that caught his eye was the deep green sofa beneath him. Its velvet upholstery was slightly worn along the armrest, the kind of texture you only noticed when you'd sat in the same spot too long. A thin throw blanket had slipped halfway off his lap, one corner hanging limp over the edge. The air smelled faintly of brewed tea, probably from the kitchen. His posture was exactly as it had been yesterday when he returned from Mia's restaurant. Michael's mind flashed back to after he had replied Myra's message. How had he gone from that to, Michael's thoughts halted mid-step. He froze for a moment, dazed, his lips parting as if to speak before the words caught in his throat. What time is it? His voice came out low, rough, still tinged with sleep. 7:30, Mia replied, her tone almost too casual. The number sank into his ears like a drop of ink in clear water, slowly spreading until it stained every corner of his awareness. Michael's sluggish mind caught up to the implication at the exact same time his heart gave a sharp thump. Not just a new day, the second day of his college exams. One didn't need to ask what happened after that. Michael's life sped by like a movie. It took Michael less than 20 minutes to get back to Bright Academy, the same place where he'd taken the first part of the college exams yesterday. 15 minutes to freshen up. Sure, he had a supernatural body, but that didn't mean he should bathe like the Flash. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to get dressed, because honestly, how long does it take to put on clothes? 10 seconds to streak through the city like a blur, covering streets in the time it took others to blink. And just like that, Michael was standing at the academy gates before 8 a.m. He paused there, rubbing his temples, a faint frown creasing his brow. The cool morning air brushed against his face, but it wasn't enough to clear his mind. His thoughts were already somewhere else, back on the message he'd received last night, one he hadn't been able to read until just seconds ago. The results of yesterday's exam were out. The total score for the 1,000 question test was 1,200 points. With how some questions were disgustingly hard yet worth only 2 marks, it felt like the examination committee was making the exam difficult just for the sake of it. There were 3 types of academies a candidate could enter based on their score out of 1,200, each tied to a different university track. Liberal academies, for civilians and supernaturals with limited potential. Minimum score, 500. It sounded low, but with the question difficulty, it was far from easy. Cultivation Academies, Awakeners Academies, the top tier. Exclusively for Awakeners. Minimum score, 350. Hitting 800 was enough to compete for scholarships. And Michael's score was 950. One would look at that mark and think one of 2 things. First, Michael was a genius. Second, he was damn slow for a supernatural with an enhanced mind. For the 2, both would be wrong. For one, just because someone was book smart didn't make them a genius. Michael's intelligence made him book smart. He could answer many questions with ease, pulling information from his mind like it was a well-organized library, but when it came to application of that knowledge, that was where his cracks began to show. Some people's minds were wired differently. 2 people might know the exact same thing, yet they were never truly the same. The inventors of the past often had access to the same information as their peers, but it was their application, their ability to twist, refine, and reshape what they knew, that made them stand out. It was the same principle that explained why some students topped the class every semester yet faded into obscurity, while others with average grades went on to surpass them in life. The difference was never just in knowledge, it was in how they used it. And in this case, some of the exam's trickier questions were designed to bypass Michael's enhanced memory entirely. They didn't care how much he remembered. They cared how well he could think under pressure, adapt to sudden changes, and solve problems without relying solely on recall. And in those areas, Michael still had ground to cover. The mark didn't matter much to Michael, though. He was ahead of the minimum requirement by 600 points. Of course, that didn't mean he hadn't tried to get a high mark. If anything, Michael had his own private reasons for pushing himself. He had no doubt that if he had truly scored exactly 350, the bare minimum, there would have been problems. Yes, on paper, that was enough to enter the Awakeners' academies. But realistically, Michael had reasons to believe they would use that as an excuse to deny him entry. Because how could someone with a supernatural mind perform that low? Even if you were purposely trying to bomb the test, with an enhanced mind, it should be difficult to do that badly. You'd have to actively sabotage yourself, and even then, your instincts would probably betray you by answering correctly on reflex. In other words, a score like that would raise eyebrows in all the wrong ways. 950, though. That was safe. Michael slipped his phone back into his pocket, exhaling slowly as he rubbed his temples again. Great. Still there, he muttered under his breath. The dull throb behind his eyes hadn't let up since he woke up, a persistent reminder of just how bad it felt to have his soul energy burned almost to the last drop. No, this wasn't soul energy depletion. It was a different kind of hollow. This was mental energy, the fuel that kept his thoughts sharp and his perception clear. Yesterday's evolution session with his spear had drained him so thoroughly that both his bodies felt the strain. Still, Michael could only accept the consequences of his own actions. For now, it was better to focus on what was right in front of him, the second day of the 3-day college exams. The second phase of the exams was different. The message announcing his score yesterday had simply told him to report back to his exam center today. No details. No hints. Just a bland be present. It was only now, standing here, that Michael learned the truth. Today wasn't about answering questions. It was about power. A full evaluation to measure the capability of every qualifying participant. The courtyard ahead was already packed. 2 lines stretched across it, long enough that they disappeared around the far corners of the building. A little looking around told him the difference. One was for Awakeners, the other for cultivators. As expected, the Awakeners' line was much smaller, but smaller was still hundreds of people. Considering this was a mixture of every new Awakener registered in the last 3 years for an entire city, it was understandable. The cultivators, though. They were a lot. A very lot. Michael wasn't sure if there were more because cultivation academies had looser requirements, or simply because cultivating was still the more common path for those without rare awakenings. Either way, the size of the crowd didn't matter to him. Michael stepped into the Awakener line. Hands slipping into his pockets as the crowd slowly shuffled forward. After the first 5 minutes, the novelty of standing around wore off. He leaned slightly to the side, letting his gaze wander, not toward the front, but toward the cultivator's line. With a thought, his new class skill flared to life. Spirit eyes, a faint, cool ripple passed over his vision, and the world shifted. Lines of subtle light and color bloomed over the cultivators in his sight, threads of energy winding through their bodies like intricate root systems. He ignored the Awakeners beside him. There was no point. Awakeners were complicated. Even Spirit Eyes wouldn't give him an accurate read on their strength without using Detect, and that meant the risk of drawing attention he didn't want right now. Their power didn't always match their visible energy signatures. Some could be terrifying despite looking weak, others the exact opposite. Cultivators, though. They were much easier to read. Their progress was written clearly in the way their power system operated. His gaze passed over a broad-shouldered youth in the cultivator's line. The mana coating him was faint. And no, Michael wasn't using himself as a point of comparison. The youth would barely qualify as elite level by Aurora's naming system or intermediate stage by Lionheart's. For an awakener, he was likely around level 11 to 13. Talented in certain ways, yes, but still weak. Of course, not everyone in the cultivator's line was like this. Michael's spirit eyes swept further and caught a few brighter auras, solid, dense flows of energy that marked them as dangerous. A rare handful even pulsed with enough force to rival a rank 2 monster. Still, they had no business with him. The glance they spared in his direction was purely curiosity, the kind that faded almost as soon as it appeared. They were here for the exam, same as him. After a few more scans, the novelty wore off. The crowd blurred into background noise, and Michael found himself losing interest. Without hesitation, his focus shifted inward. His consciousness split cleanly, one thread still idly aware of the shuffling line in Aurora. In the land of origin, inside a quiet study room in Thornvale Manor, Michael sat rubbing his forehead. For awakeners, the original body and the clone in the land of origin rarely shared the same problems. Physical injuries or exhaustion were carried solely by the body that sustained them. But soul energy and mental energy, those were different. Or rather, anything tied to his consciousness seemed destined to affect both bodies simultaneously. Fortunately, the headache was easing, the dull throb fading into something he could ignore. After rubbing his temples a bit more, he let his mind drift back to earlier, specifically, to the moment he'd regained consciousness. When his body and Aurora blacked out, this one had gone under as well, as if someone had simply flicked a switch. And when the body and Aurora woke up, this one followed instantly. By the time his eyes had opened here in the land of origin, Jester had already been waiting. The undead wasted no time in briefing him on everything that had happened while he was out, relaying events in his usual unnervingly calm tone, detached, precise, and just a touch too pleased with himself. Michael absorbed it all, committing the details to memory. Michael had to admit, Jester was proving more useful than he'd expected. Apparently, the undead had a form of telepathy. And not the usual whisper directly into your mind type. No, Jester could project his voice in a way that made it sound like it was coming from right beside you, perfectly natural to anyone listening. Using his voice, Jester had been able to stop anyone from entering the study room while Michael was unconscious. Creepy. Yes. Effective. Absolutely. Michael didn't like how naturally Jester wielded those abilities, but he couldn't deny that having someone like this was valuable. Fortunately, there was no issue. With a calm mind, Michael turned his focus to something else. With a thought, he reached to his soul and brought something out. It was a spear. His spear. And the root for his headache and lack of consciousness yesterday. Though it was his fault. Venomfang spear, rank, extraordinary, type, poison spear, effect, inflicts a lethal grade venom on the target, dealing devastating damage over time, crippling movement, and drastically weakening defenses. Skill, Serpent's Lunge, instantly extends the spear's reach by up to 30 meters in a straight line, striking with 250 fan-tram attack power and injecting a hyper-concentrated dose of venom. Usable 5 times before a 7-day cooldown. Skill, Fawnbreaker, upon striking a poisoned enemy, detonate the venom within their system, dealing immediate burst damage equal to the accumulated damage over time, and stunning the target for 2 seconds. 60-second cooldown. This thing is heavy. Indeed, it was far heavier than it looked, and longer too, its full length giving it a presence that demanded space. The spear's obsidian shaft seemed to drink in the light around it, every inch of its etched runes flaring in a sharp, venomous glow before settling into a steady, predatory pulse. The spearhead gleamed with a faintly translucent sheen, as if carved from crystallized poison, each edge refracting a sickly green light in thin, dangerous flashes. At the base, the serpent ornament no longer looked like a lifeless carving. It seemed to coil in place, its scales glinting with an oily sheen, gemstone eyes swirling with an unsettling green radiance. The air around it shifted subtly with pressure too. Michael steadied the spear in silence, letting his eyes trace every line of its runes and the subtle shimmer of its crystalline blade. The longer he looked, the more certain he became of one thing: this weapon was immensely powerful. And though he had no solid proof, his instincts told him it could probably be wielded effectively even at rank 3. But power wasn't the only thing on his mind. A thought tugged at the edge of his curiosity. Could the spear, like his undead, be enhanced further through the use of extraordinary materials during evolution? It was a question without an easy answer. Unlike the undead, which, while technically not alive, were still biological creatures, the spear was, well, just a thing. An object. Metal and magic. Whether the rules of evolution would apply to something like this was uncertain at best. Not that he could test it now, even if he wanted to. He didn't possess a single extraordinary grade material that seemed remotely suitable for the weapon. More importantly, he didn't have enough evolution points to trigger another upgrade. The next rank was 1-star epic grade, and if the spear followed the same 5 times multiplier as his other evolutions, that meant he'd need close to 3,200 points. That was no small sum. With his current accumulation rate, it would take him roughly a month to reach that amount. If he filled all of his remaining contract slots with new undead, perhaps he could have that time, 2 weeks, to evolve either one of his minions or the spear itself to epic grade. But even then, there was the risk. Michael had seen firsthand how using materials during evolution could lead to drastically different outcomes. Lucky and Prince were prime examples. Both had started as the same base creature, yet ended up as entirely different beings due to the materials he'd used during Lucky's transformation. So far, none of the results had been bad. But that didn't mean it couldn't happen. He suspected that if a material was perfectly suited for the evolution target, the results would be nothing short of spectacular. If not, well, he didn't want to imagine turning a prized weapon into something less useful, or worse, uncontrollable. Letting the thought drift away for now, Michael exhaled slowly. With a final glance, he willed it back into his soul space. After completing his task, Michael fell silent, his thoughts swirling in the quiet. For a moment, he simply sat there, weighing an idea that had been nagging at the back of his mind. Eventually, he spoke. "Jester, can you check if I have a spirit root?" It was a question that had been itching to escape his lips for some time. If his race were still ordinary human, he wouldn't have bothered. Jester had already told him that people born with spirit roots were rare. Exceptionally rare. But things were different. He was no longer just human. As a high human, a race that seemed almost woven with nature, Michael couldn't help but wonder if that closeness came with certain advantages. Did high humans have a higher chance of possessing spirit roots? Could his very existence now be tied to something more than raw stats and evolution points? Jester, with his unnervingly sharp mind, didn't immediately answer. His intelligence had long since surpassed the level of mere calculation. It could mimic emotions, inject tone, and react in ways eerily human. When he finally responded, it was with a sound Michael could only interpret as mild surprise, a soft, thoughtful hum, as though the request had caught him off guard. Still, he didn't question it. Without pressing for Michael's reasons, Jester moved to carry out the command. A few moments later, Jester's voice came, calm yet edged with something Michael rarely heard from him, genuine intrigue. "No," Jester said at last. "You don't have a spirit root." Michael's brow furrowed slightly, but before he could speak, Jester continued, his tone almost reverent. "But..." There was a pause, the faintest flicker of disbelief bleeding into his words. "Your body, Master. Its structure is unlike anything I could have thought of. In the cultivation world, there are what we call special physiques, rare, innate constitutions that grant their owners extraordinary advantages. Some can accelerate cultivation speed. Others allow one to command elements effortlessly. And a few are built to contain unimaginable power. Jester's voice dipped lower, almost as if speaking to himself. Your physique reminds me of the latter category. The very bones and meridians of your body are arranged in a way that seems designed to store and circulate energy far beyond the limits of what someone your power level could have. If I were to compare, I'd say it could contain an ocean where others hold a pond. Michael stayed silent, listening. This isn't just capacity, Jester went on, his tone sharpening with focus. The fibers of your muscles, the density of your bones, even the resonance of your organs, they're tuned to endure and channel forces that would destroy lesser beings. In theory, your body could house divine strength itself, and not crumble under it. Michael raised a brow. Jester's observations were quite spot on. And all this was from just a brief glance. He was starting to doubt Li Yang, the original owner of Jester memory, was this smart. Also, in theory, it's hard to say you lack a spirit root though. In theory. Yes, Jester admitted. Because while you don't possess a true spirit root, your physical nature acts like a pseudo one. The connection isn't perfect, you won't be able to truly cultivate as a cultivator does. You lack the natural anchor that allows one to draw in and refine spiritual energy in the traditional sense. But the framework is there. He paused, and Michael could almost picture him tilting his head, it didn't have one, and thought. Because almost every cultivation method is rooted in nature's laws. Your body can make use of certain techniques and arts from that world, especially those not strictly tied to a spirit root. In essence, your physique is a bridge, limited, yes, but still a bridge, between two completely different power systems. Michael crossed his arms, letting the weight of Jester's words settle in. A pseudo-spirit root. A body capable of being a bridge between two different power systems. In the end, Michael decided this was something worth exploring in depth, but not now. There would be time later to peel apart every layer of Jester's analysis, to run tests, to see just how far his body's strange potential could be pushed. For now, it would remain one more puzzle piece in the growing mosaic of his abilities. Still, he understood enough to know that the topic wasn't closed. He and Jester would need to speak about it again, preferably when there were fewer unknowns and more answers. At the moment, however, Michael's focus was drawn to something else entirely. Another object. Another potential project. The damaged coffin of the forgotten. Also, Master. Why did you lose consciousness? Seems like this one will take a while. Back in Aurora, Michael muttered with a faint frown as his other body worked on refining the massive coffin. It wasn't exactly surprising. A 3-star epic grade item was bound to be an entirely different experience compared to refining the spear. With little else to do there beyond overseeing the slow refinement process, Michael shifted his focus back to his body in the real world. Fortunately, the line ahead of him had shortened considerably, and it wouldn't be long before his turn came. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Michael, along with several other Awakeners participating in the college exams, was called forward to enter the hall. Inside, the space had been rearranged, now bearing a faint resemblance to the reception area of a Supers Association branch. Several partitions divided the room, forming booth-like stations where exam candidates were being processed. One of the attendants gestured for Michael to step into a booth. Inside, a woman sat behind a sleek desk, her attention fixed on the floating displays of her holographic system. She glanced up, offered him a polite greeting, and then, without wasting time, began asking her questions. "What's your name?" she asked, her tone professional yet courteous. "Michael Norman," he replied evenly. She nodded and began typing, the faint hum of the holographic system filling the small booth. Without looking up, she gestured toward a small scanner embedded into the desk. "Thumb, please." Michael placed his thumb on the pad, feeling the brief warmth as it scanned his print and sent the data flashing across her floating display. A few seconds later, she finally looked up, only this time, her expression had shifted. Her smile, already pleasant before, was now strikingly radiant, her tone lighter and more welcoming than it had been moments ago. Michael raised a brow slightly, unsure what had caused the sudden change. What he didn't know was that, in the span of those seconds, she had completed his verification as an awakener and seen his level. Her surprise was well hidden behind professional courtesy, but inwardly she was impressed. Level 40 was extremely high. She doubted there would be much chance for them to interact again after this, but there was no harm in leaving a good impression. If she had known that Michael had only awakened a little over 3 months ago, perhaps she would have done far more than simply smile. Whether that would have been admiration, curiosity, or something else entirely was another matter altogether. "I can see you've recently updated your status with the supernatural branch," she said, glancing back at her display. "That means there's no need for another evaluation today." Michael gave a small nod, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He was glad he had taken the time to handle that update yesterday. It had seemed like a minor errand at the time, but now it was saving him precious minutes. He leaned back slightly, more at ease, his mind briefly wandering to the coffin still refining in Aurora. But the woman drew his attention again, her voice clear and professional. "Now," she continued, "let me explain the content of the next round." Her tone shifted subtly, still polite, but with the formality of someone reading instructions. The soft glow of the holographic display reflected in her eyes as she began outlining what awaited him. "This round," she said, "will be broadcast to the public." That drew the faintest flicker of surprise from Michael. Not because it was unthinkable, he had already considered the possibility, but because it was now confirmed. Still, his expression remained calm, his thoughts sliding into the background as she continued. "The next stage will take place in a virtual space," she explained, her gaze flicking briefly to her display before returning to him. "What happens there will form the second segment of this round, following the evaluation we've just completed." Michael gave a slow nod, filing away the information. A public broadcast meant more than just competition, it meant attention and exposure to the supernatural world that was quite rare in Aurora until recently. The woman seemed unaware of his inner thoughts, her professional tone unwavering as she prepared to move on to the finer details. "I don't know the exact details of what will happen in the virtual space," she admitted, her tone softening slightly as if to temper expectations. "That information will only be revealed once you're inside. What I do know," she continued, "is that this virtual space will encompass the entire college examination under the Federation's oversight." Her eyes met his briefly before flicking back to her display. "That means you won't just be seeing participants from your own country, you'll be facing candidates from other nations as well. How they intend to make it all work, I can't say. That's not information I've been given." Michael's gaze sharpened at that. So, the scale wasn't just regional, it was international. That added layers to both the challenge and the opportunity. Competing under public broadcast was one thing, doing so against a field of foreign awakeners was something else entirely. "That's all I can tell you for now," she said, her tone returning to its earlier professional calm. "Once you step outside, look for one of the attendants in a blue jacket. They'll guide you to the waiting area for the second segment." Michael offered her a polite nod. "Thank you." The woman's smile warmed just a fraction. "Good luck in the next stage, Mr. Norman. I wish you success in your exam." "I appreciate it," Michael replied. With that, he rose from the chair and stepped out of the booth. The hallway beyond was quieter than he expected, though the murmur of voices from other booths still reached his ears. His pace was unhurried, yet his mind was already sifting through what the woman had told him. An international field. Public broadcast. A virtual space. Now, there were two things Michael was wondering about. For one, How the hell was the Federation going to host a joint exam for millions of participants? Of course, the millions applied to the cultivators. Awakeners were far rarer, but even then, the total number was still huge. In a given year, it was already considered fortunate if a school produced even one Awakener. Producing more than 3 was a rarity worth talking about. His own school's awakening this year, 7 new Awakeners, was practically unheard of. That didn't mean other schools enjoyed the same results. Far from it. This was why the global number of Awakeners remained so low. In a city, it was a good year if the total number of new Awakeners reached 50. For a state, a great year might produce 1,000. And in an entire country, Michael figured 5,000 would be exceptional. Though, in truth, that number was probably unrealistic. There were years when some schools produced none at all. Even with all this, the number of Awakeners in the world shouldn't have been that small. Which brought Michael back to an earlier question, one he'd first asked himself in the days right after his awakening. Why was the current number of Awakeners in the Federation only around 100,000? Yes, Awakeners were rare, but considering there were over 24 countries under the Federation's banner, and 2 centuries of development since the supernatural era began, wasn't that number a bit too small? Perhaps in Aurora's early years, Awakeners really had been as rare as phoenix feathers, awakening only through natural chance. Back then, there had been no devices to increase the odds. But even now, with awakening devices improving success rates, the number was still inexplicably low. Or was it something else entirely? Something. Killing Awakeners in large quantities. The thought lingered like a shadow. Michael leaned toward the latter. Though he was still a newcomer in the world of supernaturals, he wasn't a complete novice without any grasp of how things worked. There were things he knew for certain, things even high schoolers were aware of, despite the Federation's deliberate suppression of supernatural knowledge. For one, Aurora wasn't the only world. The demon incident that had forced him to leave Woodstone City still burned in his memory. Who knew what was happening outside? As for why he didn't think most Awakeners were dying in the land of origin, his own experience with Jester during their first encounter had already taught him that Awakeners were far from immortal there. But that, he was certain, wasn't the norm, at least, not for everyone. Not everyone should be unlucky enough to run into something like that. Still, the possibility lingered. What if, at some point, the no-death advantage of Awakeners simply stopped working? Who was to say that certain thresholds, certain levels of power, didn't come with risks that even their so-called immortality couldn't protect against? After all, he was still just a lowly rank 2 Awakener. If he couldn't match a god, he had no business claiming he was sure of anything. Though Michael's thoughts had strayed, his original question still remained: how the hell was the Federation going to handle millions of participants? By his own estimate, the number shouldn't exceed 3 million, since not every college exam participant was a cultivator. But still, millions was a lot. There were 21 countries under the Federation's banner, and each ran things differently. Some used a president and governor system much like certain Earth nations in his past world. Others were run by ministers, where power rested in councils and committees. A handful were monarchies, where a royal family directly ruled the nation. And then there were those with royalty in the cultural sense, noble bloodlines that held status, wealth, and influence, with actual ruling power aside from the royal family. Michael's home country, Visara, belonged to the first category. It was a republic in name, with elected presidents and regional governors. Each system brought its own quirks, inefficiencies, and strengths to the Federation table, which meant organizing an international joint exam wasn't just a matter of logistics. Still, Michael couldn't help but find himself expectant of this exam. After all, if that lady wasn't wrong, there was a chance he might meet the foreigners of this world for the first time. It was an exciting thought, one he couldn't help but entertain as he walked. There might be new things to learn about. Michael passed through the hallway until he spotted the distinctive blue jacket the woman had mentioned. The staff member wearing it was a tall man with sharp features, his expression neutral but his stance relaxed. Catching Michael's approach, the man gave a small nod. Awakener or cultivator? Awakener, Michael confirmed. Good. Please, this way. The man turned without further explanation, his long strides carrying him through a side corridor. Michael followed, boots clicking faintly against the polished floor. The path took them away from the booths and deeper into a section of the building clearly meant for examinees. The air was quieter here, the noise from the main hall fading until only the sound of their footsteps remained. You'll be in waiting hall C, the man said over his shoulder. From there, attendants will brief you on entering the virtual space. Your group will move together when the time comes. Michael inclined his head. How long until it starts? That depends on how fast the other groups clear processing, the man replied. When they arrived at a broad set of double doors, the staff member pushed them open to reveal a spacious waiting hall. Dozens of other awakeners were already inside, some chatting in low voices, others keeping to themselves. Holographic displays floated in the air, showing news feeds and so on. Wait here until called. Michael nodded once. Got it. As he stepped inside, the doors closing behind him, he could feel the subtle shift in atmosphere. Michael's brow furrowed the moment he stepped inside. No less than 10 pairs of eyes turned toward him almost at once, their stares carrying a weight that was hard to ignore. An uncomfortable sensation prickled at the back of his neck. Detect skill. It was only a passing thought, until he caught the subtle shift in several expressions. Faces that had been neutral moments ago now carried hints of surprise, caution, even wariness. That was all the confirmation he needed. Unfortunately, though he found the gesture rude, now understanding Teacher Brian's reaction, there was nothing he could do but find a place to sit and mind his own business. However, while Michael preferred to be left alone, the same couldn't be said for others. Across the vast room, 2 boys had their eyes locked on him, one tall, the other short. Level 40. That's some insane leveling speed. I wonder if he awakened a year ago or 2. I'm betting on 2 years. Even monsters have limits, the short one muttered, earning a nod from the tall boy. Had Michael used detect on them, he would have seen Knight LV-36 on the short one and Hunter LV-38 on the tall one. They were among the strongest awakeners in the room, both having awakened on their very first attempt 2 years prior. That alone explained part of their current strength, but their rapid rise owed far more to something else entirely, the powerful backgrounds that had fueled their progress. With the rise of the supernatural in Aurora, it was only natural for supernatural organizations to emerge as well. The Federation was one. The Super Association was another. The academies counted 2. And beyond them were powerful private forces. These 2 boys came from such forces. Specifically, a king-rank family, a title meaning their lineage boasted at least 1 king-level cultivator, along with several master-rank experts. Families of this caliber were referred to as cultivation families. As for whether Awakener families existed, no. Awakening could not be artificially manipulated. Even if both parents were Awakeners, their children were not guaranteed to awaken. At best, they inherited a higher chance of being talented, and even that depended heavily on the parents' levels. Thanks to the 2 youths' powerful backgrounds, their cultivation resources and training conditions far surpassed those of the average awakener, allowing them to advance rapidly. But even with strong backgrounds, rapid progress wasn't as simple as it seemed. For awakeners, the greatest limiting factor in leveling speed was experience points, and the amount needed grew exponentially as one became stronger. The only reliable way to gain them was through killing. With a constant stream of enemies to fight, it was possible for an awakener to level quickly. But even then, the smarter ones rarely rushed. Instead, they deliberately slowed their leveling to build their foundation. Leveling up did make an awakener stronger, yes, but the truth was that the gains from each level were small. The real leaps in power came only when advancing in rank. That was when their bodies, abilities, and skills underwent significant growth. Because of this, many awakeners intentionally held themselves back, focusing on increasing their stats through cultivation methods or by consuming natural treasures. It was a slower road, but one that laid a far more stable base for future breakthroughs. This was why there were often enormous differences between awakeners of the same level and rank, setting aside factors like class and race. Background mattered. A strong family or faction could provide access to what most awakeners could only dream of, almost unlimited access to dimensional cracks rich in monsters, rare treasures that permanently boosted physical attributes, personal trainers who were master rank or above, and environments designed to accelerate growth. These two youths had all of that and more. With a king rank cultivator in their family, they never lacked resources or opportunities. Their paths had been smooth, perhaps too smooth. Of course, this kind of accelerated progress came at a staggering cost in both wealth and manpower. But would the forces behind them hesitate? Yes, they would count the cost. Would they regret it? Absolutely not. It wasn't simply because awakeners were rare. Rather, it was because of their nature, how they gained power at a rate cultivators could only envy. In just 2 short years, these boys had already surpassed a large number of master-rank cultivators, people who had spent decades, even lifetimes, reaching that level. And if they stalled at the peak of rank 2, they could still be elevated by special means to a level where they could be considered a pseudo-king rank. For most factions, that was already a massive return on investment. Awakeners, after all, were the hope of any force lucky enough to claim them. There were weapons that could be sharpened far faster than traditional cultivators, and so long as the potential was there, pouring resources into them was a gamble worth taking. Naturally, after seeing Michael, they assumed he was the same as them, another product of wealth, influence, and carefully curated resources. How else could someone be level 40 at his age? Even for them, that gap of 2 to 4 levels wasn't trivial. Closing it would take weeks, maybe months of constant combat, and that was with their privileged access to the best cracks, mentors, and treasures money could buy. If anything, some part of them suspected he might come from an even stronger family than their own. King rank backing was impressive, but there were higher peaks, families with multiple kings, or a single emperor whose influence could tilt entire regions. If Michael was the heir to something like that, well, it would explain his speed. Only heaven knew what expressions those two would make if they learned the truth, that what had taken them 2 years to achieve, Michael had already surpassed in just 3 months. Would it be disbelief? Outrage? Maybe an odd mix of admiration and jealousy. Whatever the case, it would be colorful, that much was certain. And the most ironic part, Michael didn't even come from a cultivation family. Not even one of the more common mortal families with minor supernatural connections. No, his was a perfectly ordinary mortal family. Before Michael awakened, the breadwinner of the household was his aunt, a chef earning barely $3,000 a month. A far cry from the limitless resources and political pull the boys across the room enjoyed. The two boys kept their eyes on Michael for a while, exchanging quiet comments between themselves. At first, it was simple curiosity. Here was someone in the room with a higher level than either of them, and not just by a sliver. But the longer they thought about it, the more they recognized that in the upcoming round of the exam, an ally like that might be useful. Level 40, the shorter one murmured again, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whether he's from a stronger family or not, that's someone worth knowing before things kick off. The tall one smirked faintly. Exactly. Even if he's just a temporary ally, it's better to make a connection now. Knowing the strongest person in the room was never a bad investment. After a moment of silent agreement, they rose from their seats and began making their way toward him, drawing the attention of a few curious glances from other awakeners nearby. Michael, seated in a relaxed but alert posture, noticed their approach almost immediately. His gaze flicked over them, assessing, though he didn't move from his seat. Michael didn't know the two boys, but he recognized them immediately. They'd been among the group whose gazes had fixed on him the instant he stepped into the room, and judging by their earlier reactions, they had almost certainly used detect on him as well. The taller one had an angular face with high cheekbones and narrow dark eyes. His black hair was neatly combed back, not a strand out of place, and his posture was straight, exuding quiet confidence. The shorter one had a stockier build, with a square jaw and a faint crease between his brows that made his expression seem naturally stern. His light brown hair was trimmed close to the scalp, and his gaze was more direct than his companion's, steady, assessing, as if weighing Michael's worth in the space of a few seconds. Neither spoke as they closed the distance, but from the way they carried themselves, it was clear they weren't just coming over for casual conversation. As the two drew closer, their eyes naturally swept over Michael's appearance. Black hair, long, straight, and tied neatly into a ponytail, framed an expressionless face, its calmness so absolute it felt deliberate. His cold green eyes met theirs briefly, devoid of warmth yet sharp enough to make their steps falter for a fraction of a second. There was nothing openly hostile in his gaze, but something in it pressed subtly against their instincts, stirring an unease neither could quite explain. From what they'd gathered earlier, Michael's class leaned toward a support role, but the aura he gave off didn't match that at all. They also couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy. The way his long hair caught the light, the faintly elongated shape of his ears, and the symmetry of his features gave him a striking, almost ethereal look that didn't seem entirely human. Of course, the two simply assumed he had a unique presence or perhaps came from a bloodline with unusual traits. They had no way of knowing the truth, that Michael wasn't even fully human anymore, at least not in the biological sense. They stopped a step away from Michael's table, the tall one taking the lead. "I'm Kale," he said, his tone carrying a casual confidence. Then, after the briefest pause, he added with deliberate emphasis, "Kale Varen." The shorter boy gave a faint nod, his expression firm. "Rin Calder," he said, with that same subtle pride. Both of them watched for Michael's reaction, as if expecting a flicker of recognition or the slightest change in his unreadable expression. Unfortunately, Michael completely missed the subtle weight they'd put behind their surnames. To him, it sounded like nothing more than a straightforward introduction, so he responded in kind, his voice level and his expression giving away little. "Michael Norman," he said, almost offhandedly, as though he were confirming his name for a mundane attendance list rather than answering two awakeners from prestigious king-rank families. Kale and Rin, however, took his reaction very differently. To their ears, that common difference wasn't ignorance, it was confidence. The sort of composure that came from someone so secure in their own background and strength that they didn't feel the need to acknowledge status games. And that, in its own way, made them all the more curious about just who Michael really was. It was impossible for Michael to know the significance behind the surnames Varen and Calder. Had he known, it would have been impossible not to react, those names carried weight. But fortunately, or unfortunately depending on perspective, he didn't know. It wasn't really his fault either. Michael's circumstances made it easy for people to misunderstand him. On the surface, he could look like someone who was deliberately hiding his origins, or someone so high up the social ladder that things like family names meant little to him. But in truth, at his core, and at least for now, Michael was still a very ordinary person by his standards. The Federation had only begun revealing information about the supernatural world in the past few months, and even then, what they released was piecemeal. There was more public awareness now, yes, but it was still nowhere near enough to give the average citizen a full picture of the powers that moved behind the scenes. The Federation had only begun releasing fragmented details about the supernatural world in recent months, leaving the public more aware, but still far from grasping the full scope of the powers at play. Of course, if Michael had gone out of his way to search the Super's forum for information, he would have found articles, speculation threads, and even some fairly accurate details about the major supernatural families. But he had never even thought to do so, because, in all honesty, it had never concerned him. It wasn't that he was unaware of the existence of such forces. He just hadn't been interested enough to care. And so, while Cale Varen and Rin Calder might have expected awe, respect, or even guarded caution at the mention of their names, what they got instead was Michael's indifferent Michael Norman, a name devoid of weight in their world, yet delivered in a tone that made them wonder if perhaps it was heavier than they realized. Cale was the first to break the moment of silence, his gaze still lingering on Michael with open interest. "Level 40, huh," he said, a faint note of admiration slipping into his voice. "Not bad. Really not bad." Rin nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowing as if measuring Michael again. "You've clearly been putting in the work." Michael offered no verbal reply, but his expression remained steady until Cale casually followed up. "I'm 38, Cale said, his lips curling into a small, confident smile. Rin's tone carried its own quiet pride as he added, "and 36. Michael's brow arched slightly despite himself. His mind moved immediately to the question of how. Not everyone could replicate his pace of growth, after all, and certainly not without the unique circumstances that had fueled his own climb. That little flicker of curiosity was all Cale and Rin needed. To them, the raised eyebrow wasn't a polite acknowledgement, it was recognition. Proof that even someone at level 40 had to admit they weren't far behind. Inwardly, they both felt a flicker of satisfaction. Yes. He should know they weren't inferior to him in any way. If anything, this was a silent reminder that while his level might be higher, they were breathing right down his neck, and with the right opportunity, they could close that gap. Though Michael didn't appreciate the tone they'd used, he found himself, if only slightly, more interested in hearing what they had to say. So, without a shred of hesitation, he simply asked them directly, "What do you want?" The bluntness hit them like a slap. Black lines might as well have appeared on their foreheads. Was this how people conversed? Weren't they supposed to start with polite flattery, maybe a few well-placed compliments to grease the wheels? Where was the expected praise? Cale blinked at the abrupt question before letting out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Straight to it, huh? Fine. We want to talk about the next segment of the exam, how it's supposed to take place in a virtual space." Michael tilted his head slightly. "And?" Rin leaned in a fraction, his tone carrying a trace of curiosity. "We think it's going to involve combat." Michael's eyes narrowed, not in doubt, but because the thought had already crossed his mind. "Why?" he asked, though his voice carried a hint of agreement. Cale shrugged. If the college exams for supernaturals didn't include anything physical, it would be strange. This is the second day already, and so far, no direct contact tests. Rin nodded. "Exactly. And if you look back at previous years, there's usually at least one combat-related trial. If it's not this, then what else would they need a virtual space for?" Michael's gaze flicked briefly between them. He shared the same suspicion. Combat in a controlled, simulated environment made sense. No risk of death, but still enough to measure skill. Still, he kept his expression carefully unreadable. "There's one day left," Michael said after a moment, his tone even. "Who's to say the combat test isn't tomorrow?" Cale and Rin exchanged a glance before nodding. "That's true," Rin admitted. "We can't make assumptions. Every year there are small changes to the college exams." "It's not a bad thing to be mentally prepared," Cale added. Even now, new awakeners were still trickling into the hall, but there wasn't a single staff attendant in sight yet. Michael thought what they said made sense, but was still puzzled on what this had to do with him. Surely, they weren't just here to talk about this, right? And as expected, Kale leaned forward slightly, resting one hand on the edge of Michael's table. We figured. If it is combat, then forming a temporary team now might be smarter than scrambling for one when the test starts. Rin crossed his arms. You're strong. We're strong. It's simple math. The way we see it, we have a better shot if we join forces, at least until the segment ends. Michael regarded them in silence for a beat longer than was polite, his expression unreadable. On the surface, their offer made sense. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair. I'll think about it, he said at last. It wasn't a yes. It wasn't a no. But it was enough to keep them from pushing further. Kale's lips curled into a faint smile. That's all we ask. The two of them stepped back, giving a short nod before turning away. Michael's gaze followed them only until they rejoined their previous seats. Michael exhaled quietly, the corner of his mouth twitching upward for the briefest moment. On some level, Michael could acknowledge that what they said made sense. If the next phase really did turn out to be combat, going in with a coordinated group would offer an edge. Of course, that was if this option was available. It was still too early to be making plans, at least, not with people he'd known for all of 5 minutes. Besides, he preferred to see what the actual test entailed before deciding anything. More Awakeners continued to file into the waiting room, and before long, Michael spotted a few familiar faces. It was the trio he'd first met at Bright Academy when he'd just arrived. One was a martial disciple, another an archer, and the last a water mage. If his memory served him right, the martial disciple had been at level 29 back then, already at rank 2, which had left an impression on Michael, who at the time was still some distance from the peak of rank 1. The youth's class had stood out to him for another reason as well. It reminded him of Lillian, his former classmate who shared the same profession. As for the other two, they had been far lower in level at the time, one at level 16, a water mage, and the other, an archer, was at level 13. That had been more a month ago, so naturally, Michael couldn't help but wonder how much progress they'd made since then. He decided to start with the martial disciple. A quick use of detect revealed, martial disciple, level 31, a 2-level increase in a month. Michael wasn't entirely sure whether that rate of growth was considered exceptional, but given the looming college exams, he doubted the youth had slacked off. Level 31 was respectable, only 9 levels behind him. Not bad at all. Next, he turned his attention to the other two. Since plenty of people had used detect on him the moment he walked in, he saw no reason not to return the courtesy, especially now that he was mildly curious. In truth, he could have done this earlier, but he hadn't been interested in anyone else until now. Most of his attention had been occupied by his other body in the land of origin, still hard at work refining his class-bound item. The girl, the archer, had reached level 22, while the water mage was now level 19. Michael wasn't sure how to feel about that. He figured they'd probably tried their best. Well, maybe one of them had. After all, there was only so much that could be done in a single month. In that light, the martial disciple's growth was actually impressive. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance, and while the water mage had technically gained more levels on paper, the actual experience required told a different story. If their XP gains were swapped, the water mage would be close to peaking rank 1, while the martial disciple would still be sitting at level 29. The three seemed to have formed a tight-knit group, sticking close together as they entered and found seats. It made sense, they were from the same school, after all. They noticed him too. The martial disciple gave a proud little snort in his direction, a reminder of the youth's naturally arrogant temperament. The other two, however, gave him polite waves before heading off to sit elsewhere. A few more minutes passed, and more Awakeners trickled into the room. By the time the clock struck 10:30, the influx finally stopped, nearly 2.5 hours after Michael had first arrived at the academy. He gave the room a quick sweep with his gaze. There were close to 40 Awakeners present. For a city the size of Brightgate, that was probably every single one. And yet, in this sea of faces, his attention kept circling back to the trio from Bright Academy. The martial disciple still wore that proud, faintly challenging look, the archer seemed content to chat with the water mage, and all three sat apart from him, yet they never quite stopped glancing in his direction. The quiet waiting soon ended when a staff member in a crisp blue uniform stepped inside. The chatter in the room died down almost instantly as they offered a polite bow. "Good morning, everyone. I'll keep this brief," the staff member began. "The second round of the college exams is about to begin. You should have already received a general outline of the content during your evaluation, but I'll go over it once more." They paused, letting their gaze sweep across the gathered Awakeners. "This next stage will take place in a virtual space. Your performance there will form the second segment of this round. It will also be broadcast publicly, as the Federation is aiming to create more awareness." That last statement drew a variety of reactions. Some Awakeners straightened, others frowned. Michael was expressionless. "The evaluation you underwent this morning was simply to confirm your information and update your examination profile," the staff member continued. "This is different from the applicants to the liberal academies, where only the first round written test determines entry. Also, the virtual space stage will encompass the entire examination under the Federation's oversight." They clasped their hands behind their back, voice turning firm. "In other words, you won't just be seeing participants from your own country, you will be facing candidates from other nations as well." A hand went up from the middle rows. "How's that even going to work?" the Awakener asked, frowning. "Just for this round, nationwide there should be millions of participants. Are we really all going into the same virtual space? And are Awakeners going to take the exam together with cultivators?" The staff member gave a small nod, as if expecting the question. "Good question. I was just coming to that." They took a step forward, tone steady. "First, no, Awakeners and cultivators will not be taking the same exam. Only Awakeners will enter the virtual space for this round." A few murmurs rippled through the room at that clarification. "This alone drastically reduces the total from millions to thousands," the staff continued. "It's still a large number, yes, but much more manageable." They paused to let that sink in before moving on. "Second, since this is a nationwide stage, you will be mixed with foreign participants. The system will divide everyone into multiple groups. The exact size of each group will depend on the initial total, but you will be competing alongside, and against, Awakeners from other countries." Several expressions shifted at that, some sharpening in focus, others clouding with unease. "It's only after the total number of participants is reduced to a very small fraction," the staff added, "that the next segment will also be broadcasted to the public." Another hand went up, this time from the back. "In this virtual space, will our powers be perfectly replicated?" The staff member's expression sharpened slightly, and their tone shifted. "That," they said, "is actually the main point I was meant to clarify before leading you to the exam site." They let the anticipation build for a heartbeat before continuing. "No, the virtual exam will not replicate your exact current strength. Instead, it will replicate your class. The assessment is designed to test how well you can utilize abilities tied to your class, not the full scope of your personal power." A low rumble of discontent moved through the crowd. Several Awakeners frowned outright. After all, if it wasn't their current strength being tested, wasn't that crippling? Michael frowned as well. Up until now, he'd been calm about this stage. But hearing that detail made him uneasy. He had no doubt he was strong, but that was under the condition he was in his present state. You are listening to a story on Time Drift Stories channel. If you enjoy it, please like, comment, and subscribe so you won't miss the next episode. Strip that away, and he wasn't as certain anymore. The staff member pressed on, unshaken by the change in mood. This exam focuses on adaptability, skill application, and mastery of your class fundamentals. Think of it as a leveler. It places everyone on more even ground so we can see how resourceful you really are. The explanation did little to erase the tension in the air. If anything, the weight of the upcoming test felt heavier now. The staff member let the last line hang in the air for a moment, then exhaled quietly. You'll understand better once the exam begins. For now, please follow me. There was no room for debate. Regardless of whether they agreed with the format or not, the Awakeners, Michael included, rose from their seats and trailed after the uniformed guide. They were led down a wide, sterile corridor lined with reinforced glass panels. Each step seemed to draw the tension tighter in the air until they emerged into a cavernous hall. Michael's first thought was that it looked like an auditorium built for a standing crowd, until his gaze swept the interior. The open floor was gone, replaced entirely by rows upon rows of sleek capsules, each one large enough to accommodate a person lying down. Their smooth, silver surfaces gleamed faintly under the overhead lighting, and the faint hum of their internal systems filled the silence. The sight stirred a flicker of recognition. These weren't exactly the same as the chamber he'd used during his Rank 2 advancement, but the concept was close, both designed to isolate the mind in a virtual environment while safeguarding the real body. The staff member gestured to the capsules. Choose anyone you like. Once you enter, the system will handle the rest. Everything you need to know about the second round will be explained once you're inside. No one moved immediately. For a few seconds, the hall was filled with the sound of quiet breathing. Then, one by one, the Awakeners began stepping forward, scattering toward capsules of their choice. Michael lingered only a moment longer before making his way toward one near the middle row, not too close to the entrance, not too far from the central aisle. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Bright Academy trio claiming capsules in a neat row, the martial disciple still wearing that proud half-smirk as if the exam's restrictions didn't bother him in the slightest. Michael's lips curled faintly, not quite a smile, not quite a frown, as he placed a hand on the capsule's cool surface. Time to see what kind of leveler this really was. As for the two youths that approached Michael before, perhaps they figured a lying didn't seem like a concept in this round, so they didn't approach Michael. Michael also didn't mind. His mind was preoccupied with what was going to happen next. Michael settled into the capsule, feeling the cushioned interior adjust to the contours of his body. A soft mechanical hum rose around him as the lid slid shut, sealing him inside. The interior lighting dimmed to near blackness, broken only by faint, pulsing lines tracing across the capsule walls. A sterile female voice prompted him to remain still for biometric scanning. A thin beam swept over his face, followed by a brief wave of cool air washing down his body. When it was done, a lightweight helmet descended from above, settling snugly over his head. The moment the visor sealed, his vision bled into black. Then, abruptly, Michael opened his eyes to find himself standing in a lightless expanse. The sensation was weightless, as though the ground itself didn't exist. His hands and feet were bare, but he was dressed in a loose, plain set of white clothes. Before he could orient himself, the darkness peeled away, shifting into the clean lines of a white, windowless room. A glowing panel shimmered into existence before him. It was identical to the one he'd seen when logging in for the college exams earlier. Without hesitation, Michael completed the login sequence. The moment his credentials registered, a calm, androgynous AI voice resonated in the space around him. Welcome, participant. This round will function under special parameters. The voice carried no inflection, but each word was crisp and absolute. A random challenge will be generated. You will be competing directly against other participants. For the duration of this round, your level will be set to half of your registered level. All base stats, strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence, will begin at 100. For each level from your given level, all base stats will increase by 10, and you will receive 10 attribute points to assign as you choose. Michael's brows rose slightly. A selection of skills related to your class will be randomly generated. Based on your adjusted level, you will receive points equal to your level multiplied by 100. These points can be used to acquire additional stats, skills, or items before entering the challenge space. You have 10 minutes to make your selections. If you do not finalize your choices within the allotted time, the system will assign them for you at random. As the words faded, a glowing countdown appeared in the air before him. Time remaining, 10 o'clock. As the numbers on the glowing timer ticked down, the AI voice spoke again. Additionally, due to the nature of this challenge, this is not an elimination round. It is a screening round, designed to assess participants in unfavorable conditions. The objective is to evaluate adaptability. Michael's gaze narrowed slightly. So they were intentionally handicapping everyone. He didn't like this one bit. And he was sure it was the same for many other awakeners. The voice continued. Because of this round, the content of the next round will be revealed in advance. The following stage will be identical in format to this one, however, it will take place in a location where all awakeners can utilize their true strength, the land of origin. This round also serves a secondary purpose, the AI continued, to raise public awareness of the supernatural world. Hence, while your performance here can influence your final score, it will not directly affect your qualification outcome. So, in other words, it was half a show for the Federation's PR efforts, half a stress test to see who could thrive without their usual advantages. However, Michael's attention was quickly snagged by something else. The land of origin. The Federation had a way to extend its influence into that place. How? The land of origin was vast and so mysterious that even with the time he had spent there, Michael couldn't imagine anyone truly gaining an advantage over it. Then again, perhaps he was thinking about it the wrong way. This was a magical world, things that seemed impossible in one moment could become reality in the next. Maybe the Federation didn't need to control the land of origin directly. Maybe someone powerful enough was working behind the scenes to make the next round happen there. The thought didn't ease the knot in his stomach. His mood soured further. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from being one of the strongest in the room to being dragged down to a much weaker state. Maybe not the weakest, but there was no denying that he was heavily handicapped. Still, in the end, he could only accept his fate. This was the exam, and no amount of grumbling would change it. Fortunately, there was tomorrow. If today went badly, if this screening round stripped him down and made him look like an amateur, then the next stage, in the land of origin, would be his chance to redeem himself. Time remaining, 8:02, he exhaled, steadying his thoughts. First, he had to deal with the task in front of him. The real fight could wait until tomorrow. Michael skimmed over the virtual panel, taking in the numbers with a mix of detachment and irritation. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer. Level, 20. Half of registered level 40. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Constitution, 300. Intelligence, 300. Attribute points, 200. Skills, Summon Undead. Slow Curse, Blind Curse. Custom points, 2,000. Even without thinking too hard about it, he could tell exactly how the numbers came about. The AI's earlier explanation matched perfectly. Base stats started at 100, and for each level from the first, every stat increased by 10 points. Since his adjusted level was 20, that meant 20 increases. The 200 attribute points were also explained. The AI had said 10 points per level. At level 20, that meant 20 times 10 is equal to 200 free points to assign wherever he wanted. As for the 2,000 custom points, the math was just as straightforward. The AI had stated your level times 100 as the calculation, so 20 times 100 is equal to 2,000 points. Michael's mood eased slightly as he studied the numbers. Yes, he was handicapped, but he wasn't crippled. If anything, his situation was still far better than what most of the others here would face. His original level was 40, halved to 20, it still put him ahead of most awakeners. From what he'd observed earlier in the waiting room, the majority were between level 20 and level 30. The martial disciple from Bright Academy was level 31 in reality, which meant in this space, he'd be adjusted down to level 15 or 16. The others would fare even worse. Unless Brightgate's group was somehow the weakest in the Federation, a possibility Michael doubted, the national average couldn't be much higher. Anything above 30 was rare. Anything above 35 was almost too rare at their age. By that logic, Michael's level advantage, even cut in half, still made him one of the strongest here. And in a setup like this, raw stats and base capabilities could mean the difference between domination and elimination. He let out a slow breath, tension bleeding out of his shoulders. As long as he wasn't matched against some prodigy or an international monster with a terrifying class, he should be fine. Michael's gaze drifted lower to the skills list, and a strange expression tugged at his face. Of the three, two were instantly familiar: Slow Curse and Blind Curse, spells he had already mastered in reality. But the first one, Summon Undead, was subtly different from his own undead summoning. Curiosity piqued, he mentally selected one of the curses. A translucent icon appeared in front of him, and the skill fired exactly as if it were a button in a game, instant, rigid, and completely detached from his usual casting process. He could neither weave his own mana flow into it nor adjust its intensity. Michael's brow furrowed. That felt limiting. But then, a thought sparked. What if I tried casting it the normal way? Not through the system interface, but using my own mana manipulation knowledge. Closing his eyes briefly, he pushed aside the hovering skill prompt and instead recalled the familiar structure of Slow Curse. His hands moved almost instinctively in the casting pattern, even in this virtual space. The system didn't interfere. Instead, his magic flared to life, raw and malleable, just like in reality. The curse anchored onto an empty point in the white room, sluggish black ripples distorting the air. Michael was a little taken aback. After using Slow Curse, he went on to cycle through several other skills in quick succession. In the brief span of a minute and a half, he tested Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray, Basic Martial Art. Followed by Bull Strength, Iron Skin, Limit Burst, Spirit Eyes, Mana Shield, Acid Bomb, Berserk, and Ghost Wind Steps. There were still some skills he didn't bother with, Undead Summoning and Undead Revival chief among them. The latter was useless without a corpse, and the former. Well, Michael had already examined the space he was in. While it seemed to mimic certain aspects of the real world, it was still only a virtual construct. And truthfully, it wasn't as though he tested every ability in full. He was simply confirming whether his own casting methods and knowledge could function here, and so far, they did. In a way, this handicap wasn't a complete one. Yes, it was extreme, especially when compared to his true state, but looked at from a different angle, it could even benefit certain classes. After all, the reduction simply dragged participants back to a level they had already experienced before. And unlike in the past, they now had better control over their abilities, far more refined combat instincts, and a wealth of experience. For some, that meant they might actually be stronger than they were at that earlier stage. Michael considered that quietly. However, he didn't have much time to think about a lot of things as a certain countdown was still running. The first thing he navigated to was his stats menu. He took a glance to run the numbers in his head. With 200 free attribute points, there were countless ways to distribute them, but only a few that would give him the best return for this particular challenge. Here, raw numbers still mattered. And while his handicapped state meant less sheer power than he was used to, the ability to allocate points at will was an advantage most participants would waste with poor decisions. A small, wry smile tugged at his lips. It was almost ironic. This so-called leveler stripped away the very things that defined him, and in doing so, showed him exactly how unremarkable he could be without them. In this state, Michael wasn't a qualified necromancer. He was, at best, a passable spearman, or a mage barely worth a second look, someone who could hold his own but inspire no real awe. That realization landed heavier than any handicap. It wasn't just a blow to his pride, it was the stark reminder of how much further he had to climb. If he'd been able to operate as a true submage, capable of flexibly wielding magic without leaning on what he got from his talent, then this test would have been far less of a disadvantage. But he wasn't there yet. Of course, it wasn't Michael's fault. Aside from the fact that it had only been 3 months since he'd first stepped into the supernatural world, and yes, while he had leaned heavily on his talent, how could that be a flaw? If he hadn't used it, he wouldn't be standing here now. Choosing not to exploit such an advantage would have been the height of stupidity. Still, this situation. It opened his eyes. After Michael finished distributing his 200 attribute points, the panel shifted and updated. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer. Level, 20. Half of registered level 40. Strength, 340. Agility, 320. Constitution, 360. Intelligence, 380. Attribute points remaining, 0. Skills, Summon Undead. Slow Curse, Blind Curse. Custom points, 2,000. He had gone for balance, but with a clear lean toward intelligence for spell potency and constitution for survivability. Strength and agility were given enough to keep his melee competence respectable, but nothing more. Michael's eyes shifted from the updated stat panel to the glowing, custom points, 2,000 line. With a click, he opened the item list, and rows upon rows of options bloomed before him, each neatly categorized. Bone-etched spear, 500 points, lightweight, slightly boosts piercing damage. Runed shortstaff, 600 points, modest intelligence boost, improves spell control. Blacksteel dagger, 400 points, high agility scaling, bonus to critical strikes. Light bone armor, 700 points, basic physical defense, minor resistance to curses. Padded mage robes, 500 points, low physical protection, moderate magic resistance. Reinforced leather vest, 600 points, balanced physical and magical defense. Consumables, lesser mana potion, 50 points each. Lesser healing potion, 50 points each. Explosive flask, 100 points each, small AoE fire damage. Utility items, summoner's pouch, 300 points, holds temporary skeletal minions, up to 3 uses. Charm of Focus, 800 points, reduces casting time by 15 fan tram. Hunter's Talisman, 600 points, increases agility slightly, improves tracking skills. Scrolling through, Michael quickly noticed the variety wasn't overwhelming, but the pricing meant there was no way to grab everything. A full weapon and armor loadout could easily eat up half his budget, leaving little room for utility or consumables. He tapped his fingers against his thigh. His fingers hovered over the purchase list, but his mind drifted for a moment. The way this system operated still had an undeniable game-like quality. It all felt like something ripped straight out of an RPG interface. Sure, the virtual space had been impressively configured to match the real world, textures, movement weight, even the feel of his mana was eerily accurate, but this layer of structured, numerical convenience reminded him that it was still a simulation. Unknowingly, this realization reduced Michael's tension. Michael's lips curved into the faintest smirk. If they wanted him to play it like a game, then he'd treat it exactly like one, min-maxing included. He locked in his choices quickly. For his main weapon, he went with the bone-etched spear. At 500 points, it was cheap enough to leave room for other purchases, and it paired well with his spearmanship skill. He could have chosen a staff, but Michael was clearly accustomed to close combat. He couldn't just abandon that now to play as a mage, even though a mage fighting in close quarters was unusual for several reasons. For armor, he chose the light bone armor for 700 points. The remaining 800 points were split with precision. 3 lesser mana potions, 150 points, 3 lesser healing potions, 150 points, and 2 explosive flasks, 200 points, for emergencies. That left exactly 300 points, which he used on the summoner's pouch, a gamble. Michael turned his attention back to the white expanse. The place felt so real, the way his armor shifted on his body, the solid weight of the spear in his hand, even the faint pressure where the straps pressed into his shoulders. He couldn't see his reflection anywhere, but instinctively he knew this avatar wasn't far off from his real body. It was far weaker, though. Another difference he noticed when brushing his hand through his hair was that it was shorter here, cropped close as though the system had rounded up his appearance. Michael shifted his stance slightly, letting the new equipment settle into place. The bone-etched spear rested naturally in his grip, its shaft cool and smooth, the faint engravings along its length glowing dimly whenever his mana brushed against them. The light bone armor was snug but surprisingly mobile. Plates of pale ivory interlocked across his chest and shoulders, leaving enough give at the joints for quick movement. At his hip, 6 pouches had appeared, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. He tugged one open with his thumb. Inside, lesser mana potions, sealed in slim vials. Another pouch held healing potions. Strapped across his lower back, he felt the bulkier weight of 2 explosive flasks. The summoner's pouch rested across his chest like a bandolier, a dark leather container embossed with skeletal motifs. Michael had just finished spending his points when the panel pulsed again, lines of text unfurling before his eyes. Secondary equipment menu. Note, the following items are free of charge. They are provided to ensure minimum combat readiness. His brows lifted slightly. Free gear. Scrolling through, he quickly understood. The system wasn't giving anyone power boosts here, it was just preventing the awkwardness of participants entering the challenge barefoot and dressed like test subjects. The options were basic: underlayers, boots, gloves, belts, cloaks. Nothing fancy, but necessary. Michael wasted no time. The plain white garment clinging to his frame shifted, reforming into a sturdier combat undertunic, dark fabric woven for flexibility and comfort under armor. His legs were now covered with fitted combat trousers, a far cry from the uniform he'd spawned with. Most importantly, he slipped into sturdy black boots, thick-soled and strapped tight to his calves. The difference was immediate. His stance felt firmer, his steps grounded. At least he wouldn't have to charge into the challenge barefoot. He added fingerless gloves for no reason other than fashion. Finally, a belt with attached pouches materialized around his waist. Functional loops and compartments neatly held his consumables, mana and healing potions on one side, with enough space left for the explosive flasks. By the time the menu faded, Michael looked less like a stripped-down avatar and more like someone truly geared. It wasn't glamorous, but it completed the picture. With a mental command, Michael pulled the panel back up for one last look. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer. Level: 20. Half of registered level 40. Strength: 340. Agility: 320. Constitution: 360. Intelligence: 380. Attribute points remaining: 0. Skills: Summon Undead. Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Custom Points, 0, spent. Michael scanned the panel one last time, his eyes tracing over the neat rows of numbers. The section 4, Skills, drew his attention again. 3 simple entries stared back at him: Summon Undead, Slow Curse, Blind Curse. It would have been easy to spend some of his custom points on acquiring extra skills. The list had offered him necromancer spells, and even a handful of general-purpose spells that could have widened his arsenal. But Michael hadn't even considered it. There was no real reason to. For one, his existing magic was already enough. The virtual construct had confirmed that he could still cast using his own knowledge, not just through the rigid system prompts. That meant he wasn't truly limited to these three defaults. He had far more options than the menu suggested: acid spells, bone techniques, curses. Spending points just to relearn something weaker, or risk relying on a system-cast spell he couldn't fully control, would have been a waste. Even the necromancer-specific skills didn't tempt him. Until he had his own undead at his side, buying more necromantic spells was just dressing an empty shell. Of course, this was a skill issue. Just because Michael was a powerful necromancer didn't mean he was a skilled necromancer. But in a world of magic, raw power often dictated what was considered right. Michael doubled down on what mattered. The panel pulsed once more and a new line scrolled across the interface. Configuration complete. Preparing transfer. Michael's eyes lingered on the glowing words. He straightened his stance, spear angled down at his side, and exhaled. The countdown that had been ticking away in the corner flared in size. The room darkened, the white expanse bleeding away into shadow. Michael's grip on the spear tightened. Challenge commencing. Please stand by. Michael's figure dissolved into motes of light. And then, he was gone. Michael's boots hit solid ground with a muted thud. He found himself standing in the middle of a vast forest. Towering trees loomed on all sides, their trunks thick and bark coarse, branches clawing at the pale sky. A thin mist clung to the ground, rolling between roots and shrubs like a living thing. At first glance it didn't obstruct vision. Michael could see the trees stretching on for dozens of meters. But when he extended his senses, it was muffled, as if the mist swallowed everything beyond arm's reach. A translucent panel blinked into existence before him. Challenge objective: acquire 100 points. Points are gained by eliminating other challengers. Each challenger eliminated equals 1 point. Current participants in this space, 10,000. Current active count, 5,000. Updating in real time. Michael's eyes narrowed as he watched the active number tick down steadily: 4997, 4994, 4992, like a merciless clock. Battles were already raging elsewhere in this vast expanse, and the pace of eliminations also seemed to be increasing, creating an odd sense of balance. His grip tightened on the bone-etched spear. However, Michael hadn't even fully adapted to his new surroundings when every instinct in his body screamed at once. A prickling sensation crawled across the back of his neck, the unmistakable weight of danger pressing down. Though this was a virtual construct, it mimicked reality almost too well. The weight of the spear in his hand, the uneven earth beneath his boots, the whisper of the forest breeze, all of it carried an edge of authenticity. Aurora's technology had advanced frighteningly far in the last centuries. Michael pivoted sharply, head snapping to the right. A hiss cut through the silence. It sliced the air with deadly precision, weaving past his cheek close enough that he felt the faint brush of displaced air against his skin. It buried itself into the trunk of a tree behind him with a solid thunk, vibrating from the force of impact. Michael's grip on the spear tightened. His eyes narrowed, scanning the direction the arrow had come from. The mist warped the forest around him, swallowing shapes and muting sound, making distance hard to gauge. But his instincts told him what his eyes couldn't: someone was out there, hidden in the haze, and they had already decided to hunt him. Another arrow whistled through the mist. This time Michael was ready. His body twisted smoothly to the side, the projectile sailing past harmlessly. But before his boots even settled back into the earth, a second hiss reached his ears, followed by a third, then a fourth. Rapid fire. Michael's eyes sharpened as he stepped, ducked, and rolled between the streaking shafts. The arrows came in relentless succession, forcing him to weave like a shadow through the trees. Each impact echoed behind him, embedding deep into bark with lethal force. His mind raced even as his body moved on instinct. Archery could be learned by any awakener. He himself had picked up spearmanship that way. But there was a difference between learning and belonging. Only someone with the archer class could unlock its full power. Michael recalled a discussion thread he had skimmed weeks ago. A skill belonging exclusively to archers, rapid shot. A chained ability that loosed multiple arrows in quick succession. Other awakeners could learn it, sure, but they would always start from basic mastery. An archer, however, started from intermediate mastery at minimum. The skill would flow naturally, like breathing. If his unseen opponent was truly an archer, that explained the precision and speed. But another possibility gnawed at him. What if the challenger wasn't an archer at all, but someone who had trained extensively in archery? If that was the case, Michael knew he was up against a dangerous opponent. Someone whose awakening was likely a year, or even 2, before his own. After all, why spend time on other skills when you have your own class skills? Though it was very easy for awakeners to level up skill mastery. In any case, if it was an early awakened, it meant his halved level advantage would mean very little here. Hidden in the shifting mist, a young woman crouched low, bowstring drawn tight against her cheek. Her breathing was steady, eyes locked on the distant silhouette through the trees. The first arrow had missed, barely. The second, third, and fourth had been dodged outright. Her lips pressed into a thin line. A panel flickered faintly before her eyes. Name, Claire Valen, class, archer, level, 15, half of registered level 30, strength, 210 agility, 340 constitution, 230 intelligence, 220 skills, rapid shot, eagle's focus, piercing arrow attribute points remaining, 0 custom points, 0, spent. The girl's fingers flexed against the string before drawing again. She had awakened only a year ago, an ordinary background, an ordinary class. No prestigious family, no divine talent, no monstrous gifts. Just a bow and the grit to grind her way forward. That was why her foundation was solid. Unlike others who rocketed upward with shortcuts or safety nets, she had clawed step by step. Every stance, every draw, every skill, hers alone. Her rise to rank 2 in a single year had been carved out of stubborn effort, not privilege. The girl frowned as she loosed another arrow and watched the shadow ahead weave between the shafts. His movements weren't as quick as hers, not quite, but they weren't far off. That speed. It bothered her. Slightly slower than her, yes, but that only meant one thing. He wasn't going to be an easy opponent. If he closed the distance, the advantage of her bow would erode quickly, and though distance was supposed to be safety for an archer, this mist changed everything. The haze warped sound and swallowed outlines. Even with her class's sharp senses, she couldn't make absolute assumptions here. Her jaw tightened. Standing her ground meant gambling against the unknown. And she wasn't here to gamble. Her gaze flicked to the edge of her vision. Points, 15, she had already done well. 15 eliminations, which meant 15 points. Why risk all that on someone who moved like this, when easier prey waited elsewhere? Her fingers flexed on the string, but she didn't release. Every arrow she lost mattered. She wasn't carrying an endless supply, and once her quiver emptied she'd have to rely on mana substitutes. Her grip on the bow relaxed. She exhaled, drawing her focus inward, and shifted her footing. With a burst of practiced motion, the girl kicked off the ground and sprang upward, her form vanishing into the dense canopy. Her figure melted into the fog and foliage, leaving only silence where she had been. For now, she'd give up this hunt. Michael's stance was tight, spear angled defensively across his body, eyes narrowed into the mist. 1 second. Michael's brows furrowed. That was unexpected. Michael slowly straightened, exhaling through his nose. His grip loosened on the spear but didn't release entirely. Gone, he muttered under his breath, voice barely audible. Michael adjusted his footing, his gaze sharp. He shifted deliberately, exposing his flank, leaving himself open, a bait. His breathing slowed, ears straining for the whistle of another arrow. Still nothing. He pivoted suddenly, spear tip flashing as if in anticipation of an ambush. The mist only stirred, no predator revealing itself. Minutes dragged, the silence heavier than combat. If the person was still there, they would have taken the opening. That much he was certain of. Whoever the archer had been, they were gone. Michael let his shoulders relax, a quiet breath slipping between his lips. He was strangely grateful that no more arrows came. Not being targeted again was a relief, but it wasn't comfort. The encounter had etched something sharp into his awareness. This space was crawling with hunters. The archer was gone, but there were 9,000 others left. Any one of them might be watching him at this very moment. He forced himself to focus. With a thought, Michael pulled the panel open again, eyes flicking to the tally. Active participants, 4,861. The number dropped even as he watched, another reminder that the challenge wasn't pausing just because he stood still. Michael closed the panel. But before he could do anything, he froze. A shimmer rippled through the mist 3 meters ahead of him. Michael's dazed eyes locked on the distortion as it coalesced into shape, limbs, armor, the faint gleam of steel. A figure materialized in front of him. Another awakener. One who had just been dropped into the challenge. The figure that materialized barely had time to adjust when cold steel pressed against his throat. His eyes widened, panic flooding him. I just got here. That thought was all he managed before the spear thrust cleanly forward, and his consciousness was snuffed out in an instant. To the vast challenge and its shifting numbers, he was nothing more than a tick downward on the counter. The body dissolved into motes of white light before him, scattering like dust on the wind. The spear in Michael's hand remained steady, but his eyes lingered on the space where the awakener had stood. The counter at the edge of his vision pulsed. Points. 1. Michael exhaled slowly, lowering the weapon. His expression didn't twist in triumph. If anything, his gaze was conflicted, shadowed by the weight of what had just happened. The awakener hadn't even had time to draw breath before his life was extinguished. This exam setup was brutal. Ruthlessly efficient at cutting down numbers, something Michael suspected was the real reason behind it, especially when one considered the endpoint being public awareness. To be honest, the way it was arranged, coupled with the fact that tomorrow's exam for awakeners would take place in the land of origin under the exact same conditions, made him more than a little suspicious. Was the Federation simply looking for cheap entertainment fodder? With how unfair the test felt, it certainly seemed that way. Still, whatever their intentions, it didn't matter. His job wasn't to question the rules but to play the game as best he could. Expecting everything to favor him was impossible and unrealistic. Tomorrow, when it truly counted, he would show them what the real Michael could do. And then Michael noticed something else. When the figure vanished, it was only the body that dematerialized. Everything else, the belt, the cloak, the boots, remained scattered in the grass. Even the standard-issue garments that had cost nothing from the system menu were left behind. Michael's gaze lingered on the remnants. The body had vanished, but not the gear. He crouched, fingers brushing over the discarded boots and cloak before settling on the belt. Even the plain linen tunic that had hugged the awakener's chest lay crumpled on the ground. "So that's how it is," he murmured. "Kill, and you gained more than points. You gained whatever the fallen carried." This awakener seemed to have been a mage since a staff dropped as well. The real prize was the potion belt. 6 potions. 4 mana potions, 2 health potions. Michael clipped the new belt to his side, adding the weight of another's provisions to his own. 7 mana potions. 5 health. A handful of wealth. Michael turned toward the shifting fog. Moving now was the smart choice. Staying in one place meant inviting another ambush. But before that, there was something he had to test. His eyes flicked back to the skills column on his panel. Skill, summon undead. Description, call forth skeletal soldiers. Summoned undead scaled to half of the summoner's current level and attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. Summons are autonomous but follow simple mental commands. Limit, 5 summons. To be honest, Michael was quite interested in this skill. If there was a chance to learn it in the real world, he'd take it without hesitation. From what he had seen, everything here wasn't just digital fluff. The skills that existed in this virtual construct mirrored those of reality. Of course, there were differences. In this world, it was truly just a skill, simple, clean, system-regulated. And unlike the real world, there was no concept of mastery here. That came with its own pros and cons. The con, the system skill could easily be stronger here than what it would translate to in reality. But the pro, it could also be weaker. In any case, Michael decided to test out the skill. The time limit was short, but at least the summons could scout for him for a while. If the creatures truly carried half his stats, then they weren't just fodder, they should at least be durable enough to tank some hits. Better to have a few following him than to march through this mist alone. With that thought in mind, Michael extended a hand and activated the skill. The air in front of him rippled, faint lines of gray light threading upward from the soil. The mist itself seemed to recoil as the ground split open with a brittle crack. Skeletal fingers clawed through the dirt first, long, pale bones tipped with jagged nails. A second later, 2 skeletal soldiers hauled themselves into being. Their eye sockets burned faintly with baleful blue light, their forms lean but balanced, carrying bone-forged short swords. Armor? None. But their movements weren't clumsy, they stood ready, heads tilted toward him as though awaiting command. Michael tapped the butt of his spear into the earth. The 2 skeletons shifted in unison, their heads jerking toward him like dogs awaiting orders. Scout forward. 20 meters. Circle back. The thought alone was enough. The summons lurched into motion, their footsteps eerily silent for creatures of bone. They vanished quickly into the fog. A few minutes passed. Michael's eyes tracked the faint connection he felt with his summoned soldiers, thin threads of awareness tugging at the edge of his mind. It wasn't vision exactly, more like knowing where they were at all times. Then one thread snapped. Michael froze. One of the skeletons was gone. His grip on the spear tightened, a flicker of unease crawling through his chest. The creatures weren't invincible, but for one to simply wink out that quickly meant something had gotten the jump on it. And that something might still be nearby. He could have turned back. Losing a scout was warning enough. But Michael wasn't here to scrape by. He needed points, and sitting still, avoiding fights, would never get him to 100. He pushed forward, following the direction where the thread had broken. The mist thickened as he advanced, wrapping around his boots like coils of smoke. Each step was deliberate, the silence pressing hard on his ears. Then it came. A sharp sting along his ribs, so quick he barely caught it. Michael hissed, pivoting with his spear raised. Nothing. The mist was empty. Another flash, this time across his back, the light graze of steel. Michael ducked, whirling, his spear lashing out in a sweeping arc. For a heartbeat, the weapon cut through nothing but fog, until it clanged against steel. The clash sent sparks through the mist, and for the first time Michael saw him. A figure in black robes, hood drawn low, daggers flashing with the gleam of poison. His body moved like smoke, flickering through the haze, but Michael's eyes locked on him now. A panel flickered into existence at the edge of Michael's vision. Class identified, assassin, level 12. Michael's lips pressed into a hard line. No wonder the blows had felt like pinpricks. At that level, the man's attacks carried almost no weight. But his speed. His speed was another matter entirely. The assassin darted again, movements sharp and almost frantic, circling him in bursts too quick for ordinary eyes to follow. Michael tracked him, suspicion solidifying in his mind. All in agility, huh? And it was just as Michael suspected. The assassin class was of the rare grade, just like necromancer and beast-tamer. It even had its own unique energy. If it had been a bit more special, it would have been outside of the rare grade. For the assassin class, outside concealment, speed was everything. Michael shifted his stance, spear steady, eyes narrowing into the mist. The assassin lunged again. His movements blurred, daggers flashing from the mist like fangs. Michael's spear swept up in an arc, deflecting the strike with a solid clang of bone against steel. He followed with a thrust, sharp and clean, but the assassin was already gone, slipping back into the fog, footsteps so light they barely stirred the grass. A sting along Michael's shoulder. Another across his thigh. However, none caused damage. Upon the first point of contact, Michael had already activated Iron Skin. It consumed mana, and with 10 fan-tram of his mana already gone from summoning 2 skeleton warriors, this only further reduced his reserves. But it was better to be safe than not. The assassin pressed harder, his daggers flashing in quick, shallow arcs. To him, the battlefield was perfect. Every strike was a gamble, and he knew it. The necromancer's level was higher, far higher, and yet, levels meant little if one could land a single critical strike. Constitution wouldn't matter if the blade sank deep enough in the right spot. That was how he had killed an awakener with an original level of 30. One blow. One weakness found in the fog. That was why he hadn't run yet. His daggers whispered against the necromancer's side again, but instead of flesh, there was only the hard grind of steel against something unyielding. Sparks spat into the mist. The assassin's eyes narrowed. A defense skill. So, the necromancer had reacted quickly. That made him cautious. He dipped back into the haze, circling wide, his body little more than a shadow blur. Each strike was sharper, faster, driven by the hope of piercing through. But none found purchase. The spear always seemed to be there, sweeping, thrusting, catching him just close enough to break his rhythm. Worse still, every movement now carried weight. He could feel it, the necromancer had locked onto him. Not perfectly, but enough. The window was closing. For the assassin, his instinct screamed at him to withdraw. But by the time the thought formed, it was already too late. Michael's spear lashed out in a brutal cross-swipe. The assassin twisted, narrowly avoiding a killing blow, but his momentum faltered for just a fraction of a heartbeat. It was all Michael needed. He stepped in, spear point driving forward with crushing precision. The assassin's eyes went wide as the bone-etched blade pierced his chest clean through. His daggers clattered uselessly against the shaft, strength fading. The mist that had cloaked him so faithfully swallowed him once more, this time not in concealment, but in dissolution. His body fractured into white motes of light, scattering like ash on the breeze. Points, 5, Michael lowered his spear slowly, his brows tightening. According to the challenge rules, 1 kill equaled 1 point. By that measure, he should only be sitting at 2 now. But the display read 5. An increase of 4. His gaze flicked back toward the fading motes of light where the assassin had vanished. Surely it came from him. But was it 3 extra points added on top of the base kill, or had the assassin been carrying 4 in total? Or perhaps the system skimmed off a portion of whatever kills the assassin had already accumulated. Whatever the truth, the implication was clear. The longer one survived in this trial, the faster the climb to 100 points would become. Michael crouched, shifting through the remains left behind. The assassin hadn't carried much, but there were potions. 2 healing potions and 1 mana potion. He clipped them free from the assassin's belt. His own waist was already lined with 2 belts. This time, he slung the assassin's belt over his shoulder, letting it rest diagonally across his chest, one end hanging over his shoulder and the other brushing the opposite side of his stomach. Awkward, yes, but practical. His waist could only hold so much. Straightening, Michael swept his eyes once more through the mist. 7 minutes had passed since Michael had summoned the skeletons. With one gone already, the other would vanish on its own in 3 more. That was the drawback. The undead weren't intelligent, and they weren't permanent. Still, they had their uses. They could scout ahead, spring traps, or serve as bait, just like the assassin had proven a moment ago. Michael glanced into the fog. The haze swirled faintly, curling and shifting like it had a will of its own. It distorted sight, bent sound, and pressed on instincts until even a veteran's senses could be misled. What you saw here might not be what was really there. And the inverse was true as well. What was real could vanish into nothing if the mist decided to conceal it. That made the thought itch in the back of his skull. Perhaps the assassin hadn't killed his skeleton by mistake. Perhaps it had been bait. A lure to draw him closer. If so, then it had worked. Though the end result hadn't been in the assassin's favor. An hour and a half later. Michael's panel flickered at the edge of his vision. Points, 75. He hadn't expected it to climb this fast, but the climb hadn't come free. The high-level advantage he carried wasn't an illusion. But the advantage didn't make him untouchable. 3 different times he'd been forced to run. Not out of cowardice, but survival. Against a warhammer-wielding brute whose close-range pressure threatened to smash him flat. Against the swordswoman whose footwork was so sharp that even his spear barely kept her at bay. And against a storm of flame from a trained mage. The reality was clear. His strength could carry him far, but not through everything. Of course, all these people were at most just 3 levels away from him. Active participants, 218. The number was falling quickly. Michael knew once it hit 100, the challenge would end. 75 points. He only needed 25 more. If luck held, 1 or 2 opponents might be enough. Michael pressed forward, pace quickening, boots crunching faintly on the mist-damp ground. Minutes passed. Then the world lit up. A sphere of roaring fire burst out of the haze, slamming toward him with violent force. Heat seared the air, the mist hissing as it boiled away. Michael dove aside, the blast smashing into the ground where he'd stood a heartbeat earlier, leaving a scorched crater. His skeleton warriors behind him were torn to pieces by the blast. An awakener stepped out of the thinning fog, staff raised, ice cold and calculating as they continued to cast more spells. Class identified, Fire Mage, level 20. Michael narrowed his eyes. Level 20. Same as me. In real life, this opponent was just like him, a level 40 awakener. But that was just it. Unlike him, this was a true mage. Their spells chained seamlessly together, one flowing into the next without pause. Fireball to suppress. A wall of flame to cut off angles. Blinding sparks to cover movement. It was the rhythm of someone who had chosen the mage path fully, not someone split between magic and steel. A pure mage. Michael couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy. If not for his undead feeding him significant feedback every time they advanced, if not for the sheer physical power of his race, this was the kind of mage he might have been. One entirely devoted to spells, not half-branching into close combat. But then again, Michael clenched his spear tighter. Though imperfect, it almost made him perfect. A mage with strong close combat was just as terrifying as a strong combat supernatural with strong magic to boost. And he was just that. Though, a mere prototype currently. Another fireball streaked toward Michael, and this time Michael didn't dodge. He slammed his spear into the ground, his hands in the air, his fingers then lit with mana, drawing circles in the air as he conjured a shield of mana. The impact shook him, flames crackling across his defenses before the shield shattered. The mage frowned, clearly surprised he'd taken it head-on. Not bad, Michael muttered, ice cold. But not enough. Michael surged forward, spear tight in his grip, even as his free hand carved glowing circles through the air. The runes snapped into existence in a flare of pale light, his mana coiling into them like blood into veins. The fire mage's staff whirled, flames spiraling outward in a blinding cascade. Acid shot. Michael barked, hurling green bolts from his fingertips. They sizzled through the fog, forcing the mage to pivot sideways, cloak whipping from the heat of his own spellwork. The mage answered instantly, fire runes bursting to life as he thrust his staff forward. A fire lance tore toward Michael with precision. Michael slammed his heel into the ground, glyphs exploding around his boots. Bone spear. A jagged shaft of pale energy erupted from the soil, colliding with the lance in an ear-splitting crack. Mana residue sprayed like sparks from clashing steel. Persistent bastard, Michael thought grimly, already sketching the next circle mid-charge. Blind curse. Black smoke spiraled from the runes he traced, surging toward the mage's eyes. But the man didn't even flinch. His staff snapped once, twice, brilliant sparks flared, and his pupils glowed with unnatural sharpness. Eagle's sight. The counter was immediate, instinctual. Michael pressed harder. Bone armor. Ghostly plates clamped around his chest and arms, rattling as flames crashed into him. The mage hammered him with spell after spell, fireball, firestorm, sparks, each one flowing into the next, runes igniting and dying in flawless rhythm. His casting speed was monstrous, his mana seemingly bottomless. The clash turned into a storm. Michael hurled an acid ball. The mage countered with a flame wall. Michael conjured mana arrows in a brutal rain, each dissolved in jets of searing fire. When Michael poured mana into a sharp, brutal beam, death ray. The mage rolled aside, cloak singed but body intact, already sketching the next circle before the smoke cleared. Michael gritted his teeth. If he couldn't outspell him, then he'd overpower him. He drove mana into his veins, his muscles swelling, his bones hardening. Bull strength. Iron skin. Limit burst. Veins lit like molten rivers under his skin. Another circle flared at his palm. Mana shield. Sparks shrieked as a fireball detonated harmlessly across its pale surface. Still the mage did not falter. Michael lunged, spear cleaving in a brutal arc, but the mage backpedaled, staff glowing, another spell already forming. Michael growled, his body screaming under the strain. Then he pushed further. Berserk. The world bled red. His muscles quivered with monstrous power, his movements blurring. Each step tore through the firestorm, ghost wind steps. The ground buckling under his speed as he closed the gap. The mage raised his staff in desperation, half a circle still hanging incomplete in the air, but Michael was already there, spear gleaming bone-white, cutting down through flame and smoke to end it. But just as his spear was about to hit, an arrow appeared in front of his face. An arrow of pure mana streaked from the fog. It wasn't aimed at only him. Just behind the arrow aimed at Michael was another one. Michael's instincts howled. Even with iron skin active, his body tensed in a way he couldn't ignore. This arrow was far more lethal than an ordinary projectile. His gut screamed that to take it head-on would be fatal. Rage sparked in his chest too. Someone had waited, biding their time in the mist, letting him do the hard work before striking. But it seemed the heavens still favored him. Michael twisted, body snapping to the side with ghost wind steps. The arrow grazed his shoulder as he barely dodged. The mage was not so lucky. Though he tried to replicate Michael's movement in his own way, the arrow tore into his right side as his arm was consumed, the limb vanishing into glowing particles. Michael didn't lose sight of what mattered. There was a reason he fought so hard this time. 1. He was still 25 points short of 100. At any moment, the trial could end, and if he failed to reach the mark, then his next involvement with the college exams would be tomorrow. True, this round wouldn't cripple him even if he performed badly. The Federation had made it clear there was no elimination. But this didn't mean he should go with a lazy mentality. Just do what you can do and leave the rest to fate. And 2. The mage. A mage of this caliber had surely accumulated a certain amount of points if he wasn't unlucky. Even if the system only granted him a portion of the spoils, Michael suspected it would be more than enough to push him to the finish. That was why he couldn't allow someone hidden in the mist to steal this victory. To rob him of his kill and to aim for his life. That was unforgivable. His gaze snapped back to the wounded mage. The man's right arm was gone, particles still scattering from the wound, his face twisted with agony and hate. Michael's spear leveled forward, steady and merciless. The fire mage's face twisted. His eyes, red with fury, bored into Michael. "You damn barbaric fiend," he spat, his voice strained yet rich with an almost aristocratic cadence. Each curse rolled off his tongue like daggers wrapped in silk, laced with venom but polished with noble diction. The words, sharp and clipped, carried a tone unfamiliar to Michael's ear. Not in language, but in rhythm. A subtle accent. A certain flourish that hinted at a background different from his own. Yet Michael had no way to place it. In this trial, there was no confirmation of who hailed from where. The Federation had thrown them all into the same cauldron.